Hello everyone and welcome to the CCS Diamond Grand Finals. We are left with two teams here facing off on the Rift in this best of 5. It's WLS Chazz It Up taking on Dorado Gaming Zeta. I'm here with Orion, and Orion, what a pleasure it is to be here for the Grand Finals.
Yep, it is a pleasure, and it's also a pleasure to see these two teams, the two 1 seeds coming out of both Group A and Group B, finally facing off to prove who is actually the best Diamond team in the CCS.
Yeah, let's intro the teams. We are just waiting for some ready checks on draft here for game number 1. But on the blue side, it is WLS Chazz It Up, at least for game number 1. In the top lane, it is SpongeBob. In jungle, it'll be Birdo. Taking up the role in mid lane is Random Capitals. AD carry, as always, is Solbert. And in support, it will be Toy.
And for the red side here is Dorado Gaming Zeta. We do have Fireflans in the top lane, Cafe in the jungle, Shimuwu in the mid lane, or Shima as he is well known for the Dorado community, Joker in the ADC, and Kibbles piloting the support position once again here.
And a couple things to maybe go over as we do jump into this series, Orion. We've been blessed with some diamond stats here for us to get us through this series. A couple things that I was noticing, taking a look at some of those stats, is for WLS, they much prefer blue side. I think they have an 89% win rate actually on blue side, whereas their red side win rate not as hot, so no surprise there that they are picking blue side for game number 1. But for Dorado Gaming, they actually prefer the red side, so we're going to see kind of a clash of styles here in that regard in Champion Select. Both teams might just get the side they want throughout this entire series.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for WLS, they have a lot of flex picks, right? Like, Soport's a really big Seraphine player throughout this season, and they also, like, they're very flexible in some of their drafts. I think a lot of people know, at least that have watched the Diamond League at all, red side is very commonly known as the counter-picking, and that's what Fireflans really wants to do. He wants to wait that R5 position, he wants to get a very valuable pick and start to run over the game. And usually, like, you know, Cafe, he's very, like, usually optimistic, picking a very powerful jungler early, maybe like the Wukong or the Trungle, even the Poppy a lot of times of recent games, he's been running over the Rifts. So it's probably what we're going to likely see. WLS is going to pick early, most likely a flex pick of some sort, or if it's banned out, they might go a different direction, and definitely expect Zeta to come up with some counter picks on the red side.
Absolutely. We'll see how it does shake out as we do enter the draft here for game number 1. No surprises for me so far on these bans. We've got Yuumi and Olaf taken away for WLS, and of course Dog, Zeta. They have to ban the Seraphine. Solbert is a Seraphine enjoyer, and that champion is pretty nuts, especially for anyone who's been watching pro play. You probably know already that this champion very, very strong. Dorado also going to take away the Gnar, not wanting to allow SpongeBob to get that blind pick. Silas, the insta-lock first pick here for Chazz It Up.
Yeah, it's a pick actually that Random Capitals has picked a lot this season alone. He is known as playing this Silas type of champion, so I would imagine it's going to go into his hands. I don't think SpongeBob has played it so far this split specifically, but on so far the bans, they do kind of make sense for both teams here, like you mentioned. I'm curious to see what the answer is going to be here. I would imagine a very powerful jungler here for Cafe, and then like the Wukong per se, and then some form of like late game scaling option in any carry position. Sivir's still open. Zeri obviously was a very, very powerful last patch. Not so much this patch, so she could be a little bit off the table, but I definitely wouldn't mind to see a Sivir pick here option, or if they want to go for, like, they want to max that mid lane with the Silas, so obviously, he is very countable in lane, so we'll have to see if that's the option that Shima wants to go for.
Alright, looks like they are leaning towards that mid lane pick. Is going to be the Ahri locked in. Pretty good ultimate for the Silas to steal, but still is going to fare pretty well in that ranged versus melee matchup. Kind of holding that Sivir pick. Chazz It Up has not played any Sivir at all this split. Not something that Solbert loves. He has played some other hyper carries like the Kog'Maw, most notably the Jinx and things like that, but Sivir has been absent from his champion pool so far. We'll see if he wants to, whip that one out in the grand finals here, but I'm more expecting that Sivir prio to be on the side of Dorado Gaming. And Renata going to come through here for Chazz It Up. We'll see if they want to lock in that bot lane duo early on before we get to the second ban phase.
Yeah, Renata's a pretty good champion right now in the current meta, because a lot of champions that are being picked up are very highly dive-oriented type champions, and it's also really good in some of the AD carries as well, because these hyper-scaling AD carries have tons of attack speed and tons of damage, and if you're not careful, you will kill your entire team with a Jinx rocket like AoE that all of a sudden starts coming through. So, and like you mentioned, no Sivir here. It is going to be Solbert's going patented back towards that Jinx option here for himself, so maybe not necessarily feeling as confident here, but Kibbles is a very confident recon player as well. He has piloted this champion many times, and it so far fits the overall composition that Dorado has kind of picked for themselves with the Wukong and the RA. A lot of playmaking, a lot of ability to make plays on the map constantly.
Yeah, a lot of playmaking on a lot of dive, a lot of engage for sure for Dorado Gaming. Chazz It Up, they're taking a page out of the Team Liquid handbook. We saw Hans Sama playing very, very well on the Jinx, so like to see that one coming through. And we're going to get some AD carry bans here on the side of Chazz It Up. Looks like Dorado Gaming not wanting to see the Kindred, of course, is some very, very good anti-dive and some good disengage there with the Lamb's Respite, so I think that's a smart ban, and we'll see where these bans continue to start to fall.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what this fourth pick is here could be for Dorado Gaming Zeta, because we talked about this AD carry option is still open, so I would imagine it would be on 4, because you're going to give a very option. Like you see the Renata, you see the Jinx, so it could be just continue to scale, or just kind of play for because Joker is known to play these weak side AD carries, and let his top side of the map make all the plays, but still make a lot of impact in these late game team fights. So. I was going to say he might go back to his Aphelios. He could play some Jhin here, potentially. I've seen him play that as well, but Aphelios obviously allows him to still make plays with his teammates, with the Gravitum, with the Calibrum as well, but still pump out a lot of damage when he has access to the Infernum, and the ops obviously red and white as well.
Joker is definitely a damage threat for Dorado Gaming, and like you say, he's not really much of an early game advocate. He doesn't play super aggressive through the laning phase, but can be a very successful carry when it comes to some of those team fights. Between him and Shima, they share a lot of the damage share here for the Zeta squad. Chazz It Up, they need a jungler, they need a top laner, and they're going to have to blind the top lane into Fireflans here. Kennen, actually a pick that we saw in Dorado Gaming's last series, and Fans actually suffered against it a little bit, so I do like that pickup. Some nice scouting done by Chazz It Up there, and Trundle going to be locked in alongside it.
Yeah, and I think also Kennen is a champion that obviously like it's very safe in lane. It's also really good into a lot of champions that Fireflies plays because Fireflies he
Right.
likes to play those bruisers. He likes to play those like kind of short range champions that really likes to get in people's faces to start doing a lot of damage. And Aatrox kind of in a similar boat, but he has access to a little bit more range with those Q options obviously to come through. And obviously, to mention the Trundle pick as well, a very powerful jungler that can match the Wukong's kind of early presence in lane per se. So, and I do think actually Fireflies he hasn't actually played that much Aatrox. Yep, actually, this is gonna be his first Aatrox game of the entire split. So maybe
Wow.
this is the time he's realizing it right now. It's the Diamond Finals. They gotta bring it out at some point.
Yeah, he's seen it played in LCS and across the world, and he is ready to whip it out. Yeah, like you say, has not played it at all this split. Has been much more, the Olaf, the Mordekaiser, these types of champions. And it hasn't really been bad against him either. So whipping out a new pick here, we'll see how he is going to fare. Maybe it's something that he prepared for a ranged matchup like this. We know that SpongeBob likes the Gnar, Kennen, kind of in that same vein. And so maybe the Aatrox is something that he's prepared specifically for those types of matchups.
Yeah, and it would make sense, right? Because like obviously, Fireflans in his interview last week said, "Yeah, we kind of got exposed last week in some of our drafts, and we feel like obviously going into finals, like we need to step it up. We need to kind of treat these teams with a little bit more respect." And I heard a lot of like throughout the Dorado community that they were treating this game as respectfully as possible, making sure that they were going to make as many mistakes as they did last week.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at the season here for both of these teams, obviously both of them were the first seed coming out of their groups and coming into playoffs. Dorado Gaming with a slightly better record, obviously completely lossless throughout their series, undefeated up until that semifinals, and Chazz it up also had a very impressive game score. They did end up losing one match in the final week of play in the CCS, but otherwise have looked like a powerhouse team. So no surprise to see both these teams in the final, and I think Dorado Gaming definitely have to give the respect over. Orion, I think maybe Group B was a little bit weaker than Group A in the CCS this year. Would you maybe agree with me on that one?
Yeah, I think so too, and I
Yeah.
honestly I do think that in terms of like both these teams representing, I do think like going into the season, I expected Zeta to obviously have a very good showing. Maybe not the 12-0 showing, but still
Yeah.
a very good showing, and also for WLS to also have a very similar showing as them. So this probably is the two teams that I would have expected to make the finals and to give the best potential showing out of the overall the team so far. So yeah.
Yeah, given the relative strength of the groups, I think Dorado probably are the favorite heading into this game or into this series. But we thought that last week, and we got a banger series out of Dorado Gaming and their opponents there in the semifinals. So I'm not going to count any chickens just yet here. I know that WLS are going to be here to play. Solbert on his Jinx is a force to be reckoned with. So definitely a lot of exciting things here to happen in game number one.
Yeah, I do think obviously like looking at the two compositions, right? For blue side here, for WLS, I think their composition is a little bit lacking in engage, right? It's basically just the Kennen, maybe the Silas if he's able to grab like maybe the Ari
Yeah.
and Rakan, but really it's like yeah, you have Trundle Pillar, like yeah, you have like some slight like forms of engage, but really it's like it's gonna be about making sure you can track the Kennen. If Kennen is able to get in your backline or find some form of flank, yeah, he will destroy your Aphelios and your Ari like very, very quickly. If you can see him, if you can spot him out, maybe they'll take cleanse this, or not cleanse, but exhaust this game. They'll be able to kind of like nullify a little bit of that damage that he's going to do. And
Yeah.
then the Wukong and the Ari have very good chase potential here for Dorado Gaming Zeta. And it's going to be up to Aatrox to find a way to actually have an impact in these team fights, right? Because Aatrox, obviously, he's known as a good laner. He's known as a really good absorbing of damage, but he is oftentimes very like not optimal in like a lot of team fight situations. So if Firefly is able to have a really good team fight and actually kind of control the area and control the zone to where Jinx and Silas can't join the team fight when Kennen is looking for a flank, then
Right.
I can definitely see Dorado Gaming winning these team fights out for the rest of the game. But if Kennen gets a really nice flank and it comes unmatched and just one shots the back line, then Silas and Jinx are going to start running over your team.
No surprise at all with these two top laners in the game that they are going to be some crazy impact makers throughout this series. We've got a couple minutes on the spectator delay, but we're going to load on in to game number one here shortly. And on our way in, we're going to have a note from our sponsors, ProComps. ProComps is a one-of-its-kind drafting tool that you can use to get the edge on your opponents. It gives you live feedback on analysis on drafting, gives you recommendations on picks, notes on matchups, and analysis on the enemy team's win cons. These features allow the user to gain an edge on the opponent and improve their drafting skills. Use code CCS for 50% off for the first 3 months. And with that, we'll head to game number 1.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Welcome everybody to Summoner's Rift. Apologies for the delay there. We had some audio issues as teams got into game, but looks like they have been resolved. And you know what, Orion? We had audio issues in LCS, we have audio issues in CCS. It's just the way it is, you know?
Yeah, it's it's League of Legends being a spaghetti good of a company. That's kind of how it works. Everyone
Blame Discord audio problems on
hey,
games. I like it.
I mean, everything is League of Legends' fault. Like solo queue, like win rates, like it's always League of Legends' fault. It's never your own gameplay as to why you lose games, right? It's just kind of how it works. You always have to have someone else to blame. And for this instance, I'm not even gonna blame Discord. I'm gonna blame League of Legends. So, but it's a pretty standard 5-point here. It just like Cafe has look to place an early award there right above his red buff camp, and he is going to base, and he is going to end up buying a sweeper himself. But other than that, no one has moved from their 5-point positions, and it's going to be a pretty stale level 1, except for SpongeBob. He's going to land a nice little auto, get a nice little area proc there on the Fireflans, and yeah, we're just going to have to wait to see some action for a little bit later.
SpongeBob with the mental diff there, getting the level 1 trade in. A couple things jumping out to me here, Orion. We got Exhaust for Solbert, Ignite for Toy, so no heal there in the bot lane for WLS. Also a double Cull start. Cull for Jinx, Cull for the Cannon as well there.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Cull start for Kennen is pretty usual, right? Because he doesn't Doran's Blade is good for him because it helps with autos, and Doran's Ring, he doesn't really need the extra mana from Doran's Ring that oftentimes usually helps. So Cull is pretty common, but Jinx's Cull is something we've been seeing a little bit of recent times with AD carries, right? Because you're playing to scale regardless, so it's you might as well just play back and just get those CS as they come, and you're not really playing for a lane anyways when you pick Jinx Renata, right? So might as well start Cull. So also like you mentioned, the no heal in the bot lane, Joker as well. So the option of Ghost, we've been seeing several AD carries of recent take. It's usually champions kind of like Zeri a little bit. So a nice little chain here lands. Nice trade there onto Shima. But overall, it does kind of put Shima in a pretty awkward position here in the mid lane because, his wave is pushing out from him and his jungler is obviously on his blue/prompt. So he is a little bit further away, but Birdo not opting to go towards him. He's going to end up playing this one slow, and Corrupting Potions are ticking for Shima, so he's going to be okay.
Yeah, teleports for both the mid laners, so no real super threat for any sort of solo all-ins. As we get another pause here, maybe some more audio issues coming through. We can check in on the junglers. Yeah, it looks like Birdo a little bit ahead of the pace so far, mostly because Cafe stopped off at his Raptors before heading to the opposite side of the map. But generally, the Trundle with a little bit of a lead. This Wukong, definitely just going to be looking to farm up, getting level 6. Maybe can get involved early on, but just depending on if the opportunities kind of present themselves.
Yeah, and I think obviously, both Trundle and Wukong can make plays early, but they're not. Trundle's a little bit more, I think, in my opinion, where he can just run in a lane, especially mid lane, when you have that Sylas option, right? You just throw the pillar behind the Ahri, and if Ahri flashes, Sylas can just use his, I think it's Abscond and Abduct, the two forms of his E to actually chain together some plays. So we're going to get back to some action here. Thankfully, not a very big delay, as we're going to see a slight pause. League's client has to slowly catch back up to the pause here for a second. It shouldn't last too very long here. But yeah, so far, both junglers are going to be on the bottom side of the map for a little bit here, as Trundle has cleared his entire top side, and he is going to go to the bottom side. And actually, this is a bit of an abnormal thing. Usually it's 5 seconds. This is a bit longer. I'm not sure what's going on with the... Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a bit weird, but thankfully, the client is not breaking today, and we're going to continue on.
It better freaking not break today. That'd be terrible timing. But in the top lane, we see SpongeBob getting the better of this matchup so far on the Kennen. Obviously has the range advantage through the early levels, able to abuse that pretty effectively. Fireflans, he's farming okay. He's got a pretty big wave to catch under his tower here. Hopefully we'll be able to pick up most of that. And Birdo now looking towards a potential bot lane gank. Cafe sneaking his way towards mid lane. Too much appeared for...
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward gank there for Trundle because Rakan's a very mobile support, right? He can honestly W forward, and he can actually, he's going to see Cafe here, and Birdo, I think, wins this.
Yeah, he definitely does with the Trundle here. Lots of damage coming through. He's got the red buff slow on. Cafe trying to run away. That's a good pillar. Shima
no charm.
Sidestep from the charm. Cafe gonna barely limp away.
Yeah, and actually not having to use flash there is really big there for Kappa. You could see that he was waiting just long enough. He wasn't impatient. He wasn't like nervously gonna flash away. He understood that his limits were that he was not gonna have to burn flash. So very important there for him not wasting that summoner spell, because obviously, you know, Wukong, like the ability to flash forward with that cyclone coming through, like obviously he would no longer have that option. So nice little see there from Trundle to kind of blast him a little bit. And I do think the scoreboard is bugged slightly. I don't think everyone is stuck on the CS. So, oh, yep, there it is. Nice. So yeah, so far everyone's farming at a decent rate. Everyone's got some pretty good CS numbers. No one's really up a massive number. But two things to know, obviously, with the Cole, obviously when they do tick over to 100, the Golden is going to probably blow up a little bit. But so far, everything's going to go nice and slow.
Yeah, those cull stacks, very helpful to get that early mythic spike, and especially for the Jinx. Definitely wanted to get that early mythic, helps her a lot with some of the damage that she can get down in this lane. And yeah, pretty measured early game here from both sides, Orion. Shima continuing to have the push in the mid lane, continuing to have that priority on the Ahri, and that's going to help Cafe out a little bit. Obviously, we did see him get that little invade into the Raptors down. Did get found out, but was able to pick up some of that camp. And so, really, that's just the only action we've seen so far.
Toy!
Oh, bot lane. Nice flash away, but this could be Solbert in trouble. Does have the bailout on. Flash over the wall. Nice engage there from Kibbles.
Yeah, nice flash away there by Solbert, making sure he wasn't going to take too much damage. Yeah, he has the bailout, but in order for the bailout to actually work, you have to actually kill someone in that process. And there is a wave underneath SpongeBob's tower here, but it doesn't look like Shima is taking a reset here. But he is, I think, known here. Yep, there is a ward in that bush, so they do end up seeing Shima, making sure he has recon. But Cafe, he does end up stealing away at Gromp here, so it is a slight victory here, but Capitals is on the way up.
Cafe does have to get himself out of here, has some space. Shima, again, that mid lane priority, allowing Cafe to get into the enemy jungle, try to get some camps down, but now Kibbles is looking for the engage against Solbert, very, very low. That's going to be the bailout coming through. Kibbles, can he get finished off? No! Joker will claim the kill, and the Dorado Gaming Zeta walk away with first blood.
Yep, and that's a really big kill there onto the Jinx, because not only are you furthering ahead of your Aphelios, but yeah, Birdo's in a bit of trouble.
Mites the Raptors, some good damage coming through.
Ahri ulti!
Capitals wants to go forward, he wants to go onto Cafe, he's got the clone, he's got the flash. Going to be able to get away that stolen Ahri ultimate, like you say. Capitals able to close that gap early.
Yeah, the power of the level 6 there coming in really big there for Silas. Ahri not quite level 6 there, so I would imagine it's probably a kill onto Birdo if Shima had access to that ultimate ability, but unfortunately for him, he did not have it, and with this level 6 takeover, which he just now has, he can look to potentially play onto Birdo or Capitals here in the mid lane, but he's going to have to wait for that flash time to come back up for Cafe, because he is just now dinging level to 5, but he also had to burn his flash in that play. But, you know, that bot lane kill, that does mean that obviously that Aphelios is going to be ahead of this Jinx, but it's not by that much. It's going to mostly just be the kill lead. Maybe a little bit. He is picking up some CS down here in the bottom lane, but overall, everyone is just kind of chilling in terms of the overall lead.
Yeah, Kibbles with a little bit of a roam here on his recall, heading up towards the top of the map just to put some vision down. The Trundle did kind of stick around in that area. That wasn't the case, so now Kibbles side. But yeah, like you say, Joker picking up some solo XP down here, going to feel pretty good. Is still keeping pace with the rest of the lane. Has the red and white guns, but feeling pretty confident at right now.
Yep, definitely feeling pretty confident. Dragon is up, and it is a Mountain Dragon. Mountain Dragon's one of those dragons that's probably the most efficient in terms of the overall stats that it gives. I believe it's 9% both total armor and total magic resistance that it does give towards you. And it's a nice little bump up for the early game, right? Especially for, like, you know, anything you're trying to deal with these trades to come through. As Fireflies, he's going to end up pushing this wave out here. SpongeBob, he's kind of looking here, but Fireflies, he does have the ability to ulti out with the movement speed that he gets from the World Ender. But yeah, SpongeBob, he was putting up a nice little CS lead. Fireflies, it did even it out back up a little bit, but I do think that wave is going to end up being frozen up there in the top lane. So SpongeBob will be able to build up a bigger CS lead, but it does look like an early Merc Treads buy will kind of help him out a little bit in terms of the early trades that Kennen is able to do to him. But yeah, it looks like the vision's being placed here by the red side here for Dorado Gaming Zeta. They're going to invade the red buff here. Both junglers still level 5.
Yeah, Shima with power here in the mid lane again with the pressure. Looks like they're going to be able to get this red buff. Smite available for Birdo, not available for Cafe, actually. That is just going to be the smite coming through for Trundle. Going to be able to grab that one. But now onto the Baron. The Baron. Wow, it's a little early for that. Onto the Dragon. So Dorado Gaming Zeta should be a pretty easy pickup for them. It was Random Capitals returning back to base, and with Fireflans roaming down towards this side, it will be able to secure the first objective.
Yep, and I'm curious to see if the rotation is going to be up towards this Rift Herald too, because, you know, obviously, you know, the top side is winning here for WLS. SpongeBob is a very big CS lead, really close to 20 actually, and, you know, they sent Fireflans down there to catch the mid wave actually, so he is having to walk all the way back up here to the top lane, whilst the wave has basically been frozen right but next to that tower there for SpongeBob, so doing a really good job of actually managing his wave, building up a very solid CS lead. So I'm curious to see if this fight for the return is going to end up happening, and I think with the overall Kennen ultimate here, I do think that the play is probably going to be in the hands of Capitals. He is level 7, but he could grab the World Ender here from Aatrox, but he is seen by a control ward, so he's going to just have to back off.
Yeah, has to head right back to mid lane because Shima is pushing that wave heavily. Doesn't want to miss out on too many CS there. Likely was spotted with that mid lane ward that he... Well, so... Had good notice that that was coming down, and... World Ender up. The wave is pushing into him, so Fireflans did have to go for that roam just because the wave was frozen against him. Like you say, some good wave control from SpongeBob, but now Fireflans should be feeling a little bit more comfortable, and most importantly, didn't have to burn that TP just yet, so still has that available if he does find him.
Yeah, I think in terms of like the overall TP usage, obviously, you know, it's not quite 14 minutes yet, so he probably won't look like we play anywhere, but Berto and Toy are potentially looking on Shima, but Shima is obviously has access to that Spirit Rush, but they are in a pretty good position. They do not know he's here. Berto is looking, but it's a 3v2 currently. Charm misses.
Wide. That's a nice engage from Kibbles. Random Capital's going to steal away.
Oh, Berserk!
Wukong ultimate. Cafe's in trouble, and the Jinx rocket from downtown will claim the first kill. Berto now has to flash over the wall as Joker.
Oh, SpongeBob!
Here comes SpongeBob. He's got the flash. He's got the ultimate. He's got the flank. Can they find anything? Lots of flashes burned on the other side from Dorado Gaming as they try to evacuate. Berto with a sliver of HP. Fireflans flashes forward, but he's not able to finish it off. Gonna end up as just a 1-for-1 as we get the 5v4 in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that fight honestly looked really good there initially for WLS because we see like they're in a really good position. Berto goes a little bit too early. Charm misses. I think that Charm lands. The fight's hugely winning for Zeta. But see, the 3-man hostile takeover here is really also the Jinx rocket coming from the bot lane there from overall. But see, Aphelios does join the fight, but SpongeBob, he tries to get into the back end, but he can't quite get the ultimate there from the cannon to do a lot of damage because Joker and Shima both have access to their flash's ability, and the W from Aatrox not quite able to connect there onto Berto, which does means he is able to survive. So it's overall, it is a 1-for-1. A lot of summoner spells there were blown on both ends, but it does look like if this Herald does get taken here by Zeta, it will be an overall victory here for Zeta if this Herald's picked up.
Yeah, they're able to get back on the map a little bit quicker here. Kibble's in the area, going to provide some vision control, but Berto, he knows this is happening. He's got a couple people looking to join. SpongeBob in the area, doesn't have ultimate. Random Capitals does have his. Who does he want to steal here? Going to apprehend the Ahri ultimate. They're going to go forward. That's going to be some damage onto Shima, who's in a lot of trouble. Jinx Rocket again will claim the kill, and Kibbles will join his mid laner in the Death Chamber. Cafe now on the run. Fireflans not able to do a whole lot here. Does land 1 Q, trying to provide anything he can for his jungler, but the Monkey King goes down, and Fireflans will be the only Dorado member left standing on the top half of the map. The Herald now is going to be the target for Chazz.
Yeah, and we talked about, right, the fact that Zeta, if they were able to get back on the map and take the Herald, it would be a victory for them. But unfortunately, they were fighting this without their ultimate abilities. Cafe and Shima and Kibbles all did not have their ultis here. And the fun part about playing Silas is you have your ultimate cooldown on a very, very short timer. So we see, once again, Jinx Rocket from downtown. Again, he's legit in the bot lane. Super on par with his Jinx Rockets coming through. And the chase down ability with the Silas, with the Spirit Rush, the 3 charges, the multiple charges you get out of that ability, make sure that they are able to pick up the victory there. And on top of that, the Herald also goes over to Random Capitals in the mid lane. So if they use it within the minutes, they will be able to pick up a couple of turret plates here, which would be another additional boost to bump up their gold lead. Yeah,
it would be really nice to get that one really any lane before the 14-minute mark. We'll see if Berto wants to look for an angle there. And yeah, just a little bit of overconfidence, I think, from Dorado on that play, not realizing, hey, we don't have the resources really to fight this one out. They thought they had enough time maybe to get it down before Chazz It Up were back on the map. Did miscalculate The bot side though, Joker, he stayed down here the entire time that fight was happening, has about a 25 CS lead over Solbert currently, and has knocked off almost 4 plates now off of this bot lane tower. So they do have some win condition here in this Aphelios so far.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Aphelios, right? Like the white gun, I believe it's called the chakrams. Like those things melt towers because they bounce right back to him, so he's able to stand basically right next to it. But this is not going to take any tower plates here. It was placed a little bit late here by Random Capital, so maybe he just didn't like anticipate the timing, and I don't think it's going to get anything at all. Yep, it's going to just die. So definitely a very big misplay here for Random Capitals to not basically get any value. Yes, Red Herald does give you a little bit of gold, like the initial gold that you pick up when you kill it now, but Cafe's looking.
Yeah, he's got the knockup coming through. Solbert does flash away. Kibble's now into the backside. He's going to find the knockup as well. Rand Capitals is in the middle of 4 Dorado members. He's going to be the first to fall. Solbert somehow still alive in this fight. Jinx Rocket is going to come down, but the rest of his team just melting before his eyes. Fireflans still on the chase down here. Shima over the wall. Surely they will find this Jinx. It's a 4 for nothing, and Dorado Gaming Zeta are going to claim back the gold lead.
Yeah, not only was it a misplay in the mid lane with their use of the Hero, but it was also a misplay of not getting initial position in the river. We see Cafe, he is sitting here. He's got really great. He's able to use the clone. He has that pink ward there, so he knows he's able to get on top of Solbert here. Nice 2-man knockup. The follow-up from Rakan there by Kibbles was a massive amount of damage there. And yes, it was a nice initial hostile takeover there. It just did not matter because they had the initial man advantage. And we talked about, right, the ability to chase down these members, the remaining members, once you kill off a couple of people with the Ahri and with the Wukong in there. And that is the second dragon of the game being picked up here by Dorado Gaming Zeta. So they have even back up the gold lead while also putting another step towards the Dragon Soul, which is going to be a Ocean Soul this game if it is being picked up.
Sure is. Orion, you said before this game, off stream actually, that for Dorado Gaming Zeta, if their engage can land on the Jinx, things will look really good for them. If they can't find the correct engage, if they can't find the correct angles, that's when it gets a little bit tough for them. And on great display right there in that fight, when the engage lands on Solbert, it doesn't matter if he has flash, it doesn't matter if he has exhaust, he can have everything and the kitchen sink. There's so much dive on this Zeta composition that they can just take him down, chase him out,
baiting.
kill. Fireflans does have to be a little bit careful here. That's going to be the pillar coming out, but not enough damage. Cafe coming in for the fight. SpongeBob immediately flashing away. Scared of some of that Wukong damage that could potentially...
Yeah, I'm not sure if he needed a flash because Cafe, he used his ultimate down there in that bottom lane fight. So maybe he thought the ultimate was back on cooldown. Drake's Rocket is coming in.
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it was going to kill him. I didn't quite know the HP bar. I knew it was low, but I didn't think it was that low. But honestly, though, Solbert is like, he's got to have like an aimbot, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's 3 ultis that he's fired like 10,000 units away, and he's hit like a headshot. Like, that's like, that is insane.
Very, very much so. Solbert on his signature Jinx, showing us that he knows what's up on this Jinx pick. Cross-map Rockets finding their mark time and time again. And they've been a pretty big difference maker in some of these skirmishes that we've seen in the top side of the map. So good on Solbert there. Obviously not finding the kill there, but is still showing off some of those aiming skills, the American sniper here. And Orion, we've got a couple minutes until this next dragon. Things have kind of slowed down a little bit as the teams just start to farm things up, but there's some massive CS leads starting to be formed here by the Dorado Gaming Zeta carry.
Yep, definitely doing a really good job here, both in mid lane and the AD carry position here by Shima and Aphelios. We talked about, like, obviously, like, you know, the fact that the Aphelios was down there and at the bottom by himself. So not only was he CSing at a very high rate, he was also picking up a lot of those initial tower plays there before the 14-minute marker. So it does definitely doing very well for them because obviously, you know, the Ahri and the Aphelios are definitely going to be the 2 main damage dealers for this team. Yes, Aatrox, yes, Wukong are going to provide a lot of value, but they're not going to provide that same level of DPS. And even Ahri, right? Ahri is not necessarily known as that champion that's just going to pump out a lot of damage. Really good playmaking, really good, like, obviously, like, the charm to come through to kind of follow up that easy level of CS, not CS, but easy kill threat onto a champion like Jinx, but she has no cleanse, right? She can't cleanse away a charm. She can't cleanse away, like, obviously, any of the knockups coming through from the Wukong or the Rakan, right? She's basically just relying on Renata with the hostile takeover and her own flash, right? And that's why I talked about, right? Like, if the engage gets onto Jinx and Renata is not in a really good position to use her hostile takeover to kind of push back Dorado Gaming Zeta, it's going to be a really rough time for Solberg, which we kind of saw in that river fight. But if WLS is able to get that early jump, if they're able to do a lot of damage, even onto Joker or onto Cafe, like with Kennen and with the Silas, the Jinx can stand far back with the Jinx rockets and just kind of pump out a lot of damage. So we've seen kind of both these teams show off a little bit what their competition wants to do. It just kind of, I think at this point, it's going to come down to execution, especially on SpongeBob's hands, right? Because he's got good farm as well. He's he's getting really close to 2 items. And we've seen Kennen Ultimates just take over fights almost like at a blink of an eye, right? So his second material does get taken here by Cafe. So I really want to see like just how effective this Kennen pick is going to be as this game goes on.
Absolutely, yeah, and there's not really many tanks on the side of Dorado Gaming Zeta, right? I mean, Fireflans can sort of drain tank Cafe. He'll get a little bit tanky later on in the game, but this Kennen ultimate should shred if you can find the right angle, if you can find multiple members, and if it can be wombo comboed with, you know, random capitals stealing away the Wukong ultimate, coming in with the Cyclone, even the Rakan ultimate, things like that to corral them into the one area, then have that Kennen ultimate come over the top. It can be very, very scary. So yeah, both teams have tools. Both teams have the capability to win fights, as we see a TP into the bot side early. SpongeBob, 10 seconds.
Yep, Aatrox is also answering with his own TP. And WLS, they kind of learned from their mistake last time. They're into the river first. They don't want Cafe to get the initial jump. But it's honestly, it's going to be pretty hard to prevent, which is a straight up 5 versus 5. And I'm curious to see, are they going to look for different angles, or are they just going to brute force walk straight into them? Because honestly, if Kennen is walking right at you, he is very easy to exhaust. Kibbles is looking.
Here comes the fight Cafe into the back line. SpongeBob's going to be the focus, but he has the Zonius for a second. Fireflans, he finds a big Q3 as Cafe just causing so much havoc for Solbert, who does go down. 3 in the death chamber, make it 4, make it 5, just about. Toy will escape with his life. Dorado Gaming showing that they're just the better team fighters here in game number 1.
Yeah, and they have the champions to do so, right? Like, we talked about how this initial fight, like, if they come straight at you, it's not going to look good for WLS because it's just very, like, it's very easy to anticipate it, right? And Dorado Gaming says, hey, if we go first, we can't allow them to do anything, right? So Kibbles pushes the go button. Cafe, at the same exact time, also goes forward, and the rest of the members, they just take so much initial damage, they can't ever actually get on top of Joker, and Joker has the Infernum gun, and at the same time, we go back to live, the Baron is being taken here by Zeta. It's 21 minutes in the game. We do see a TP from the Silas. They do have red-white guns, so Joker is melting this thing. Baron is taken. They have to get out of the pit, though. Joker has flash. Shima has flash. They're able to get away scot-free.
Wow, the teleport coming down. Toy didn't have the hostile takeover, so not a lot of tools at his disposal. Meanwhile, the charge in the mid lane from the Rift Herald going to claim a tower here as well. Dorado Gaming starting to take a stranglehold on this game. Over a 5,000 gold lead. SpongeBob?
Oh, no.
He just fat-fingered his ult. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not looking good here for WLS, because not only are they just been losing fight after fight, Kibbles once again going forward, not quite able to land it this time onto Solbert. Shima as well, looking Spirit Rush. Nice charm!
Really beautiful charm. Solbert might be in a world of trouble here. Does have the flash, going to be able to burn that one to get away, but Shima, he might want more here. Doesn't have the backup for the chase down there, but do push Chazz it up off the map. They're going to start to siege up some towers. You can see Fireflans in the top lane doing what he can. Going to try and pick up some of the standing gold on the map. It's a very early Baron. See what they can get done with this push.
Yeah, and they should be able to get a lot, because if you look at the wave clear options for WLS, it's just Jinx. Jinx only the Jinx the rockets come through. Yeah. Silas does no damage to minions. Kennen does damage to minions, but he has to actually get close enough to do damage to minions, right? So it's literally just the Jinx auto attacks coming through, and if Jinx has to walk up to hit these minions, she's honestly putting herself in a potential threat position, to where like Rakan, he can go forward, Wukong can go forward onto her. So this could be a bit of a dangerous situation here. I'm curious to see if they are going to end up protecting this tier 2. Birdo, most likely, yep, he's going to end up staying around here. Joker is on 2 items. That is a Wukong ultimate taken here by Silas, but it's still not a great option. And you can see, right, like the second Solbert walks up, he is at a constant threat. He has to make sure that he has to stay alive in these fights. He is the only consistent damage on his team, besides maybe the Kennen ultimate and the Silas diving forward. But Solbert is going to be packing the punch, and if he is your wave clear, he is putting himself in that threat position.
Yeah, and we can see there, especially when Joker has the green gun, The extra range that he gets from that just makes it so easy for him to harass Solbert when he does step up to try and get some of that wave clear done. So they will grab that tower there in the top side. They're going to continue pushing in the mid lane here. We can see a 4,000 gold difference on this Baron push. They've got 40 more seconds. They're just going to reset. They don't really have much else to push for. Pick up some item spikes and get back out on the map.
Yeah, and their prize obviously is going to end up being the 2 minutes away here with the Ocean Soul, because the composition, like they've already played out these team fights really, really well here for Dorado Gaming and Zeta. But the the Ocean Soul will basically make that much, much harder, because not only can they just stand in front of you and the little damage you're already doing to them, they can just soak it back up in return. If you look at the anti-heal options, tell me, Lindor, what do they have?
Not much. Not much at all.
Yeah, it's looking like it's an Ignite as the anti-heal option, because they haven't built any yet. So Renata is so far behind in gold, she hasn't able to build up that Chemtech Putrefier. There's no other source of anti-heal being built up here for WLS, and you're at the state of the game where the second the Ocean Soul gets picked up, you're going to have to start looking for some anti-heal options somewhere, or else you're just not ever going to be able to kill through a Joker who has a Bloodthirster and almost an Infinity Edge and almost an Ocean Soul in a minute's time if he is able to pick that up.
All right, well, looking forward to that Ocean Soul fight. If you are Chazz it up, obviously you're at, maybe an 8,000k gold deficit here. Do you contest for this Ocean Dragon, or do you try and fight it out in your base at some point where maybe you can have some support from the tower?
See, it's a difficult choice, right? As I'm pretty sure Toy's going to die here. Oh, Toy, nice flash. And a nice little root there. So he does end up surviving, but honestly, it's a really difficult choice, because at one point, like you're like, okay, towers and like our overall nexus kind of gives us a better option, right? But at the same time, it's like you're basically dealt with the same position you were in that last river fight, right? Where like Kennen is going to come at you right head on, and he's very easy just to point and click and say, you're exhausted. You deal no damage to me with your ultimate. So it's like, it's very, very difficult position. But Cafe and Rick Kibbles might not give them that option. They might just look for a wrap around here.
The backline point, Solbert knocked up initially, Kibbles over the wall, is going to find some ultimates here with the charm. Joker firing away. He's got the red, white, and Birdo is just turned to paper. SpongeBob in the front lines hasn't hit that R key yet, is now going to use it out of the Zonias, but he's just going to go down. Fireflans picks up the kill, and now Joker just untouched in this fight, can be able to take out random capitals. Toy will be the next to fall. The bailout for a moment, but it won't be enough. And Orion, this could be the game. Screw an Ocean Soul. Joker and the rest of the squad, they want to end this one right here.
Yeah, Jinx is the only one alive for the next, looks like 10 seconds or so, with Trundle coming up next, but it's not going to end up mattering. Jinx can only do so much. She does not have Flash, and really the engage options are there. Shima can just Flash Charm her at any point, and she's going to end up falling, so she's going to have to play back, and this is most likely going to be the Game 1 victory here. Trundle is alive. Charm, there it is. Charm landing. All of the damage comes onto him, and yep, this is going to be the Game 1 victory here. 26 minutes and 30 seconds into it. Dorado Gaming Data picking up a Game 1 victory here on the red side.
It started out slow and steady, but it definitely did not end that way. A couple early game skirmishes go the way of Dorado Gaming Zeta, and they just put the pedal to the metal and never look back. Didn't even need the Ocean Soul, could have picked it up, but they decided just to end the game here and take that Game 1 victory.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I think the overall design of what the kind of the champions that they got a powerful jungler, engage heavy with a Wukong, playmaking from Shima, playmaking from Kibble, and then the overall team fighting power from Joker definitely was on full display. You can see like most damage on his team, had all those chakrams coming through, and really like you can see just how on point Zeta is with their engage. Right, the second someone goes forward, there's no delay. Everyone goes forward. Like Joker's Gale forcing forward, Kibbles is like going forward, Cafe, Shima, even the Aatrox, like, and typically he was like a little bit later because his TPs were still channeling, but still like he was the world ender. Everyone was making sure that they were engaging first every single time. And into a competition like that, right? Like you don't want to let Kennen get into position, right? You don't want to let Silas and even the Jinx just kind of, you don't want to let Silas grab a key ultimate and then like he's able to kind of cycle through those as these fights do come on. So honestly, really good job by Zeta recognizing that they were out of position in some of these fights and just going forward instantly with no hesitation.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming are not the team to sit back and let the action come to them. They want to go forward, they want to be the initiators, they want to be the engagers, and definitely was to their betterment there in game on this grab victory. We're going to take a short little break here as the teams get ready for game number 2, but we'll be back before too long, so don't go anywhere. Like a Hellcat.
Like a Hellcat.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCS Diamond Grand Finals. Dorado Gaming Zeta did get a victory there in game number 1, which means Chazz and Up have side selection for game number 2. They've decided to head on back to that blue side. Orion, don't think that's really much of a surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what they prepped for, right? It's the side that they've done extremely well throughout the split, and, you know, hopefully we're going to end up seeing a little bit of change in, like, kind of the big selection here a little bit, because honestly, like, I was kind of looking over Dorado's picks last game, and they kind of got everything they wanted, right? Especially, like, 4 out of 5 picks. They got heavy, like, engage out of both Cafe and Kibbles. They had the scaling Joker, like, just fantastic, like, late game team fighting. Shima on a playmaking mid laner, and then Firefly's honestly, like, on, like, a bruisery type of option in the top lane, right? So Honestly, for Zeta to get everything they wanted and to also smash you in the process is definitely not looking that great for WLS. I do want to see something being switched up a little bit here.
Yeah, one thing we talked about in between games was the value that this cannon provided, and it really wasn't that much, unfortunately. Like, SpongeBob was able to get a pretty good early laning phase lead, and then had that early flank in that mid lane fight, but really just didn't have any damage to finish anyone off. And then by the time he had his 2-item power spike, he didn't have a team really around him. They were already at such a deficit. So SpongeBob was the WLS's leading damage share player throughout the regular season, so we're going to have to see a little bit more from them out of that position. I mean, I don't think that was Kennon's fault necessarily. The rest of the map kind of just fell apart, but definitely want to see SpongeBob put some carry pants on here. But we've got the draft hitting here. We got bans coming through, very, very similar to game number 1, but the Wukong from Chazz It Up is banned away. They don't want to see that one, and they're actually taking away the Ahri. So Dorado Gaming, they're answering with the Lissandra, and could be back on the Aphelios.
Yeah, like I said, like we wanted to see a little bit of draft change here, and we do get up seeing that one, right? We do see the Wukong band and the Ahri takeaway as well. Shima playing a very similar champion to the Ahri, right? Still a playmaking, still the ability to kind of go forward with Cafe to make those kind of plays. And they do recognize that Kibbles is once again piloting at Rakan. We've seen this guy put Rakan a lot of times, and once he never seems to disappoint. A very valuable engaged option time and time again there in that support position. So, and I'm curious to see what it's going to be for blue side here, right? Because last game, like, maybe it was the Trundle in the jungle, right? Like, maybe if they go maybe a direction like the Poppy, right? Or a direction like maybe like some for like, maybe Soulbird's Kog'Maw, right? These are some options, right, that you can go for. But at the same time, it's, right, like, if they draft a very similar composition, it's like Jinx and Kog'Maw, like, right? They're both going to kind of stand still. They're both just going to sit there and kind of hope to do damage. So we will see how this one plays out.
Kibbles, by the way, has a 100% win rate on the Rakan. So I'd say that's pretty good, especially when he's picking it into an immobile carry like the Kog'Maw here. I kind of liked the Alistair hover there, providing a little bit of safety for the Kog'Maw, but it looks like a Mumu or maybe Nautilus. Definitely looking for an engaged tank support here for Chazz It Up. Nautilus is going to be the pick.
Yeah, and I'm surprised it's not just an enchanter. I'm surprised it's not just some form of pairing to somewhat keep Soulbird safe, because if they lock in Vi here, you've got Vi, Lissandra, Rakan. Like, how does Kog'Maw play this game? Like, I don't see a world where, like, he's just gonna get point and clicked. He's gonna get point and clicked by Vi, and it's like Nautilus and Ahri are not gonna stop that. Like, typically, like, if they had like a Tahm Kench, or if they had like maybe like some form of like other
Lulu.
like really like Lulu, right? Like if they had an option, I just don't see what. Nautilus does give you like an engaged threat, but it's not gonna protect you, because really, like, once you draft Kog'Maw is like protect Kog'Maw. That's like your only really job, because he will win you the team fight by himself if he's kept alive. But so far, Dorado has drafted a composition that says kill Kog'Maw. So you don't have a protect option just yet. So they might have to find one somewhere.
Yeah, Soulbird has played Kog'Maw with Lulu twice so far this season. So a little bit surprised to see them kind of go away from that duo that is such a strong combo once they kind of get a couple items under their belt. And yeah, I mean, Zeta have 2 point-and-click ultimates that just don't let the Kog'Maw play the game. So even if he has Cleanse, he cleanses the Lissandra ult. Well, the Vi ult's coming over the top anyways. There's a lot of tools here, not to even mention the Rakan. So yeah, a little bit interesting. We'll see if Chazz It Up have some other ideas for maybe some protection from the other roles that they can get, as we kind of see the bans coming through here. Trundle and Kindred from Zeta. Aatrox not going to be picked this game, and could be the Aphelios as well, wanting to limit Joker's late game carry potential.
Yep, we're going to see an 80 carry here on 4 here. Obviously, Joker, if he does pilot that Switch, it's a champion that obviously, Kog'Maw and Twitch are both just going to end up scaling away. But Twitch is a champion that can actually match Kog'Maw's late game damage with his own kind of steroid with the spray and pray there with the ult ability coming through. So I actually do like this option, because, the entire team of Soulbird is going to be worried about the Lissandra, the Rakan, the Vi diving forward, getting on top of this Kog'Maw, because they want to protect him, right? No, and then all of a sudden, Twitch's going to pop up and say, surprise, and just like start one-shotting your entire backline from like around the corner. So it's like, right now, it's like Dorado Gaming has a lot of options, and WLS don't have a lot of answers.
Not yet, at least. We'll see what else they have up their sleeves here, if anything. Gonna have to blind pick a top laner, still looking for a jungler here as well. Time ticking down. Is just going to be the Ornn for some more late game scaling options. Not necessarily a ton of protection there for the Kog'Maw, but it does provide some frontline, and of course those ornaments if we get to that later stage of the game. We'll see what they want to blind pick here. Kennen is still available, and they did ban away the Aatrox, so that could be a potential pick. Oh, sorry, they already picked Ornn. They need a jungler. What am I talking about? Rammus.
Yeah.
Could be an option. Xin Zhao. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're going to go for.
Yeah, they're kind of not left with much, right? Because, like, obviously, you know, their team is a little bit, in terms of like cohesion-wise, they do have a lot of going forward. They have a lot of pick potential with the Ornn, the Nautilus, the Ahri, but at the same time, like Dorado is like once again they're looking to go forward and make plays, and you know, oftentimes like, you know, this Ornn pick is used as like that very beefy front line. Like you have the ornaments, you have the ultimate from downtown, like Call of the Forge God basically at any time. But it's like if you're using the Call of the Forge God as your defensive like peel protection option, it's not going to look that great because like it's so slow to actually get to Ornn. So it's usually used as an engaged tool. So really, I'm curious to see, like, I think the second Dorado gets ahead this game, I feel like it becomes really hard for WLS just to play the game, like, at all. But WLS have a lot of options, a lot of play-making tools to really, like, get active on the map and make plays. If they're able to get ahead early and just slow down the curve that Dorado is looking to achieve, I definitely can see that WLS can actually make things happen early. But as this game progresses, the team fights, right, it's going to look very, very hard for WLS to play them out.
Yeah, I think it definitely is, especially for the Kog'Maw, like we've already kind of harped on quite a bit. So, yeah, I think the early game is important, but Chazz it up, I mean, they've got like this scaling team fighting composition, but it feels like Zeta almost just beat them at their own game in that regard. So, do you think it is going to be more about this Xin Zhao, more about this Ahri making plays through the early game and then accelerating that lead so that it makes it easier for them in those fights? Because if they don't have a gold lead, like you say, I mean, it is just so hard for Chazz it up.
Yeah, I think they have to make like they have to be active. They have to make some form of plays early game. And like last game, it kind of stalled out. It was very slow early, and then a couple of mispositioned team fights. All of a sudden, Dorado just exploded the rift. Right, like tons of plays happened. 21-minute Baron play. Like after basically a dragon fight that happened right afterwards. So up until that point, the game was relatively even, right? So, and if that happens once again, and Dorado just has a 20-minute explosive team fight, very, very similarly, then all of a sudden, like this game is going to come out of control here for WLS. And as we're going to go into the client draft here, I do think that obviously, you know, you have the Ornn, you have those ornaments for the Kog'Maw, and Kog'Maw's damage potential will obviously always be very, very high. But he has to wait out all of these abilities to happen. Like he has to wait for the Vi ultimate to come through. He has to wait for Lissandra. He has to wait for Rakan. Like he has to wait for every single one of those ultimates to come through, because if he walks forward and he gets Vi ultimated, he's just gonna get chain CC'd, and then Twitch is gonna sit there in the backline, just go right at that, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that Twitch is definitely very scary. I think that Solbert, they have, you know, some dive options themselves to try and get on the Twitch, the Xin Zhao, the Ahri, the Nautilus, like you kind of called out. But if they're diving the Twitch, then they're kind of just leaving the Kog'Maw to his own devices as well, right? So we're going to see some interesting team fighting for sure. And I think the early game is going to be very important specifically for WLS, because like we say, if they can get a lead, if they have Birdo ahead and he can go for the dive, if they have Ahri, you know, for random capitals who has an early lane lead, who can maybe get some pressure down and try to accelerate Birdo, things will look a lot better for them. That's when they can control some pockets of vision, start getting those picks that you were talking about, and I think their lives will be a lot easier there.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to make like their life a lot easier, like you mentioned, right? Because you know, they already have kind of put themselves a little bit behind the curve in terms of like what they actually are looking to do as the game kind of progresses. But at the same time, like, you know, like you have Xin Zhao Ahri, two champions that are very, very strong early game champions, can get active on the map very, very quickly. And it's really going to be up to Birdo, I think, in this game, right? If he can make things happen early, if he can get kills early, if he can get ahead, Xin Zhao is a very powerful duelist when he gets his items, especially if he's ahead. He has a lot of healing from his passive. He has just like a lot of outright damage. So he can kind of carry the early game if he can get some dragons on his boat or underneath his team's like advantage. He can kind of buy time for Solbert. And you know, Solbert, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you, my friend. You're gonna have to have this. You're gonna have to play the game of your life against these
Yeah.
champions if you're gonna end up succeeding in this one. So I do think that obviously they obviously are not just completely out from draft. Like there is like human error, things can happen, but you know definitely gonna watch this game. You're gonna have to watch Solbert, right? If he's able to do really good in team fights, have good spacing, and
Mhm.
not just get point and clicked by the Vi,
Yep.
Lissandra, and the Rakan, he can definitely start pumping out some damage with his Kog'Maw pick.
Solbert looking to Chazz it up here in game number 2. See if we can bring it back to 1 apiece on the games. We got 3 minutes for the spectator delay. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back onto the Rift. And we are back for game number 2 of the CCS Diamond Grand Finals. Chazz it up, suffering a loss in game number 1 here to Dorado Gaming. Seeing if they can switch it up here for game number 2. Solbert on the Kog'Maw, opting for the exhaust instead of the cleanse here. Orion, anything else in terms of runes and mastery choices jumping out to you?
Don't think so. Ghost for Joker once again wants to have that ability to have that extra movement speed. We talked about getting active early. This is for sure getting active early, but with Fireflies, he respects it. He knows he can just take E over the wall. So he is going to end up being safe here. And he has full knowledge, right? He saw all 5 members here, so it does look like Dorado is going to be able to go down to their enemy team's red side here, place a little bit of vision, have some information of their own, and it'll overall be a pretty even stay here. It does look like, you know, both Cafe and Kibbles have kind of made their way up here, mostly just kind of make sure that nothing too crazy is going to happen up here on this red side. But yeah, once again, pretty still level 1. I do like the attempt there from WLS, like, you know, trying to see if they can get an early kill onto Fireflies there, but unfortunately, nothing really happening yet.
Zeta are being very careful about how they face check into this red buff area. Are going to walk forward now and be able to get the leash, discover that there is no one, in fact, waiting for them. And Birdo going to be starting on the opposite side of the map here on the Xin Zhao, both junglers on their respective red buffs. Both wards have been cleared, so there's information of where the junglers are starting. It is unclear about where they exactly will path towards. Fireflies here, obviously leveling the E there. That's what he wants to level anyways, so going to be perfectly fine up here on the top side.
Yep, exactly. And I'm pretty sure Lysandra walked up to the red buff because they knew there'd be a ward over there. So I'm pretty sure they gave level 2 to both their solo laners off that one individual ward. So a nice little tidbit of play there. It's a hook lands, but there's not really much you can really do here too much because, I mean, you're trading into a wave. And when you engage onto a support, ideally your AD carry is going to fight back because he is basically left untouched. So nice little job there. As you know, Orin does hit level 2 first, able to kind of trade back a little bit there at the top lane. But yeah, junglers once again trading the opposite sides of the map, not wanting to interact super early, which I do think kind of goes in the favor of this Zeta a little bit. He has gone the Halo Blades a little bit more for the early game, in my opinion. I do think that obviously Conqueror kind of helps him like those later games exchanges. But he definitely wants to get those early trades and wants to get those early knockups of those Q procs to come through.
Yeah, definitely realizing that the early game is so important for his squad. The value of some early kills is very, very important, and so the Halo Blades hopefully will help them get involved in the action early on and get some of those kills under their belts. SpongeBob, with the top lane priority, did manage to get a ward down on the enemy Krugs. He then immediately pinged toward the bot side where they should know where Cafe is. And with the bot lane pushing here for Zeta, there's not going to be too many options early on for Cafe to gank. Is going to clear out some vision here, grab up his Scuttle Crab. And Birdo actually farming towards the bot side here again. Probably is just going to go for the Scuttle trade, but we'll see what he wants to do.
Yeah, most likely just a Scuttle trade, especially because the only camp that he has on his side is his Crux. So this would make the most sense. He could look for a play potentially mid, but Shima doing a nice job posturing towards the bottom side of the map as Toy. He's potentially in a dangerous position, but not quite posturing towards that vision. And yep, here it is. Capitals. Shima has just enough mana there to use his claw there to actually escape from that area. Otherwise, he might have had to use Flash. But yeah, Silbert and Toy, they're not considering even walking towards this bush because obviously this is an option for them. They could just be sitting here, and they don't really have to walk up anyways, right? There's no real reason to have a ward down there because they just pinged that Vi could be on the bottom half of the map, right? So obviously, you know, this is a possibility. But the wave is pushing out, but you do see on the map, Birdo is making his way. He is beelining right down here. And Cafe, he's already wasted a good amount of time here for basically a play that has resulted to nothing. And Birdo, he's done the Krugs. He sat mid for a little bit, but he's already back down to his Krugs. And he's basically going to be a camp, maybe even 2 camps ahead. And if he face checks this bush with the Nautilus and the Kog'Maw and with the wave, like he can respond first. Cafe, he's looking, but Birdo sees him.
Solbert is going to get hit. Kibbles, he is trying to predict the flash. He's going to miss it. Exhaust is now down. Some damage coming through, but he's going to be here in time.
Oh, no.
Birdo. The kill comes through. Another one's going to fall. It's 2 in the favor of Chazz it up, and Cafe surely will be the 3rd. Nice dodge away with the Q, getting away from the depth charger, rather. The
Birdo.
Birdo flashing, wants to finish it off. One more auto will do it. Can he claim it? Yes, but I think he will give his life over. 3 for 1 in the trade. Cafe waited so long for that play, and it does not end up going in their favor.
Yeah, honestly, like the play looks okay, right? We see the knockup coming through. Oh, actually, a trade here from top. He does have his Q on cooldown right now. Yep, but he's not quite gonna have the chase down there. Fireflans not having flash, but able to survive that situation. But yeah, that play down there was really, really close, right? Between Cafe, he lands the knockup, right? I'm surprised Kibbles does not anticipate the knockup there. Maybe he anticipated that Silver was gonna flash the Q from Cafe, but instead he realized, like, hey, I don't necessarily have to flash because I'm not gonna die from the initial burst there. So you could call it a misplay from Silver, but you could also call it a big brain play from not expecting the flash and from Kibbles flashing forward. So it kind of depends on like how optimistic you are, right? Like glass half full, glass empty type of person, right? It really just depends. But yeah, honestly, really good turnout here for WLS. And we talked about the early game, right? Like they had to get active, they have to get a gold lead, and they have to really, really use it. And they got it onto the one person that it matters the most, the Sin Zhao. This guy is accelerated, and this guy is looking to continue to make plays.
And it is Random Capitals able to get control of the wave in the mid lane here as well. Teaming up with Toy to clear out some of the vision around this bot side. Some early dragon stacking from Chazz It Up would be very important. And Birdo has also already returned to the bot side of the map. Cafe is here. Both junglers are level 5. Birdo right now has the inside track. Cafe just going to actually walk away. Joker stepping forward. Toy looking for the engage here.
Yes,
walking around the minions. Gonna find the Q onto it. Kibbles missed his W again, and Joker will just end up falling. Kibbles now on the run. Another hit will do it. Soulbert will pick up his first of the game, and the return gank into the bot side will ring true for Chazz It Up.
Yep, and there it is. The power of the early game with the Nautilus and the Sin Zhao picks. The second Joker has no flash, no ghost. He is a sitting duck in this bot lane. He is going to continuously keep going down here as long as those sums up. And honestly, like, why not, right? It's basically going to be a free kill every single time. Rakan cannot protect him from a Xin Zhao and a Nautilus, but it does look like a gank coming down here for Cafe. He's only level 5, so he can't quite lock down SpongeBob. As long as he flashes away, he will be fine in the top lane.
Yeah, no CC available for Fireflans other than the slow from the needlework, so easy flash from SpongeBob will get away from that one. Potential for a return gank there with the flash down, but Shima might be in trouble. Ooh, good patience there on the recast. Toy looking for the prediction hook, but not quite able to find it.
Yeah, I'm surprised he casted it like that. Like, I would imagine you just wait for him to pop up and then throw the cube, but instead, Toy decided to play a little bit of a mind game there. He thought, oh, he's going to use it now, but really, Shima can just react to you. But instead, eventually, the claw does have a duration, right? It will eventually time out. So Shima, you know, overall outplaying the situation, but I also feel like that was a bit of a misplay there by Toy at the same time.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Maybe needed to be just a tiny bit more patient, but a good attempt into the mid lane nonetheless. I like to see Toy getting active on the map. Now even returning into the top side here, Birdo does just tick over to level 6, and with the priority that they have on the map, should be able to grab themselves an early Rift Herald, which hopefully will mean an even more of an infusion of gold. Toy on the top side here doesn't have his ultimate available. Not sure there's a dive angle onto Fireflans just yet, but is going to put some defensive vision down for SpongeBob and just ensure he's in the area for this Rift Herald pickup.
Yep, the dragon, next dragon obviously is the Infernal Soul, Infernal Dragon, which is Temperamental. Birdo doing a nice job here, taking the Rift Herald once again. Hopefully a little bit of a better usage out of the Herald this time, not just placing it for like basically no value like Random Capitals did last time. But you know, he is a jungler. He does have a little bit more experience with the Rift Herald. Maybe the Random Capitals just didn't necessarily know exactly the timing or whatever. But obviously, you know, they do have a lot of time for that one to come through. And you know, Joker, his flash is almost back on cooldown. He does have the ghost as an option, so definitely look for him to kind of survive a couple more situations. But at the same time, Nautilus is getting a little closer to level 6, and everyone else has access to their play-making abilities. Right? We have the Call of the Forest God, we have the Spirit Rush to come through as nice little chunk damage there onto Cafe, but Ari isn't necessarily known for her damage. She is known more for her play-making abilities, so it's definitely never going to be really a kill by any means, as you know, this lane up here is relatively even, but this lane is only going to get worse there for the Ornn. He is just going to get outscaled, and the Gwen is going to start doing a lot of damage, so it's going to be up to really WLS to kind of make sure that this is not going to get traded on too hard up here, because like, you know, this lane is only going to get worse for him as this game does progress. And, you know, they don't really have an option to kind of like send someone else up there because Capital T has Ignite. So like 25, around the 25-minute marker or 20-minute marker, it's like, that's when this game is going to start becoming like, okay, like how can we actually manage the side lane? Because this Gwen is definitely going to start taking over.
Yeah, Fireflans, I mean, we've seen him before on the Gwen, causing all sorts of trouble for the enemy team. Kibbles here does have to be a little bit careful. Has the Grand Entrance, is going to try and run away now, is going to be able to use the E as well, but the hook back in. He did cast the ultimate, he gets a little bit of a charm. The exhaust down onto Random Capitals. Joker trying to turn this one around. Doesn't quite have the damage here. Maybe he will, though, with the ultimate coming through. The burn, the last tick, Random Capitals, yes, he will fall! And Joker and Kibbles turn that one around.
I'm not sure why Random Capitals decided to walk back into Joker and let him auto attack one at a time. But also at the same time, I feel like Joker missed his auto attack onto Nautilus there. So definitely a really weird exchange. But Birdo going on to Shima. He does have Flash.
Shima has his own. Gonna try and provide some space. Now the ultimate comes through. Birdo looking for the follow-up. Now Vi in the area. Cafe has the ultimate, the assault and battery, but that's gonna be the W coming through. Birdo does clean up the kill. And I don't know if Cafe has the damage to finish this one off. He does have the Q. He's got some damage. The minions are hitting, but the Door Drinker will save Birdo's life. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Joker in a world of hurt. Soulbert finds the solo kill.
Yeah, a lot of interesting exchanges happening from both teams here, right? Like we see the initial gauge where like the bot lane play happened where like it looked like Joker missed an auto attack, but Capitals walked forward to take an extra damage, and then Shima, he was 200 HP and decided, hey, I'm gonna walk back into Xin Zhao and just kind of die for fun. So I'm not really sure exactly what's happening in this game, but Firefly's gonna try to punish SpongeBob. He has no flash still.
Has the needlework. Ooh, good sidestep there from SpongeBob as Fireflans can't find the third charge of his ultimate. Probably would have meant SpongeBob went down there if that did find its mark, but Ornn so far has been able to absorb the pressure in this lane. Is even in CS. If he can pick up this last caster, won't be able to do so, but still only 1 or 2 behind. But like you say, Orion, Fireflans has the scaling to his advantage. He's going to be a menace in this side lane pretty much from here on out.
Yeah, he's definitely in a pretty good position for himself. He's farmed up very, very well. But I do want to talk about really quickly about the item that Silver has purchased. Kog'Maw is one of the few champions in the game that can build like a Bruiser and still deal a lot of damage in the AD carry position. And I've seen Silver play a lot of Kog'Maw, and the AoE build was very, very popular. Like when the durability patch first happened, because Kog'Maw can still do a lot of damage and basically hit things behind him while being tanky at the same time. So if he doesn't actually ever get bursted, he can still do a lot of damage, but there's a Dragon plays happening, but 2 fights happening on both sides.
Yeah, some cross-map plays happening here. Shima going for the top lane dive. Not able to find the kill onto SpongeBob, who does have to expend the flash. Meanwhile, the rest of Chazz able to pick up their second dragon of the game. It looked like maybe they wanted to turn that for a fight, but decided to just keep their sights on the dragon, grab up that early objective for themselves, and keep on stacking that one up. Yeah, unfortunately for Dorado, just not able to execute there on the cross-map play.
Yeah, but they did end up getting SpongeBob's flash there, so that's obviously a very big pickup there for Fireflans, because he's able to kind of just chase down the Ornn in a side lane. And he does have Ghost, he does have his ultimate coming back soon, and he did just purchase that Riftmaker, so it kind of will help a little bit there. But yeah, honestly, I kind of still want to go back to this Titanic build a little bit here, because like we talked about, like it's the main thing, right, for their competition. Like, they drafted all these like heavy engaged champions to really make sure that this Kog'Maw dies. Well, what happens when Kog'Maw builds 4,000 HP and says, hey, try to kill me now? So it's like, and Kog'Maw, like, he's a champion that can still do this, right? Because he has the percent base damage from his W. Like, he's still going to provide a lot of damage. And the Titanic AoE will allow him where if all 3 of Cafe, Shima, and Kibbles are all diving on top of him, he will be able to do damage to all 3 of them simultaneously when they go forward.
Sure. Especially if he ends up going into a Gwynsu's or something like that, or Runins rather. Is Kibbles getting caught out here? Grand exit going to be used there. TP coming in as well. Shima's going to join the fray, but he has to Zhonya's as his claw there expires. Kibbles now going to try and buy some time. A nice ultimate from Shima will buy a couple seconds. Now a good knockup comes through, a good charm, but Kibbles might be the first to fall. Random Capitals will go forward and find his mark. He'll find a charm as well as Joker getting chased down by SpongeBob. Shima will fall as well. It's a double kill for the Ahri, and Chazz it up, showing us that they have what it takes to get this early game done, to get an early game advantage and try to carry it through the mid game.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Dorado is continuously like very content on like making these kinds of decisions, right? Because Kibbles is fine. He can just walk out, but Shima decides to TP into a 4 versus 3 situation. Instantly has Lasagnas, and then Kibbles decides to go in as well. But
alive.
Fight in the mid lane. Yep,
Cafe
Toy
has the ultimate. Really nice stopwatch there from the Nautilus. Solbert will finish the job, and Cafe will find his screen gray. He did defend the tower, but unfortunately paid for it with his life.
Yeah, it's like, once again, Dorado, decision after decision, trying to fight over things where they really don't have to fight for them, and they keep falling out because Xin Zhao, Ahri are very, very powerful early game champions, and you're allowing them to basically do what they're meant to do. They're meant to be very powerful in the early game, make plays, build up a big enough gold lead to where, yeah, like your team fighting is honestly much better here for Zeta, but if you're down a lot of gold, you can't team fight them regardless.
10 kills to 2. It's a 3,500 gold lead at the 16-minute mark. 2 dragons on the side of WLS. They've definitely done their due diligence here through the early stages of game number 2. They're onto the Rift Herald now. A couple members of Dorado are in the area, but I'm not sure if they want to fight this one out here. They're going to be a little bit outnumbered, but they're looking for the pickoff. Onto the enemy support. Toy going to be the target. Call of the Forge God coming through on the other side. And yeah, there's just so much damage as they look for the collapse. One going to fall. Kibbles will buy a second with the ultimate. But now Birdo flashing forward. He's going to go on to Joker. No summoner spells available for this rat. And Kibbles will buy a second. But look at Fireflans. He's going deep. They want the support, but they're not even going to find it. Toy survives with an inch of HP. And now Fireflans might be in a little bit of trouble here. Solbert looking for the chase down. SpongeBob in the area. Scuttlecrab speed up will provide the distance that Fireflans needs. But again, it's Dogs going for the fight and not able to find the right mark.
Yeah, and they tried, this time they tried to get the pickoff right onto the Nautilus, but still, Nautilus is a pretty tanky support. He has the Aftershock, he has the shield, right? So they let Solbert go by, and the second Toy gets up here, right? They try to go on him, but they just don't have the damage, right? They just don't, and Joker's not in the area in time, and then all of a sudden, it's like, yeah, once again, you go for a disadvantageous fight. It's a 4 versus 3. Dorado, once again, not learning from their previous mistakes. Yeah, they tried to get Toy in the backline, but Toy able to survive just barely the needles. Not quite able to pick up the back end damage there. But yeah, definitely once again, Dorado just being very reckless in this game for honestly not a great reason to be.
Yeah, definitely looking a little bit desperate here, and maybe feeling like the advantage that Chazz has been able to net so far is becoming pretty scary for them, and they feel like they need to try and do something desperate to find a way back into this game, but unfortunately, that has not been the answer, or at least the answers that they've been looking for have not been the right ones. Dragon now started up here for WLS. Shouldn't have any problem picking this one up. Dorado Gaming not really in the area. Fireflans is top. Yeah, he has TP, but don't know if they're going to be able to find a way into this one. Joker is on the way, but really not in position soon enough. And unless Cafe wants to go for some sort of hero steal here, I don't think they want to go for the fight. Yeah, this is, again, mismanaged by Dorado. The Dragon goes down, and they don't have the members here ready for this fight. It is going to be Vi into the backside, but he's just going to get absolutely shredded. The rest of the team looking for the disengage. Kibbles goes in. The rest of the team goes out. And now Shima and Joker are on the run. Joker will fall. Dorado Gaming just falling to pieces. Random Capitals will pick up another one. Kibbles trying to get himself away. Dodges the dredge line, but will get hit up with the charm. And that's going to be 4 dead. Fireflans doesn't even TP to the fight.
Yeah, because he knows it's not a winning situation here for Zeta. He's probably sitting here top lane, like he's 0-0-0, playing a scaling, like strongly winning side lane. He's thinking like, what are we doing, guys? Like, once again, time after time, like, this is a little bit different, right? They get the initial pick on a Toy, but still, the chain CC, the Dragon's already dead as well, and by the time Vi gets on top of Soulburst, he is basically already dead, and Capital is doing a nice job getting into the backline, letting a nice charm onto Joker there, and the continuous chase here from Capitals to pick up the kill onto Shima, and even onto Kibbles here with that extra little charge there from the Spirit Rush does mean that they are able to get a lot more gold. And we talked about the ability to kind of kill this Kog'Maw, right? Well, not only does he have a Titanic, he's going to have a Riftmaker on top of that, and he's going to have a potential Mountain Soul as well, the extra durability, right? So it's like, not only has Dorado put themselves in a big hole, they're also facing a Mountain Soul in the next 3 minutes if they're not careful about it.
Very, very scary here. Solbert already dishing out so much AoE damage and hasn't even finished his second item. Like you say, we'll be going for that Rift Maker for some extra heals and sustain in those fights. If you're Dorado Gaming here, what is your game plan? Because, I mean, Mountain Soul in 3 minutes seems like you have to try and fight for that.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it kind of goes back to game one, right? Game
gold.
Oh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 3 members here for WLS are very much in the ahead of the team, especially Birdo. Birdo sitting at the top of the thing with 8.5 thousand gold. Definitely, once again, talk about like this champion. Like he has to get ahead early. He has to be like basically the staple of the early game for his team to have success, and he's done that. But for Dorado, we have to kind of go back to game one, right? They were very decisive with their engages, and they had basically the second everyone went in, everyone followed, right? And that just hasn't happened this game, right? For example, like here, topside, they engage 2-man, right? But no one else is really there to follow, but it's the Fire Flances around, so you're able to get a lot of chunk damage down to SpongeBob. But yeah, Kibble is getting caught out here.
Boy with a blind hook, looking for the engagement. They now have the Call to Forge God over the top, but it's not going to find anything on the back side there. Baron's still on the menu, though, with the chunk on the Kibbles. They might be able to take this one out.
Yeah, Rakan is racing here. Vi is in the area, does not have flash, so we can't necessarily get in, but Fireflance is going in 1v5.
A world of hurt, and will just get absolutely taken out. You're absolutely right, Orion. Dorado Gaming not on the same page at all in this game, and with Fireflans down and out for 30 seconds, Baron could be back on the menu. Doesn't look like they're in any sort of rush to take it, though. Chazz it up. They're just going to take the kill as their prize, get some shoves in the mid lane, look to spend up some of their gold.
Yeah, Rakan was backed. They also had Shima as well. And as you can see, Shima does have the spellbook. He had switched over to the smite. So definitely that was a play that they were going to try to kind of join those smites together and potentially have a way back into this game, right? But ultimately, just still not looking that great for them, right? Because they're behind in items. Yes, they had the better team fighting, but these champions, when they're behind in gold, they just don't have the damage necessary to burst the 1 to 2 members, right? Like, you're not going to get through a Kog'Maw that has 2,500 HP with an exhaust, right? It's just not going to end up happening here when you're down this much gold. Yeah, they might get lucky in a team fight, but you're going to have to split them up. WLS cannot be together, and you're going to have to make sure you get a huge play, and Joker's going to have to pump out a lot of damage if they're going to want to pick up this Mountain Soul.
Yeah, there is a world where it potentially works for them, but with what they've shown us so far in this game, definitely going to be a tall task. Shima looking to threaten here as he tries to protect some of their vision, but the map is controlled by WLS. Fireflies is in the top side, maybe just looking to knock down some of this objective gold, but with Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, you might just have to trade it for the Mountain Soul, and I'm not sure that's what they want to do. Yeah, Fireflies now potentially looking for that teleport back to the fight, going to recall Toy missing the dredge line. Shima over the wall, providing some safety, but they actually have to be careful here. They do not have their team. Kibble in trouble once again, has to use everything to get away, and the charm's going to land on the Cafe. Now he has got the ultimate onto the backside. Some other members are looking to join. It's going to be Joker joining on the backside. Firefly's looking for the flank in the top, but there's already 2 members dead, and I don't think that this is a fight that they win. Joker will find one, but it's a double kill for the Xin Zhao. Joker has to flash. He's got to run his little rat self away. And again, it's just too early for Dorado Gaming. They don't have the members ready for the fight, and it's Chazz it up who are able to find the engage.
Yep, once again, right? We talked about it how, like, exactly, Kibble is once again getting caught out here. Toy misses the initial Anchor Hammer, but he does have the Orange Call the Forge God, splits them up, right? And the second Kibble gets caught out, they say, okay, Charm lands, okay, we gotta fight now, or else it's like no shot, right? But still, it's a 3 versus 5. Joker is not here. Once again, Dorado, they did such a great job in game 1, being very decisive, all on the same page. Game 2, it's like a completely different team.
Solbert did have to use flash and exhaust there, almost got taken out, so maybe that's a glimmer of hope. If Dorado Gaming can be on the same page, if they can have all 5 members there before the fight, and if they can find the right targets with the engage, maybe when this flash is down for Solbert, they can find a way into these fights. But yeah, so far, exactly right, Orion. It feels like a different team than what we saw out of them in game 1, and I don't know if that's just, you know, the things going wrong through the early game that's causing them to be a little bit desperate here. We saw last series from Dorado, when they have to play at a deficit, they definitely do feel a little bit more uncomfortable than when they're in the lead and they're accelerating those gold leads. So definitely not in their comfort zone here for game number 2, and we're going to see if they can try to claw this one back. Baron has been started. by WLS. Shima in the area, the rest of Dorado trying to make their way here, but Fireflies is in the bot side. I don't know if they can fight this one 4v5. They might just have to give up the Baron.
Yeah, they have no TP on Fireflies, right? But they have opted into 4v5 fights before, so they might as well go in. But Shima has Smite. Cafe has Smite. They could look to do it.
All the Forge God, that's the fly ultimate into the pit. Who's going to take the fight? They're going to flip it. It's the Xinjiao who claims it, and now the fight will break out. This will be WLS cleaning it up. We'll see what Dorado can find on the map. They kept Joker in the mid lane. He did get an objective bounty. Same thing for Fireflies in the bot side, so they're able to trade a little bit of gold back. But the fight, or rather the steal, does not go their way, and now it's a Baron up. WLS Chazz it up.
Yeah, I gotta say, if you're gonna take Smite, at least use it. Right? Like, Shima or Cafe, neither of them use Smite with that Baron exchange, so definitely not what they were looking for there. And they're trying to make a play on a SpongeBob here, but Joker and Fireflies recognizing they don't really necessarily have the most damage, and the collapse could happen here for WLS. So, but they do realize that they have to get back towards their base, because Random Capitalist is going to push down top lane. They're going to push down the mid, and eventually they're going to start breaking open the base here, right? Like, so far, like, you know, Dorado, the one thing they do have is they haven't lost a lot of their, like, the pressure on the map, because they have a lot of the standing towers left, but that's going to get erased very quickly here by WLS. They're going to most likely get top tower here, as well as the mids here too. And yep, there's the smite by Shima. He does clear the cash. Soulbird.
They're looking for this could be the fight. They're going to find the angle onto Soulbird, but he's very, very tanky, but he goes down anyways, and now the fight will break out in full. Shima in the front lines. There's going to be a couple dead on the side of Dorado Gaming. They found their target, but it's not going to be enough. The rest of the team from WLS are just too dang strong, and they are going to claim 3 on the backside. Call of the Forge God's going to come through. Kibble's able to avoid that one with the grand entrance, but the push into the base with the Baron buff will now commence. 4 strong for WLS, only 2 on the map here for Dorado Gaming. Could this be an end angle? 15-second death timers on a couple members here from Dorado Gaming. They're going to focus the Nexus towers. They have a couple cannon creeps able to siege it up, and now Kibble's looking for the engage under the tower. He's got the charm, he's got the knock up, but it's not going to matter. He goes down himself, and Fireflies can do not but watch. He dashes away from the charm, but the Nexus towers will be the focus. Cafe is here. Joker looking for the miracle play, looking to keep the game alive. They do find one. The shutdown goes through. They will keep the Nexus alive, but everything else in their base just falling apart.
Yeah, I think they could have potentially looked for an end there if Soulbird was alive, but they didn't really have anyone reliably actually hit the Nexus there towards the end of that game. So they're not going to quite end the game here for game 2. But yeah, like you mentioned, they finally are able to get on top of Soulbird. But at the same time, like, you're down so much gold, like they needed this to happen like 6k gold less. Right, because this team fight actually looks really good. Like, see the cohesion. Right, we see Vi goes forward. Does I guess get the top of Soulbird here. We see the Sandra, the Gwen, the Rakan. It all works, but at the same time, it's like the rest of the members here are able to pile on so much damage here, and they had to commit so hard just to kill the Soulbird. Like, they over-positioned themselves way too much there. Fireflies, yes, he is able to escape, but they lose a lot towards the back end of that play. They lose the middle inhibitor and the 2 Nexus towers, and ultimately it is looking very rough here for Zeta, because they can't really leave their base because of the no Nexus towers, but the Elder Dragon is spawning up in 1 minute and 25 seconds, and once that gets picked up, it's basically the nail in the coffin. But honestly, it looks like WLS, they're just going to walk it right down mid.
Yeah, 5 members strong, walking it in to the Dorado Gaming base, which is already in shambles. They're going to look to put the final touches on here. Cafe on the side. He's flashing up the ultimate. They're going to look for it. Lysandra into the back line. Call of the Forge God over the top. Can they find Soulbird, who's still alive? He's free firing on the backside. Fireflies on top of him. The snip will take him out, but not before he shreds a couple members of the Dorado Gaming squad. Cafe will fall. The hook will claim the life of Kibbles, and Chazz it up have found their Game 2 victory.
And WLS has officially made it a series in this one. After game 1, I'm sure a lot of people wrote off WLS, but they basically did the same thing that they did, well, that Zeta did to them in game 1, right back to them in game number 2. And honestly, Zeta, they look like 2 completely different teams from game 1 to game 2. Game 1, very decisive, very clean engages from both Cafe and Kibbles. In this game, it just looked like everyone was like desynced. All the engages were off. And even that last fight, they tried to go for Soulbird, but with the build, Titanic, Riftmaker, he has so much HP. He survived all of the engage to basically tell the tale at the end of the Nexus fight, because they put themselves so far behind the hole. Like if this game is not 32-5 and they go for that engage, obviously it looks a lot better. But when you put yourself 10,000 gold behind, it's just not going to look good for you.
Absolutely true. I mean, we've seen in the last series for Dorado Gaming, when they fall behind, they're not in their comfort zone and they don't look like they're comfortable at all. And so I think maybe the key to this series for Chazz It Up is to draft some early game power, like this Ahri, like this Xin Zhao, put Dorado Gaming on their back foot, because this team being undefeated all the way until semifinals, they're used to being ahead. They're used to being able to go for these plays, even in odd-membered fights when they're down 3-man to 4, things like that. But when you're behind in gold, when you're against a team composition like this, it's not going to end up going your way, and we saw it here in game number 2. So maybe that early game pressure is what Chazz It Up need to continue doubling down on. Could be their way into the victory here on this series.
Yeah, I think so too. Because honestly, we saw it last series, right? Elementals, right? They kind of got beat up a little bit by Dorado, but they drafted very early, aggressive. They invaded a blue buff. They got so far ahead, and really they just stomped the game. Honestly, against Zeta all the way through. So maybe like you said, just draft a very early oriented kind of composition with the Xin with the Ahri. Obviously, you still had some late game scaling with the Orin and the Kog'Maw, but the playmaking potential from the Xin, the Ahri, and the Nautilus is definitely very, very potential. And honestly, this Ahri pick is coming a little bit interesting, right? Because game 1, Shima had a very solid game. Game 2, Capitals, they banned away the Wukong. They picked the Ahri on B1. So maybe even though Zeta has had a very strong red side series or red side season, they might end up going to blue side so they could get a little bit more value off of maybe a B1 Wukong or a B1 Ahri. We'll have to wait and see, though.
We will indeed. Perhaps there's some chinks in the Dorado Gaming armor here that WLS can start to whittle away at. But like you say, they do have side selection for game number 3. So when we come back, we're going to see if they can get the punch back in game 3. We'll be right there.
Warriors around, don't get caught in the mosh pit. Fuel to the fire, ain't nobody can stop it. Trouble in my city, but you know I'm across it. Got a 40 on my hip and I'm liable to spark it. Throw down these hits, my click is indivisible. I aim, you duck, I squeeze, now you invisible. I'm not afraid of getting physical. All these different chemicals are fogging up my visuals. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Yo, we notorious, we ain't no runners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Yo, we some warriors, they ain't called gunners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Put on my strap, put on the beat, put on the map, put on my team. Take out every motherfucker in the between. Know what I mean? Better myself, better my aim, better my rap, better my name. Killing rappers on my hang, I'm by their chains for the fame. Never thought I would it, now I'm running this. You don't wanna follow me, now I'm in front of this. I ran in the jungle with the truth, trying to get it what it does. Battling and I ain't never lose. We some motherfucking warriors. Cover the map and still ain't know where you can find me at. Journey through the mind of an insomniac. I ain't never sleep, staying ready, keep an eye out for the fakes. For the snakes, load a clip and I'ma pull it, something shakes. Never go to bed.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCS Diamond Grand Finals. Dorado Gaming Zeta have been handed their their third loss of the entire playoffs here against Chazz It Up, bringing the series score to 1 apiece. And Orion, Dorado Gaming opting to go back onto the red side for game number 3.
Yeah, I feel like, for Zeta, they could be talking like, hey, maybe it was just a misexecution on our part. Maybe we just obviously we don't go down that much gold. We aren't that synergistic in a lot of some of our plays, and obviously this game could look a lot better. And honestly, I kind of have to agree, right? I did that their competition looks very good for them, but they just made a lot of decisions that just weren't really all that much put together and really coordinated in a lot of ways. So. But I am very curious to see what these last couple of bans are going to be. It does look like Olaf, Yumi, Gnar, Seraphina are going to be permad, most likely, per se. But I'm very curious to see, so Wukong stays. Yep, there it is. The Ari ban does come through. So I wonder if Capital is going to go back to the Silas, what he did in B1 of Game 1, or if he's going to go a different option here, per se. I'm very curious to see what this is going to be. Yep, it is the Silas, actually.
Okay, back to the Silas from game number 1. With this Ari ban, it does mean that the Viego's up for Chazz It Up, which was banned in both games 1 and game 2. We'll see if they want to head towards that one. But Azir available here in game number 3. Zeta thinking about hovering that one. Obviously some good late game damage coming out of the Azir, and that's going to be the pick there for them. And again, it's going to be the Rakan for Kibbles there in the bot side.
Yep. Putting Shima back on a reliable DPS carry, and we've seen Shima pilot the Azir a lot, time and time again, and had very strong performances. And I'm curious to Sobert once again. This guy is kind of known for this Kog'Maw, right? You see the little icon picture down at the little bit of your screen. That is a Kog'Maw dancing, and this team is called We Love Sobert for a reason, right? You wouldn't name yourself after a player if you didn't really appreciate this guy on your team, and yet it is going to be going back to the Kog'Maw, and I'm curious to see if he's going to do a very similar kind of build as he did the last game, or if he's going to do maybe something a little bit different here. But yeah, it is going to be the Kog'Maw coming through. I wonder if it's going to be another playmaking support like the Nautilus, or if they're going to pair it up with the Enchanter this time. Typically that is what it goes, but we talked about this in the pregame here with Lindor. Toy is mostly an engaged support type of champion. I don't think he hasn't played hardly any of the Enchanters this season.
Not very much. He does have a couple Lulu games, but is going to go with the Leona here in this game. And I think that kind of answers the question about the Kog'Maw and what he's going to be building. I think this probably does mean that he's going to go back to that Titanic tank build, given that he doesn't have too much protection here. But Dorado Gaming locking in the Jarvan here for Shima. Potentially some good early game aggression, looking to kind of match what Chazz It Up tried to do in game number 2.
Yeah, it's kind of very similar to what they drafted the last game, right? They tried to draft a composition where it's a Thunderdome type of composition where everyone's going to go in, and you're going to have some backline threat just continuously pumping out damage towards these late game team fights. And Honestly, like, once again, Cafe, like, he's on a very strong early game oriented, like, ganking type of jungler here. So I kind of want to see some action out of him once again, but with a little bit more coordination, right? Like we saw last game, like, oftentimes, like, Kibbles, like, Cafe, he landed a knockup, but Kibbles was flashing forward towards the back, like, ended up missing his knockup there. So definitely a pretty rough game in terms of like his overall expected play, but he's still very confident. He knows that he is going to pilot this Rakan a little bit better than last game per se, and it's going to be Joker's Jhin being picked up here on the R4.
Back to comfort here for Zeta, not looking for the hyper carry in the bot lane, looking for some more utility, and of course, as always, the counter pick for Fireflames. They also banned away the Ornn, so Chazz do not have kind of those two blind picks that they usually go for in the top side in the Gnar and the Ornn. We'll see if they go back to the Kennen here, or what exactly their plan will be. Sejuani could be a potential flex. They have played it, I believe, in both roles. No, actually, mostly just in the top side. So that could just be a top lane Sejuani.
Yeah, but we'll have to wait and see here, because obviously they are going to lock in their entire side here. And then once again, it's going to be the Xin Zhao pick that actually provided a lot for this WLS We Love Soulbird team, right? Because we talked about how, like, Xin Zhao is a very early game oriented type of jungle. Oh, wait. We'll wait till it's locked in, right? Because Karthus obviously changes up a lot of things. But instead, it is just going to be the Xin Zhao rep. They're just going to go back to the Xin Zhao. And honestly, I do kind of like the Xin Zhao a little bit more than the Karthus per se, because like typically with Karthus, you want him to be your solo AP option. That way he provides a lot of threat to like his, because he can build just so much raw AP. But we will wait and see kind of right what this top lane option is going to be. Trundle actually locked in here, and I assume this is going to be in Fireflames' hands. And typically, Trundle is actually known as a really good jungle counter in terms of like the ability to fight, because you can just subjugate the passive of the Sejuani and basically put her down to like negative resistances. But I think actually in laning phase, like when you put them both in the top lane, Sejuani can kind of somewhat hold her own against the Trundle in the top lane with the raw amount of base damage she has early on into the game.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming not giving Fireflames the lane-dominant matchups that they normally do. Looking a little bit more for the team fight, for the front lining. Obviously, Trundle has some damage, and if he does get a lead, definitely can look to take advantage of that. But like you say, into the Sejuani's base damages are just so high, especially in the top side when you can just be trading non-stop, use that W to proc the stuns, and different things like that. Obviously, you have the Q, the Arctic Assault for some safety there as well, so I think it makes a lot of sense for Chazz up. The one thing that's changed this game is they don't have the Ahri in the mid lane, so they might not have as much mid lane priority for Birdo on this Xin Zhao to kind of work off of.
Yeah, they don't have the Ahri, but they still kind of have like a similar stylistic champion that like Silas, where you can kind of like dive in with the Xin Zhao and definitely look to make plays onto a champion like a Zirch, where like he is gonna want to stay back, pressure the Silas in lane. But at the same time, it's like he can still make a lot of plays with this Xin Zhao. And the Zera's mana costs early are definitely very high if you're able to, actually get him to use both his Q and his E to run away from you. So we will kind of like wait and see kind of how this mid lane matchup does play out. Yes, the Azir is able to retain push, make sure he can like kind of keep him away with his soldiers. But if you gank him early, you blow his flash, then all of a sudden you can just get a very easy repeat gank, and then Azir's pressure doesn't necessarily mean that much anymore in that lane.
The mid-jungle 2v2 definitely will be pivotal in this game. Just looking at some match history here from Fireflames, he did actually play the Trundle once this year, and it was comboed up with the Jarvan. So not something that, they're whipping out for the first time. It is a combo they've played before. Maybe this is kind of a combo for Cafe to head towards that top side and look to make plays around Fireflames, because as we know, Fireflames has been one of the primary carries for this team, and he's had some very dominating performances. We'll see if that's what they're trying to go for, or maybe if it is just going to be more kind of for that skirmishing in the mid lane 2v2, protecting Shima on the Azir and looking to scale up on that pick.
Yeah, it's definitely the reason why, like, we see so often time, like, with Fireflies, he waits for that R5 option, and he does typically pick champions that are very predominant in lane. I think he's mostly known in the amateur community of recent, like, he's, like, popped up on, like, so many Darius games, and it's, like, he just has, like, this, like, a raw potential to do so much damage. Obviously, Trundle is not necessarily the same champion that can just, like, pump out a lot of damage in these team fights, but still, it's, like, a champion that can still be very aggressive in lane, depending on build, right? Like he could opt in for like maybe like a Triforce or like a
Yep.
Divine Sunderer, right?
Mhm.
Like he has kind of has some options up there in the top lane, and I'm curious to see kind of like what his build path is actually going to end up being there up in that top lane. And yeah, once again, these two compositions are very similar. It does look like these teams are very satisfied with kind of like what they're being drafted here for both game 1 and game 2. It's once again going to come down to who is going to execute better on their composition going into game 3.
Yeah, we'll see if Birdo can get that early aggression down and try to get some first blood and some early kills for his team. Or if maybe the adaptation here from Dorado Gaming is going to be enough to get them the victory. The all-important game number 3 is coming right up when we come back.
Life a game of chess, you gotta plan the moves. Middle fingers up, I'm not a fan of rules. Fighting for the right to live in peace and not like animals. Swords in my hands, got swords in my gunners. You'll be notorious, he ain't no runners. Swords in my hands, got swords in my gunners. These warriors, they ain't no gunners. Swords in my hands, got swords in my gunners. Swords in my hands, got swords in my gunners. Put on my sweat, put on the beam, put on the map, put on my team. Take out every motherfucker in between. Know what I mean? Better myself, better my aim, better my rep, better my name. Killing rappers on my hang, I'm by their chains for the fame. Never thought I would it, now I'm running this. You don't wanna follow me, no motherfucker running this. I ran in the trouble with the truth, trying to get it what it does. Battling and I never lose. We some motherfucking warriors.
Back from the dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're all invited to go fucking mental on this motherfucking drop. The countdown has just begun. Are you ready? Let's go.
So we're back from the dead. We're back from the dead.
Hell yeah.
We're back from the dead.
Are you ready? Let's go. Man from the dead.
from the dead.
We are back onto the Rift for game number 3. WLS Chazz it up, evening the series up in game number 2, leaving us with what is basically a best of 3 series for the rest of the night. Orion Chazz it up with a very similar setup to what we saw in their previous game. Solbert on the Kog'Maw. It's an engage support for Toy, random capitals with some early game aggression here in the mid lane. Birdo on the Xin Zhao, and it's a weak side tank up here in the top side. Dorado Gaming, though, switching things up here a little bit. Definitely not feeling super comfortable after that game 2 loss. And making some adaptations here in draft.
Yep, they did make a little bit of adaptations. Obviously, you know, Shima back to playing his Azir. He's kind of known for. But yes, I mean, honestly, like both sides are still relatively kind of the same. They have a bit more utility out of Joker this time around instead of not on the Twitch, more on the Jhin. And Firefly's opting into the Ghost up here at the top lane against SpongeBob. He's just going to want to basically just sprint down the Sejuani anytime that he ever uses the Q or anything like that. But at the same time, though, I do feel like, you know, Sejuani with her passive, she's not going to get slowed down by that pillar. She's just going to be able to mostly just Q away from him. So we will see, you know, kind of how that does come through, as doesn't look like, well, actually, it does look like a little bit of XP there did get picked up there by Shima. It does mean that he did end up clearing a ward there over where that Solbert that he placed it in. So that's a nice little thing, right? Because Shima's going to end up getting level 2 immediately after this wave. It's going to be 1 minute ahead of random capitals. It's a small thing. It probably won't matter too much, but still, it's a nice little advantage.
Definitely is there for Shima as we check in on the top side here. Fireflans, yeah, like you say, the pillar doesn't provide a lot of value. Even the slow on the Q when that Sedge passive is up and available isn't going to be doing what it regularly does there with the slow coming through. So yeah, I like this Sejuani pick into the Trundle. Obviously, Fireflan could be playing more for the team fights, looking for the subjugate to try and make this Sejuani very, very squishy. And if the Sejuani isn't super tanky, there's not too many more frontline options for Chazz it up. They do have the Leona, but as a support isn't going to be as tanky as otherwise, and we'll see how that does affect things as Fireflans gets that W, has the ability to really just smack SpongeBob around when he does have his domain.
Yeah, pretty questionable decision there by SpongeBob to actually queue forward into the Trundle instead of just potentially waiting for Trundle to walk at you, because you're obviously not going to win a straight up all-in engage, like what we just saw, right? But he can win out on like very short trades, and really Fireflies doesn't really have a great way of answering any of those trades. But Birdo is already here, and with SpongeBob's E, he will be able to stop. He's only level 2. He does not have it yet.
Ghost is popped, the pillar comes down, but Birdo already flashed on top of him. Wind becomes lightning.
Oh.
Won't quite be enough to speed up on the Ghost there for Fireflans, keeping him alive.
Oh, that timing. All they had to do was wait just 2 more minions there. SpongeBob would have been level 3, and he would have been able to pick up that E passive, and Trundle is for sure dead in that situation. But instead, he's going to TP back, and he's got the wave pushing into him, and Cafe's already here, but he doesn't know he's in that bush. Oh, actually, now he does know, so they could potentially look for a... I kind of want to say they could look for a dive. He is kind of like, he's half HP. He's not the tankiest champion in the world, but he does still have his passive. They can mark that off pretty quickly. Yep, there it is. The passive's going to go off here with that auto attack, and they could potentially look for a dive. The damage from Cafe is a lot.
SpongeBob doesn't have flash. Teleport from random capitals is going to be channeled here. Cafe has to use the EQ defensively. Tanks up 2 tower shots and has to get on out of there, but they do get the early teleport from random capitals. That is going to be a victory there for Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, it is going to be a victory there. It also just kind of saves their top liner right from that situation. So it's a nice little investment there, but ultimately it's SpongeBob is going to be fine here. Obviously, to Fireflies, he could have potentially placed a pillar, but I don't think it would have ended up killing him there. But he does kind of want to reset anyways, so ultimately he is going to be okay up there in the top place. He's going to TP right back. Birdo does spot out Kibble, so, and with Joker back on the reset, it does mean that the bot lane is going to be a bit of a push out here. And we haven't really talked about the bot lane yet because there's not really been any action that's happened down there. And it's not really like anything that's, you know, nothing's really going to happen down here anyways. It's a Kog'Maw Leona versus a Rakan Jhin. It's like, yeah, you can go on to Rakan, but Rakan's just going to use his outright mobility just to escape, right? And if you go on to Jhin, or even the Kog'Maw, it's like those 2 champions that just don't have the damage necessary to really kind of follow that up. As Fireflies is going to try to run him down, but he just, without that Ghost, he's not really able to kind of keep up that distance. So Switch Up will end up eventually taking a TP to get back to lane.
Yeah, this is a little bit more what we're used to out of Fireflans, able to use that lethal tempo to try and get some early aggressive trades down, but with the early power of the Sejuani as well here, and the ganks coming through from Birdo, Fireflans finding himself a little bit of a CS deficit, and actually SpongeBob looking for the all-in here, does have the key now, and it has the stun. Fireflans surely will go down, and greeting to get that wave under tower does cost him his life.
Yep, and there's the power of the Sejuani, right, in the top lane. There's so much raw base damage there from the W and from the E, along with those grass procs, and he killed him without even using Ignite. The Ignite was on cooldown from the previous gank attempt, so when he gets level 6, he might just look to kill him again because Trundle is still just level 5, and he has that Ignite option back up and available. So yeah, pretty big mistake there by Fireflans. Putting himself a little bit behind the curve because this was his counter pick, right? This was his R5 counter pick, and when you get solo killed on your counter pick, that obviously makes your team a little bit like, hey, like what's going on up there? Like you're supposed to be dominating that lane.
Yeah, still is not quite level 6. Maybe that's when the Trundle can start getting the better of this lane. Does now tick over and has the Subjugate available. But yeah, definitely not off to a good start. Behind about a wave here. Obviously the solo kill not going to feel good. And SpongeBob with an early tier here, very much prepared to just keep scaling up on this Sejuani pick.
Yep, and honestly, it's a really good buy as well. The tier, like, very tanky item just provides, like, so much ability to kind of, because you basically proc it with, like, any of Sejuani's abilities to come through. So nice little damage there on the Joker. He does have a cleanse as an option if Leona were to go on top of him. Blue buff is being exchanged here a little bit, but it does look at with the wrap around here from Kibbles. It most likely is going to go the way, but gonna go onto him.
Smite from Cafe does come through, going to be able to grab that one up. Both mid laners looking to roam up here. Kibble's going to miss his grand entrance, and Shima getting caught out by random capitals. The stolen shuffle just going to push him away, and the invade ultimately not going to come up with too much, but a little bit of priority after that shove might mean that they can grab the dragon. Meanwhile, though, Subjugate is down. Fireflans, he might want to fight this one out, but he's looking very, very low. The pillar, I don't know if that's what he wanted to do. Maybe he did just want to run away, was scared for his life, not able to find the kill.
Yeah, I think one more W there from Sejuani actually kills Fireflans there, so maybe he wanted to leave, maybe he didn't, but ultimately that was the decision he kind of had to go for there. And also, like, once again, if that Glacial Prison lands onto him, that's another kill, but Cafe's in position.
Cafe EQ flash onto the Kog'Maw, the exhaust is down, and they will claim the kill. Solbert goes down for the second time in as many games, but it is Dorado Gaming finding that early punch in the bot side.
Yep, nice little play there by Cafe. He recognized that Solbert was not necessarily in the greatest position there, was able to kill him. His Fireflans once again going for a trade, but still, he doesn't really win those at this stage of the game. Sejuani has so much more base damage. He's actually able to keep him at a distance too with her slows and that W to come through, as he's still wanting to stay. He does have his own passive as well to kind of get that extra healing from those minions dying around him. But yeah, a tower play does end up falling to SpongeBob. Definitely going to get a nice little advantage here in the top lane.
Almost could have been a dive angle if SpongeBob had had ultimate or ignite available, but Fireflans able to pick up that wave, still down quite a hefty amount of CS here through the early stages. Maybe we'll have to call Cafe up to this lane to try and stabilize, because I mean, does this Trundle outscale the Sejuani? I'm trying to figure out what this counter pick really was for.
Yeah, well, so I think, obviously, we talked about how, like, in the jungle matchup, right, you have the ability to just subjugate off the Trundle Sejuani passive, and you basically turn her to basically the paper, right? In the top lane, it's a little bit different because you're just constantly trading with Sejuani, and Sejuani, she doesn't really have any mana issues because of her, the tier that she's purchased, so I do think that, obviously, for the rest of the laning phase, obviously, the Trundle will be able to outscale the damage-wise, but still, like, Sejuani will provide a lot more utility, like, straight up in his fights. Yeah, you can subjugate away her resistances, but ultimately, it's like Sejuani is still going to provide a lot more STC than you, so it's really going to be up to Fireflans and the side to start actually winning out on some of these trades. He's going to have to wait until he gets his items, though, if he really wants to be useful, as the Rift Herald is being taken up here by WLS, but the roam up has happened. Kog'Maw is still down on the bot side, so they're going to say, hey, okay, you can start it, but we're going to get free plates for our Kog'Maw down here.
Yeah, exactly that. WLS do back away. They don't know that Cafe was still on a recall and was a little bit slow to this play, but even so, would have been a 4v4 with the Jhin coming up as well. And it actually doesn't look like the roam is going to net Dorado too much. Toy has now found Cafe. But just a little bit of trading back and forth. Joker has to sprint back to the spot lane. It was one plate claimed by Solbert, looking to get another wave under tower. Joker going to be able to return to pick up this wave at the very least. And it looks like WLS looking like they want to ping right back on to this Rift Herald. There is a ward in the pit, sweeping it now. Going to take away that Dorado gaming vision.
Yeah, but you know, WLS is doing a really good job of actually just kind of seesawing this a little bit here because they're sending Joker once again back up here, but Glacier Prison does miss. They're still going forward though.
Cafe might have to defensively use his combo, but he's gonna get maybe interrupted there on the pillar. Doesn't have a way out, and that pickoff should mean that this is a very easy, you know, hit Rift Herald to pick up. That pillar from Fireflies felt a little bit troll. It kind of blocked off Cafe. Am I wrong?
It did look a little bit suspicious there. I'm not exactly sure what the intention was there, but still, yeah. Glacial Prison, even though it missed, the slow coming through did provide a lot. So it's in a bit of a difficult situation, but once again, he cannot be slowed until he takes damage.
Boy is here. Kibbles as well, going to find the double knockout. Birdo might be the odd man that makes the difference in this fight. Flashing forward onto Fireflies, wants to get the kill. The Subjugate is down. It's a very, very tanky Trundle, but he's not tanky enough. The damage from the three members does come through. Kibbles now has to flash away. Jarvan into the fight, but he's a little bit late to the party. Now getting knocked up, stunned up, CC'd, has to use the Cataclysm. Birdo doesn't have a way out, so the trade kill will come over. But it's a 2-for-1, ultimately, when all is said and done.
Yeah, and we talked about, once again, the initial trade for Trundle. If he walks up to you and presses Pillar as his Wani, it's never going to work because she cannot be slowed until she takes an instance of damage. So if you see the initial intent, right, Spider was able just to completely walk away, buy enough space. Leona lands a nice E onto Fireflies, and Birdo, he does have to use his flash. I don't think his W connected there, or else he would have just eat him in. So if they do end up picking up the kill onto Fireflies, Kibbles ends up escaping his life, but Cafe ends up diving forward and tries to pick up a kill there, but ultimately falls for his life. But Cataclysm able to keep Birdo within tower range and does end up falling there as a bit of a back end kill there for Cafe. So yes, it is. It looks like a 2-for-1 there up in that. Actually, was it a 2-for-1 or 3-for-1? I think it was 3-for-1. No,
3-for-1. I think with the initial pickoff that happened. Yeah.
So, I mean, overall, like, much better exchange there for WLS, and Rift Herald is still alive.
Yeah, it sure is. Dragon about to be on the map as well. Shima getting pushed out of the mid lane. Fireflies getting the worst end of a trade against SpongeBob as well, and so this could just be an early Dragon going down. Cafe gonna dodge away from the Zenith Blade, but so much priority over this river for WLS.
Yep, and it's gonna be pretty hard, I think, for Zeta to really contest this area because obviously Azir is TPing from base, so he might look to show up here. But I don't see a world where they actually win this exchange.
Capital's gonna steal away the Cataclysm. Cafe with the EQ able to get away. Kibbles with the Grand Entrance going to escape the Cataclysm as well. I like the Dorado gaming in this game. Don't go for that fight. Last game, we saw them go for some of these weird odd member fight, but now they're looking for one onto Toy here. Good combo coming through from Kibbles. They should be able to take out this Leona, but the collapse is coming through from WLS. The flash away from Toy will keep him alive, but Joker's just going to ult in the face of random Capitals. He'll get taken out. That's going to be the trade coming back towards the side of WLS, and now Cafe, Kibbles, and Shima are on the run. They will be able to escape another 1-for-1 trade. 80 carry for support.
Yeah, that's something that you see every single day, right? Where Jin's just going to sit there and just ult right in front of 3 people. But it ultimately kind of ends up working because he does end up picking up that kill there. I don't think he would have picked up regardless. I know Cafe was like EQing over the wall, so he might have been able to pick up that kill on the back end. But still, it does end up picking up that kill there. So it was a 1-for-1 overall in the overall exchange because Toy ended up falling there in the back half. But the Rift Herald is still active and on the map, and with WLS picking up that second drag, they were the overall winners of that exchange. So we will wait and see kind of how this one does, like the exchange coming out, right? Because Joker he has his no flash on cooldown. Toy also used his flash, so some of the engages won't be as crisp as we would normally see from Leona with flash up and available. So, but still, this game is still relatively even. It's a lot closer than what happened last game, right? Because like obviously last game, gold lead started ballooning a little bit here, but still it's only a 400 gold lead. Really, the only thing separating these two teams is the fact that there's only about a 500 gold lead, and then the 2 dragons that have been picked up by WLS.
Yep, the objective game is being owned by WLS here in game number 2. tower getting chipped away here on the bot side as we take a look at the gold. SpongeBob is your current gold leader as he has to use the ultimate to get away from the all-in from Fireflands. Joker, though, on the side of Dorado Gaming, starting to catch up, doing pretty good on this Jhin. And even has that Gale Force already picked up. That's a massive spike here for the Jhin.
Yep, it's definitely a very big buy, honestly, for him, because it allows him to not only make like the aggressive like dive forward with that force shot crit, but it also allows him to be a little bit safer in terms of, like, you know, if Xin Zhao dives onto him, Silas, Sejuani, like he's able to kind of maneuver these fights a little bit better with that Gale Force picked up. And we do have a couple other mythics being purchased here too. Once again, it is that Titanic build for Solbert. Most likely going to be building basically the same thing. Probably Titanic into a Riftmaker, right? He's just going to be so tanky, so honestly just very hard to kill in a lot of these fights. Yes, the damage is obviously going to be not as optimal in terms of like what he's used to normally doing, but that's fine. He doesn't necessarily have to do that much damage if he's able to stay alive and just pump out the continuous damage that we kind of saw last game.
Yeah, exactly. Solbert, just like last game, has the lethal tempo, has the exhaust, and of course that flash. Is trying to build up to be that late game menace. We see Birdo kind of hovering around the mid lane here. He's tried to go for Shima a couple times, but hasn't been able to even force out the flash. So Shima playing respectfully, realizing the threat that the Xin Zhao and the Silas do have over him, and making sure that he saves those escape tools for when he needs them the most. Cafe spent a lot of time here in the bot side, but is now going to get spotted up by the Living Artillery, and so is going to have to back away. Birdo in the area as well. We could get a potential 3v3. If either team steps up too forward and we get an engaged Toys here. Looking like he wants to maybe go for something, but angle. Oh no, Joker autoed the ward and gave away Cafe again. Okay, I don't think anything's gonna come from this.
Yeah, definitely not looking too great here. But they wanted to try to punish Solbert not having flash up and available. So that was the initial attempt there, but unfortunately not able to come at anything of that. But they do have a minute until the Mountain Dragon does spawn up, and once again another Mountain Soul as the potential here for in game 3 as an option. Dorado is being picked up here. Most likely somebody used to pick up the mid. Actually,
Sejuani ultimate into the Wombo combo. They're going to find Shima, but now could this be the return? Birdo with just sliver of HP. Cafe is going to find a 4-man Cataclysm. Goes into the Zonias immediately. The stopwatch, rather, is now Kibble's looking to buy time. He's stunned up. The curtain call over the top, looking for some damage here onto Toy. Random Capitals and Solbert going to be able to tank that one up as both teams looking to go toe-to-toe here in the fight. Toy goes forward, going to find the stun onto that, and Random Capitals going to be able to pick that one up. It's going to be Dorado falling apart. SpongeBob will get picked up on the opposite side. Joker still standing tall. Firefly's in the middle of it all. He's smacking them with his club, but Solbert's still alive. The knockup comes through, but it won't be enough.
It's so tanky.
Up Joker, and Solbert walking forward will claim his double kill. TP back into the fight here for Shima, dodging away from the Everfrost, looking for Solbert, but the CC, it's almost enough. The ultimate to push Random Capitals off. The dead Solbert won't be able to claim the kill. What a fight on either side.
Yeah, pretty crazy fight, honestly. I honestly, I'm surprised that Azir was able to like provide so much of the back end fight because he's able to TP back in. He is the one that initially gets caught out, but unfortunately for him, he does provide a lot of the team's damage, continuous damage, right? Because without him, like it's just Jhin, it's just the Driver of the Fourth, and even the Trundle, which Trundle provided a lot of damage in that fight, but it just was not enough. Solbert survived such a long time, almost ended up killing Shima on the back end of it, but we've all respawned. Earth Dragon is alive.
Teleport from SpongeBob. Dragon looking very, very low. Cafe's into the pit. It's going to be a 50-50 here. Joker stunned up with the ultimate there from Leona. The smite goes over to Fireflands, actually, as Dorado claim a dragon, and now the fight will break out. This is looking good for Dorado. 3 dead, 4 dead. They're going to find 4. Solbert was not at the fight, and Dorado Gaming find the odd man advantage. They're going to stop the dragon stacking from WLS, and they will take the team fight victory.
If only it was 20 minutes here, because Zeta could actually pick up the Baron as well. It's only 19-30 minutes, so not quite able to get that objective as well. But we talked about how basically that last fight lasted for about 45 to 50 seconds, and at the very end of the fight was Kog'Maw's death. So that ended up basically happening to where he was not alive for the situation. So this was a 4 versus 5, and like you said, they just didn't have enough damage here. And Trundle somehow picks up the dragon. It goes down to 21 HP there. Trundle able to smack it with his club to pick up the mountain dragon, and the rest of the team fight just kind of ensues because they don't have the Cockmoss damage. They had to dive so forward to make sure to try to pick up that dragon. It's what their main goal was there for that situation. So unfortunately for them, not able to pick that one up, but a big takeaway there by Zeta, buying them 5 more minutes here to really make sure that they're able to kind of pick up, buy enough time here for the scaling of the Azir, because we saw last fight, to where if he's able to sit there and just poke you down with those soldiers, he will provide just so much damage.
Yeah, absolutely will. Yeah, WLS, they thought they were back on the map soon enough to just burst the dragon down, but Dorado getting there just in time, keeping this game very, very close. 10-11 in kill score, negligible gold lead on either side. Cafe gonna face check here into Berto, has the EQ combo to get himself out of any danger, really just looking to provide some safety here for Shima, who's looking to answer SpongeBob on the top side. Joker's gonna pick up a second item, LDR, looking to help him cut through some of the front line here that we're seeing on WLS.
Yeah, it's pretty common for.
Oh, here we go.
There you go.
They're looking to go on to SpongeBob here, as they're just gonna get it. That's 4 members of Dorado against 1 poor Sejuani, and SpongeBob will find his screen gray. Baron is on the map, 21 minutes in, but some good vision control here from the side of WLS. Kibble's gonna look to face check. Toy has the combo, he's stunned up. Cafe gonna find some peel on the backside. When they win this, it's gonna be Shima into the backside, looking for the swoop. The stolen Cataclysm, though, is gonna lock him down and take him out. Curtain Call on the backside, finding a lot of shots as Joker tries to claim the fight. Solbert is fighting strong, but there's just too much damage on the side of Dorado Gaming. Random Capitals will go into the Zonias for a moment, trying to fight this one out, but Dorado Gaming find another team fight victory. This could be the Baron now. Cafe looking very, very low. They might not have the health bars for this, but they're going to try for it anyways. They can smite for HP if they need to. There's no one but SpongeBob on the map here for WLS. Cafe looking very, very low. Fireflans playing with fire here a little bit as well. They should be able to get this, but it's a little bit sketchy here for a second. Cafe, he's gonna die. They have to TP in. Fireflans might die here as well. They're trying to get it down. Joker will claim it, but with 2 in the death chamber, it's only Baron on 3 members.
Okay, I'm pretty sure if SpongeBob just like sprinted here, he could have potentially stopped it, but there's like no way of actually knowing because they didn't have any vision. But losing 2 members on the back half of that play definitely is it's pretty rough, but ultimately they weren't kills. They just died to Baron. So, you know, WLS doesn't really get anything out of it. So it just kind of looks funny. But hey, Dorado Gaming Zeta able to pick up the Baron off the back half of picking off Sejuani in that top lane side. We talked about how like the kind of the scale of this Trundle. Like as this game goes on, you can just click Subjugate on Sejuani and she turns straight to paper. Like she negative resistance because of her passive there. So Kibble's getting caught out here. Yep.
Ult comes through, the rest will come, but actually nice flash from Kibbles. They can't quite layer the CC correctly, and he will be able to escape with the flash. One thing I'm noticing here, Orion, is Cafe. He's looking for a Zonias on Jarvan in this game. Haven't seen that for quite some time, but I actually really, really love the pickup here.
Yeah.
He Cataclysm as many members press the Zonias button by so much time.
Exactly. Like he knows like his role in this game is just to buy time. He knows like he's not, and he knows that also like there's not another item that he can buy that can tank. It can allow him to tank for longer than 2.5 seconds in a team fight. Yep. Right, and that's the value that Zanya brings. 2.5 seconds purely design for your teammates, for the Azir, for the Jhin, just to bring so much damage. And really, both teams are in a pretty good position. Kibbles is flanking, but he's currently on a ward, so they do see him. They could look for a 5 versus 4. Instead, they back off. They're going to wait a little bit longer, but this does give Kibbles position here. Here goes the pillar.
Fireflans going forward. Subjugate has not been used yet. Random Capitals has the stolen Trundle ulti, so can actually ult Fireflans with his own ult and try to make him a little bit less tanky. Just some poke back and forth here so far. Colbert with the living artillery.
They go!
Engage the Leona ultimate and the Kog'Maw, or rather the... Oh, everything comes down, but Dorado are just going to turn this one around. Big ultimate from Berto. He's in the middle of everyone. Low health bars on Dorado. Can they turn this one around? Solbert's still alive in the backside. Kibbles looking to zone them out. And yeah, Solbert is alive. Low health bars on the side of Dorado Gaming, but I think they've done enough to win this team fight. Solbert surely cannot fight this out 1v4. He's got no flash, he's got no exhaust, and yeah, he's just got to run for the hills. It's gonna net. Ooh, looking for the steal, but the smite comes through. Cafe with some help from Shima, and now Solbert, he's stuck around a little bit too long. The exhaust comes out. He has no damage. EQ over the wall from Cafe, and they will claim that one. Not a great death there from Solbert. Going to stagger himself from the rest of the WLS members once again. And Dorado Gaming, they're going to even up the Dragon count at 2 apiece.
Yeah, and they get the initial pick attempt right onto Shima, but they just did not have enough time with the CC duration to really burst him out, because we see the Glacial Prison hit Shima right in the face. The same with the Solar Flare, so they don't quite chain their CC as well as they probably could have there. Both CCs landing at the exact same time there, but they were able to buy enough space, deal enough AoE damage there to kill off the remaining members. And yes, Solbert's still alive. He's full HP, but he can't just walk up to 4 members, especially with the range disadvantage that he has with the Azir and on the ability for Cafe to go forward. So he ends up playing it safe, but eventually he just ends up dying as well. So, like you said, staggering his own death. So unfortunately for them, not quite able to pick up that dragon. And it's 2 mountain dragons. And we talked about last game how, you know, the mountain dragons are so efficient. 9% for every drag you pick up. So now we're at 18% extra armor, extra magic resistance. And if you get 4, that's 36% as they're looking for SpongeBob.
SpongeBob has the ultimate. Can use that to buy some time, but Fireflies is a very fast boy here. Subjugate is going to go down. Going to use the Q to knock off the passive. Now the pillar comes through. Shima comes in with the swoop. And SpongeBob, his days are numbered. Trying to buy as much time as he can here. The rest of his team potentially looking for a fight in the mid lane. Not going to find anything. Yeah, actually it is Cafe having to go into the zone as eventually SpongeBob will fall. Curtain call from Joker. Looking to push him off here. Kibbles finds the knock-up. And the curtain call shots will find a kill. So it's actually 2 in the death chamber. And now Shima TPing into the mid lane. Doesn't have his ultimate available, but could potentially find a flank here onto Solbert. Lots of damage coming through. Kibbles gonna find the knock up, and the Jin for auto will claim the kill. Baron is not on the map, but this could mean an inhibitor at the very least. A couple of these towers will fall. Joker and the rest of Dorado Gaming looking for this victory in game number 3. They've got a 7,000 gold lead, looking to push that one even further. They claim the tower in the mid lane. They're going to lose this wave shortly. Not actually quite here. Random Capitals doesn't have a lot of wave clear at his disposal, but Dog, they don't want to push this one too far. They have found their prize. They've got bounties on 4 members. They're not wanting to risk any of that going over.
Yeah, they want to make sure they play this one pretty slow, pretty steady, not wanting to make any mistakes in that last one. But yeah, they get the initial pick off there on a Sejuani. Once again, turning her to paper down here in the bottom sides. They kill her very easily. But as we go right back to mid here, they almost get the kill there on a Cafe. But the Zanya's purchase buys the time necessary to survive. And Kibbles able to get that knockup. No one blocking the 3rd shot there from the Jin ultimate there. Not quite able to keep their support alive. And Shima, after making the play bot, decides to make a play mid lane. Solbert burns his flash here, but Rakan able to use the Azir to get a nice distance there to make sure Solbert ends up dying. As even though they don't end up destroying the base, they are building up a nice gold lead here. 8,000 at the 28-minute marker as the Baron is spawning up in about 3 seconds time. Here goes Kibbles once again.
Engage the ult from the Xin Zhao, but it's not going to be enough. Birdo in the middle of 4 survives a bit longer than expected, but does eventually go down. Now Toy going to get caught up in the Cataclysm. Nice ultimate from him, but that's not going to mean anything. Again, Dorado Gaming find a pickoff. Again, they're going to get the Baron. There's going to be no answer here from WLS, and Dorado Gaming right back in their comfort zone.
Yep, once again, another really good pickoff attempt there by Kibbles. And Birdo and both Toy not having flash up at that initial engage does end up being their demise there. And Dorado's not going to stop here now. Zeta wants to continue this push. They know with the Baron, it's very likely that they could potentially just end the game on this Baron push.
They can get a couple kills, find a couple more picks. It definitely could spell a Game 3 victory for them. Looks like they're going to play it a little bit more reserved. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds means they want to get back to base and transfer some of their vision and some of the resources down towards this bot side. We do all recall except Cafe, who's looking to maybe get towards the Dragon himself. Nope, just delaying that back a little bit, making sure he's in a safe location. And it'll be all 5 Dorado Gaming members back towards the bot side of the map.
Yep, well, they want to make sure that they are able to kind of get here because this is the 3rd Mountain Dragon. We talked about how obviously, you know, the more dragons they get, the tankier they become. And, you know, we've already seen, like, with the durability patch, like, how tanky these champions normally feel. And look how big Cafe is. This guy's huge.
Yeah,
This is a big Jarvan the Fourth. This is a big human being.
sure is. He's got the Iceborn there for his mythic. Giant Spell now in. That's Cataclysm into the Zonias. I don't know what that ult from SpongeBob was, but it didn't find anyone. And Dorado Gaming looking to clean up this fight. Verto on the front lines can't do anything. Does buy some time with the ultimate, but Shima's got the damage. This first pick, Azir on the red side, putting in so much work. And once again, Dorado, ooh, Kibbles actually has to flash. Ooh, survived as the damage hits him anyways. Dorado Gaming, do they care about this dragon? They want to go bot side. They want to try and break open the base. 30-second death timers on most members of Chazz it up. Could this be an end angle? Only Leona up in 10 seconds.
It's definitely looking like Zeta wants it to be, and death timers are pretty long. The only person that can really stop them would be maybe Birdo and SpongeBob in 10 seconds time from now. Toy is definitely not gonna be able to do really much of anything here, and they do have a lot of damage. They have Azir, Trundle, and Jin. These guys destroy towers.
Towers just melt, and the Nexus will follow. Dorado Gaming see the end angle, and it comes to fruition. They'll take a 2-1 series lead.
Yeah, definitely a much better game there from Zeta, honestly, all around. You know, Shima piloting once again the Azir pick, going back to a champion like less playmaking, a lot more of this to the raw DPS potential. So definitely like that when it come through. And yeah, Fireflies obviously struggled a little bit in lane because like due to the Sejuani's like kind of early stats coming through. But as this game progressed, just basically turning Sejuani right to paper with that subjugate potential, definitely doing a really good job by him. And yeah, Cafe, you know, recognizing that jungle sometimes, you know, it's a very supportive role. So yeah, he's going for the very supportive items here because he realized that his team is going to end up carrying him all the way through. And you know, and for WLS, like yeah, they had a really solid game 2. Game 3 went back to a very similar composition. Unfortunately, it did not quite work for them this time. So I'm curious to see, are they going to change something up again, or are they going to go right back to a very similar style for game 4?
Yeah, they weren't quite able to snowball the early game as effectively as they were in that game at number 2. Crucially, it was Cafe with the most successful trip to the bot lane, killing off the Kog'Maw early on. Solbert not able to get away from that gank, and then it was still pretty even. It was still pretty close. You know, it was 2 dragons for WLS, but they didn't have the gold lead, and so it felt like Dorado Gaming were back in their comfort zone, and eventually, once they had a couple of those fights, they finally were able to find some team cohesion here in game number 3. And we know when Dorado Gaming get a gold lead, it is dang hard to get it back off of them. Shima here with 30,000 damage on the Azir, putting on a great showing on one of his main champions. And yeah, it's Dorado Gaming taking us to match point. We are going to be heading to game number 4 here shortly. Grab a bathroom break, grab some water. We'll be back with game number 4.
We're back from the dead. Back from the dead. Back from the dead.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCS Diamond League, where we are going to game number 4 of our Grand Finals. Both teams are locked and loaded here, but we are getting Dorado Gaming Zeta onto the blue side for the first time in this series. WLS, after that loss, looking to shake things up, looking to get themselves the counter pick.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see like how this actually like switches up the draft, right? Because you know the bans have been pretty consistent here for both teams, right? So far, like we've had some switch ups, right? But so far, like these 4 champions have been banned basically almost every single time. And then, oh, actually, Kindred ban is a little bit different. That's usually a second rotation ban for the red side, and if this could potentially be an Ari ban. But if it is an Ari ban, I wouldn't be surprised if Shima just goes right back to Azir B1.
Mm-hmm. Azir, Sivir, Ari, all of these picks still up and available. We'll see what Chazz want to get rid of.
Got a couple of seconds here.
For the timer, it is going to be the Azir. I think I like that ban. Something that Shima's very, very confident on, but they are just going to insta-slam that B1 Ari.
Yep, it just allows so much playmaking to happen, right? And if you do kind of like go basically right back to game 1, right, where Dorado is able to have like the Wukong, the Ari, just diving forward, like even Rakan, just like getting on top of someone, executing them like on the spot, and then moving forward to the rest of the other targets. So curious to see what the rest of the picks here are going to be first for WLS. They do answer with the Jarvan, a takeaway there from Cafe. So I do kind of like this one. Obviously, it's an early game jungler. It does allow you to be a little bit proactive, but still kind of have like that team fighting capability like we saw like last game with Cafe's build. The Cataclysm and just kind of stomping on people's heads with that ability. So Silbert potentially going back to the Jinx here. Currently hovered. It did see some success in game 2, I believe, or was that game 1 as well?
I believe that was game 1.
Yeah. So unfortunately, wasn't quite able to get off the ground in that game. But if he has a little bit more peel in this game for game 1, it might see a little more success.
Yeah, Jarvan for Bruto, something he's found success on previously in the CCS. Dorado Gaming currently hovering the Elise. I would be very surprised to see the Spider in this game. They're just baiting us a little bit with a couple different picks here. Let's see what they want to go for on blue 2. Rakan again. 4 games straight of Rakan here for Kibbles.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a pick that's been really, really working for them, right? And if they do end up picking up the Poppy here, obviously it does kind of stop the initial kind of engage, right, that Jarvan can do with his EQ. It doesn't stop Cataclysm because he's unstoppable, but it does stop the flag and drag to come through. So, and it's a champ that Cafe has piloted a lot in CCS, and it's a champion that is a very strong pick in the meta currently because there usually is like champions like Ari, like Rakan that are being picked in this meta that are so dash-oriented champions. And as Poppy, when you press the W ability, it always looks like your champion's just not allowed to play if you pick dashes into them.
Yeah, it prevents maybe the Sylas pick from going over. Things like the Leona or the Nautilus makes their life pretty hard as well. So yeah, really like the Poppy pickup there. Swain locked in for Chazz it up. Potential flex pick. I do expect it to go into the mid lane though. Random Capitals has not played it yet this split. Oh, actually, that's a lie. He played it in their first game in the lock-in. Has not picked it again since then.
I mean, that's been a long time, right? It's been about like probably what, 2 months since that very first game has happened here for CCS lock-in. But yeah, honestly, I kind of like the swing pick here because so far there's not a whole lot of damage on Dorado Gaming Zeta. Yeah, they have a lot of pick potential. They have a lot of team fighting like coordination and like chain CC ability. But if you have a Swain, it's like Swain's like biggest thing is the drain tank absorbing so much initial of that damage and be able to basically return it with the demonic ascension right coming through. So I'm very curious to see kind of like what the rest of the draft is going to be here for Zeta because they still need a lot of damage from both their AD carry and their top laner.
Yeah, AD carry bans for Chazz it up. Not surprised at all to see those coming through. The Xayah to not allow the Lovers duo to be paired up. And Dorado Gaming, they're taking away the Kennen. Not wanting to see that one again. And the Alistair. Chazz it up. Can it go for some engage, though? It's the Amumu here. Looking like it's going to be the support Amumu for Game 4.
Yeah, no. In my opinion, I do think that Amumu is probably the best support engaged champion in the game currently. With the fact that you have the 2 bandage tosses with your ultimate allowing people to just kind of stay in place. I do think that it is a very solid champion here, and it provides them a little bit more of a secondary engage option. I do think it's also decent into Sivir as well, because if you're playing Sivir, if you throw the Q, Sivir can only spell shield 1 of those, so you have 2 of those in your back pocket. So it will kind of allow Toy to get potentially on top of Joker if he's not careful about his spell shield usage in some situations. And we hovered the Gwen, ended up going with the Sivir, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just end up blocking the Gwen here. It does mean that the Sivir wouldn't be really the only AD threat here. But Sivir obviously does provide just so much damage in that top side. But yeah, Gwen is currently the lock-in here. I'm curious to see what SpongeBob is. This is the first time SpongeBob has had counterpick in this entire series, and I'm curious to see what the champion is going to be into the Gwen.
Ooh, it's a Fiora. Spicy pick here for Chazz it up. What is this matchup like, Orion?
Yeah, so I think, honestly, I don't necessarily know that much about this matchup. I know, obviously, for Fiora, like, she doesn't necessarily have anything she can, like, parry to stun the Gwen with, but she can parry, obviously, like, the true damage Q that Gwen can do that can change the matchup. Also, if the parry does land on the Gwen, it does lower the attack speed from Gwen as well. But Gwen has a lot of natural innate mobility, so she can end up dodging that one out and potentially providing the needlework to come through with all of her damage. So, and both these champions are very sustain heavy champions in top lane. So it'll be a brawl. It'll be honestly a constant, like, I'm sure the camera will most likely, like, that's where the action is going to be most likely pinned this entire early phase, because really it's like mid lane, there's not really much that's going on besides maybe a jungle gank from both junglers. Bot lane, there's not a whole lot of action really probably going to go happening on there. So once again, it's going to be early action from the top laners, most likely some early ganks from both of these junglers, if we can make some things happen early. And then really it's going to come down to probably just some execution once again from these team fightings. You have some pretty good AoE from the side of WLS with the Swain, with the Amumu, but you also have some really good front to back team fighting here from Dorado Gaming Zeta, because you have a nice beefy front line in the Poppy and even like the pseudo front line from the Gwen and the Rakan. And you also have a lot of playmaking here from Zeta. So I'm pretty excited for this one. It should be a relatively pretty spicy game in my opinion, especially anytime there's a Fiora in the game, especially a very skill checky matchup like this. It's always gonna be good. And for WLS, like, your backstory against the wall. This is your R5 counter pick with basically, if you lose on this one, you're just done. So, and they're putting their full faith into this Fiora pick.
Backs against the wall, Solbert, or rather SpongeBob. This is his first Fiora game of the entire split. It's been banned against him 7 times, but he has not played it. Whipping out the pocket pick here in the Grand Finals. You love to see it. Both of these solo laners in the top side are going to have, a lot of pressure on them in this matchup. Obviously, the counter pick there for SpongeBob. Going to have to make the best of that. And yeah, I mean, the Joker on the Sivir, they've got the Gwen for scaling as well here. I think that both sides kind of got what they wanted in this draft, right? We kind of see a similar draft from WLS as we saw in the previous game. The Fiora is an interesting flex from them. It's not going to be a weak side top laner. We're going to see a lot more focus on the top side of the map. But it's Solbert on a carry. It's Engage for Toy, like we keep saying over and over again. And Birdo on something that can make things happen early on. In this top lane 2v2, Orion, Poppy and Gwen versus Fiora Jarvan. Who do you think gets the better of that matchup?
I think it really just depends on like the Poppy, right? Because obviously the Poppy, the W coming through, if you're able to cancel out on a lot of those dashes those champions are looking to do, and you can ground them into, and you can stun them into a wall, then obviously you can certainly win out on some of those exchanges. But it really just depends on kind of how it's played out, because like we've mentioned, like it's like these champions are very like they can kind of skill check each other very easily. So one wrong step or one wrong like casted ability, then all of a sudden like things can kind of go awry a little bit here. in this matchup. So yeah, I do think it's a contested 2v2. I think if Poppy's in the area and if Poppy's able to use her W to stop the dash from both Jarvan and the Fiora, I think it's pretty in the favor of both of this Gwen and the Poppy. But the Poppy has to kind of be in the area to make sure she's able to kind of cancel out on those dashes.
Mhm. Yeah, really can prevent a lot of the playmaking out of the Jarvan and the Fiora. Super exciting to see these two top laners go toe to toe. So far in this series, Fireflans hasn't really been able to destroy lane like we've seen him do time and time again, especially through the regular season. So SpongeBob to the task of taking on the Flans, and here again with the counter pick, we're going to see what he can get done. The rest of the map, though, pretty standard. Scaling carries for both sides, kind of handshaking the Sivir and the Jinx. And yeah, I mean, Shima and Random Capitals, Swain versus Ari. Who's going to have the early priority here? Because the roams from these mid laners could make the difference if we get some early skirmishing between the junglers.
Yeah, I do think that obviously, both these supports like have been constantly looking to make plays throughout this entire game, really, and like for Kibbles, but right back on the Rakan, Toy back on the Amumu, but basically be like most of the same thing. Like they're gonna be looking to connect with their junglers, they're gonna look to be active on the map, and really, there's playmaking to be had basically anywhere on the map for like almost all these champions, especially well, maybe not the AD carries. But everyone else has the ability to really run people down and really make a lot of plays on the map. And really, it's going to be a very contested, like very like spicy. Like everyone's going to look for plays. Everyone's going to look to fight constantly. And as a spectator, we love to see some fighting. We love to see some action. We don't like to see some slow play for 35 minutes or in top lane, such wanting top lane. Like we like to see some action here. And in the CCS, we have a very common thing or a saying as we must fight. It's something that happens all the time, even though sometimes it's not necessarily the best decision to fight. We must fight, and these champions are gonna fight often, and they're gonna do it all, like basically this entire game. So I'm really excited to see it.
Speaking of fighting, WLS Chazz it up, fighting for their CCS lives here in the Grand Finals, trying to take us to a game number 5. Dorado Gaming at game point, trying to crown themselves CCS Diamond champions. We're going to see who comes out on top here shortly. After the spectator delay, don't go anywhere. Game 4 coming right up. We are on to the Rift for the fourth and potentially final time. Dorado Gaming Zeta up 2-1 in this series, wanting to get their third victory and name themselves CCS Diamond Grand Champions. We just had to catch up to a short pause there. But Orion, bit of a different look here for both teams for game number 4. SpongeBob on the counter pick Fiora, wanting to get things done.
Yeah, definitely wanting to be a little bit more, potentially spicy up there in the top lane. You know, definitely has played a little bit more on the backseat in some of these lanes. But you know, he's tired of getting pushed around by Fire Plans. He's tired of like being like, oh, okay, like, you know, I'm tired of playing these tank matchups. I want to be aggressive. I want to play the Fiora, and both top laners opting into the Ghost as their summoner spell too. Not wanting to take the flash, they want to try to use their movement speed to their advantage. So, but yeah, other than that, everyone is still kind of basically playing very similar style, right? We have obviously Cafe, a little bit more of a tanky jungler, but still a very proactive, can still make plays early, especially like if you're able to tackle people into the wall and provide a lot of that burst damage to come through as Toy. Most likely just going to place a ward here. Probably nothing else besides that. A little bit of a cheeky invade here as Cafe mistimes his Q. Unfortunately, you are on stream, my friend, so that does get noticed by everyone. So congratulations. But yeah, other than that, other than the miscue by Coffee, you know, everything else is pretty normal.
Yeah, you know, we don't gotta talk about that Q. We'll just let it slide. But yeah, both junglers starting on the bot side. Birdo on the Jarvan, looking to go buff Gromp and then make his way towards the top side. That ward onto the Raptors from Toy is going to spot out Cafe. They're going to have a pretty clear idea of where he is heading on his early clear. Both junglers presumably heading towards this top side, looking to get involved into this Gwen and Fiora matchup.
Yeah, it does look like that is kind of the current state of the game. I'm curious to see if the junglers are going to actually skip any of their camps. And it does look like, you know, Poppy goes past Wolves, goes past the blue, goes straight into the Gromp here. And I'm curious to see if he's going to do the blue or if he's going to look to go early on into this Fiora matchup. But it does look like the ward has already been placed there by SpongeBob in that bush, so he will kind of be able to kind of protect himself a little bit. He will have a little bit of knowledge here coming through. But Birdo, instead of looking top, he might look mid. A Swain pull into a Jarvan EQ might result in death, but Cafe looking the same.
He goes wide. EQ will find it. Smart Shima in trouble, has to flash away. Now Cafe comes in, but that charge doesn't stun. It just misses the wall. The charm goes wide as well. Unlucky on the side of Dorado Gaming, but now Birdo's got the EQ back up. Random Capitals flashes forward. They're able to find that one. It's a double kill in the mid lane. Chazz it up. Strike first.
Oh, it looked good initially there. Cafe had the wrap around. They didn't necessarily know exactly where he was, but a nice trade there by SpongeBob. Able to get a nice advantage there. But yeah, once again, the play there was really good. Birdo, he might cancel. I don't think he sees him.
Yeah, it doesn't have vision yet.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, doesn't quite see him in that area. But yeah, the replay does end up showing here a little bit. See Birdo able to sneak into the bush as Cafe is wrapping around. I don't know if he actually ends up seeing him or not, but Birdo says, all right, we're just going to go ahead and go right now. And they get to flash initially, but you'll see Cafe barely, and I mean the smallest of margins of missing that tackle and the charm as well. And unfortunately, they try to continue going, but Shima just walks too far forward, ends up getting flagged and dragged to the face by Birdo, and that's a 2 for 0 for WLS.
Maybe if Shima reactively flashes the initial EQ from Birdo, maybe it looks a little bit different. But between that and the 2 skill shots going just wide, the tackle and the charm, means that early game skirmish goes in the favor of Chazz It Up. And the last time we saw them get an early game lead, they were able to drive it home all the way to that victory. So we're going to see if Dorado Gaming can find a way back into this early game. They do have some scaling options with the Sivir and the Gwen. Birdo into the top side now. Fireflans, he is in trouble. Has the Ghost. We're going to have to make an outplay happen here. Birdo is going to get his EQ sidestepped. Fireflans into the alcove, but SpongeBob's an alcove gamer too, and he's going to pick up his first kill of the game.
Yeah, and that's not looking good for him either, because look at this wave, right? Like, there's just no way he can actually play up here, because it's frozen with no TP. Yeah, SpongeBob is going to have to thin it a little bit here, but he can also just drag this wave either to the side, or he can drag it up. He does miss a couple of minions, but he doesn't necessarily have to have all of these minions for it to be stuck. As long as that cannon stays out, unfortunately for him, it does not quite stay under the tower, or maybe he just didn't feel like actually freezing. You know, it's kind of hard to say per se. But yeah, still, SpongeBob gets a nice CS lead up here in the top side.
Top half of the map going incredibly well for WLS so far. W from Swain not going to find the cancel there just yet. Poppy gets the bot lane Scuttle Crab after his death there, and yeah, I mean, for Dorado Gaming, we talked about, you know, the top lane 2v2, the mid lane 2v2. So far, all of those champions on WLS's side are ahead. It's an early Executioner's Calling here for Birdo to try and prevent some of the healing that comes through from Fireflans, as well as Shima, and then eventually Kibbles. And Random Capitals already with that early lost chapter. SpongeBob also with the Sheen. Some really nice item spikes coming through here for WLS. And Toy even looking to join the party on the top side, try to get some more vision control down so they can continue pushing their advantage here.
Yeah, he does need to be a little bit careful, because he is potentially getting wrapped around here because Rakan is also on the way up here, but instead uses the blast cone to get out of town, making sure that he is going to end up surviving that situation. Yeah, the CS lead is getting pretty big here for SpongeBob here in the top lane, but Firefly's able to pick up a lot of the standing CS here underneath this tower. And to be honest, the bot lane here has been pretty inactive like this entire series, especially early like laning phase. Like, nothing has happened down here except for only when ganks happen. No 2v2 action, none of that. They're only concerned about farming and doing their job in late game team fights. And it's also what they've done in a lot of these games. As Toy, I don't think he wanted that to land.
Yeah.
But you know, hey, it just kind of felt like firing a Q out there. So, but he's okay for now. Just kind of walking around. They do have some early vision being placed up here, and a lot of members are up here. Sulfur as well, already making his way. They want to fight for this red buff a little bit.
He lands onto Kibbles there from Random Capitals, going to get a little bit of chunk damage. This red buff is going down quite quickly. Nice Q from Joker there with the Boomerang Blade. Smite goes over to the side of Birdo, and now they're going for a Demonic Extension. Has been popped. Really big knock up there from Birdo. Cafe in the backside, but he is just going to melt on down and Chazz it up through the early game, making such a big difference. Look at that massive pullback as well. They're going to find everything here. Solbert does unfortunately go down, burns Flash and Ghost, and still pays for it with his life, but now Shima's in trouble. That's the charm goes wide. The Cataclysm finds its mark. Toy picks up the kill, and Chazz it up. 6-1s in kills. They already have 1,500 gold lead. Make it 2,500 actually.
Yeah, honestly, just really well played there by WLS. A lot of things went right for them here, because we see the initial take here. The red buff's getting lower and lower. Red buff does go the way of Jarvan the Fourth, but Swain's level 6 and 3-man flag and drag there from the Jarvan the Fourth. They kill Cafe, and the rest of the teams aren't able to do damage to the Jarvan, but SpongeBob, he is being easily tackled here. He does have the parry. Yep, he is able to get away scot-free. But yeah, as that replay was ending there, yeah, the Jarvan, sorry, not the Jarvan, but the Swain able to absorb so much damage with his ultimate and he just doesn't die. Like, you don't have the sustained damage to really get through Swain's ultimate this early on into the game. So definitely not a great outcome for them, because not only are you down 3,000 gold, but you're also about to be down the first dragon of the game. And we kind of saw how, you know, game 2 went for Dorado, right? Like, it's just like once they got down behind, it just ultimately just they weren't quite able to really get back into the swing of things.
Exactly true. Their comfort zone is ahead. Their biggest strength is accelerating gold leads, and here in this game, there's no gold lead to be accelerated except for on the side of Chazz it up. So they did grab that early dragon. You saw Birdo, not able to, able to sneak that dragon without being spotted by Dorado. It's going to be a nice early game mountain dragon for them. And in every single lane right now, Chazz it up are doing quite well for themselves. Joker does have a little bit of a CS lead, and Firefly's actually able to fight back here in the top side, popping the Ghost. He might want to go for this fight. The Vital proc from SpongeBob is going to come through the Shroud for Fireflies, but he doesn't feel like he has the damage. Has to back up. SpongeBob, he's going to take a tower shot. Ooh, a heal comes through, keeps him alive. Fireflies almost able to equalize.
Oh, Birdo.
He's got the ultimate. See ya later, Fireflies. Gets bopped on the head and taken out.
Yep, and there's the power of the Jarvan, right? Able to gain so much distance and just able to just point and click it to your death. And there's not really much Fireflies can do that situation because he doesn't have flash. He doesn't really have a way to immune that damage with his W because he already used it. So unfortunately, it doesn't end up being a kill. And this top lane is just getting destroyed here for Fireflies. 36 CS lead, and like I think also like up a kill as well. So definitely not going great here for Fireflies in this top half of the map. And just like Cafe is trying to get active on down here on this blue buff, but he's not really able to really posture forward because it's still a 3 versus 3 with the Swain coming down from the mid lane here. So I'm curious to see like if they are, because if you go on top of Toy, it does flash away though.
Yeah, that charge wasn't at an insane angle there. Not a lot of CC to be chained on top, unfortunately. So Toy with the reactive flash gets away from that grand entrance. And yeah, like you say, Cafe trying to find a punchback on the bot side, trying to get his Sivir rolling here, because the top half of his map is really just on fire at this point. SpongeBob trading aggressively under tower here onto Fireflies, and I'd like to see Cafe continue trying to go for these bot side plays. It doesn't feel like it's working well trying to match on the opposite side of the map. So playing around Kibbles, playing maybe with Shima who can roam down to this bot side, try to put Solbert on the back foot, get their Sivir an advantage, and start playing for scaling.
Yeah, and there's just nothing Fireflies can do up here. And honestly, like if anyone comes up here, I feel like they kind of just die too. Right, because like Fireflies is like, you know, like it's a divine sunder to a blasting wand, right? And making a couple of other items as well. So it's like this wave is finally starting to push out back towards him. But
yeah,
you know, Cafe is somewhat in the area, but Fireflies still needs to be a little bit careful because, yep, there it is again. He's just going to continuously take those Qs to the face. He's down 2 whole levels up here, and yeah, Cafe's around, but as long as SpongeBob doesn't do anything too crazy here, I feel like he's able just to kind of be okay.
Cafe has to defend the dive, but I don't think that SpongeBob... I think SpongeBob could probably win a 2v1 if it's not under the tower. And yeah, looks like he's playing with some respect, realizing that maybe Cafe will be in the area. Kibbles as well. Roaming towards this side. Ooh, SpongeBob very aggressively dashing forward there. He is spotted on the ward, but Kibbles, he can land this charm. Cafe dashes onto a minion. Grand challenge has been issued. Fireflies kiting this one out. The repair post is not going to find anything. Poppy picks up the kill. Meanwhile, bot side, there's a Herald being spawned up. Birdo and Solbert whittling away at this tower. They will be able to claim the first tower of the game.
Yeah, and this is what happens, right? When you have to send so many members to just one side of the map, right? You're just going to lose that much harder on the opposite side of the map at the same exact time. And really, it's like, like your top laner is getting basically like, you know, pushed in on repeat. So you have to help him out. You kind of have to stop the bleeding at some point, but you're also allowing WLS to basically start dumping that much more gold into their AD carry, into the champion that's going to provide that much more source of team fighting damage. And we're 13 minutes in, and it's getting close to a 6,000 gold lead here for WLS.
Massive early game from WLS as we take a look at the player gold. 4 members, all of their members excluding their support, up in gold. Obviously, Birdo doing a nice job here getting in on the early action. Solbert as well being accelerated after that first tower, and that just means there's an additional threat here on the side of WLS. SpongeBob can just continually free fire on this tower. Not able to do that right now, but getting very, very close to taking out that tower, and still has a massive lead against Fireflies here.
Yeah, and honestly, it's like it's not gonna get much better for Firefly to the top right. Like, yeah, like they got him one time, but he based for steel caps, and Fiora bought an entire pickaxe as well. Like, this tower is just gonna end up dying really, really quickly. And yeah, Cafe's back again, but also this Cloud Cafe flashes the wall. He's gonna go straight for him, but I don't know if they win this.
Grand Challenge is available. He is going to prevent the Q from coming through, so Cafe has played this well. He wants to get something from this because he expended the flash early on, but SpongeBob, he might just straight up win this 1v1. Fireflies with the needlework, looking to provide some space. Cafe looking very, very low. Fireflies goes forward and gets taken out. This is a top gaff and a half, but now Kibbles is here. Joker wanting to pick it up. Charm into some Sivir damage could be enough. SpongeBob trying to fight this one out, but not going to find the riposte, not going to find too much more damage. Joker will claim the kill, but 4 in the top side, and SpongeBob trades 1 for 1.
Yeah, it trades 1 for 1, but you're also going to trade your mid tower for it as well, because Shima was down on the bottom half of the map trying to stop these Swain's push from doing anything down there as well. So yeah, it's a 1 for 1, but it's still like you're losing so much on the map just because of one lane just not going the way you expected it to go to, and in the top half of the map, especially with a champion like Fiora, right? Fiora is just, she's the grand duelist, right? That's what she's known to be. And she's going to keep on dueling you this entire game. And she's got a Tiamat, 2 extra longswords, and you still haven't even completed your Riftmaker yet. She's going to complete 2 items before you complete 1.
Does have the components. The Leeching Leer does help a little bit there for Fireflies, but yeah, he's really in a pit of despair. Now having to answer on the bot side, SpongeBob's here again, up 2 levels still. And will continue to put the pressure on to Fireflies here. For the side of Dorado Gaming, you know, they have a bit of a lead, a CS lead on their AD carry. Shima hasn't been doing too poorly, but, I mean, where's their win con here? Is it just all in the team fights, all in the scaling? Cafe going for a fight here, as we'll hold that thought for a moment. Some members looking to join the fray. Jinx, Chompers providing so much CC there, and Birdo looking to take this one over. Toy goes forward, going to find the ultimate. Birdo now has to flash away, going to leave his support to die. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade after all said and done.
Yeah, it is a 1-for-1 trade, mostly because of the fact that Cafe was able to punt Jinx out of that team fight. I think that fight goes a lot worse for Dorado if Jinx is able to kind of sit there and continuously do auto attacks. But yeah, I think, you know, going back to your question here a little bit, I do think that obviously they do have the Joker team fighting. They have the play making potential, but ultimately I think you gotta find a way to somehow, some way, stop Fiora from doing what she's doing to Gwen. And it's ultimately gonna take either 2 members, or it's gonna take Shima taking up that responsibility down there in the side lane. But like something's gonna have to swap, because ultimately like you're just losing everywhere because you're having to send multiple members every single time to deal with him. And look, like he's doing negative damage to Birdo right now, yeah. And Gwen is just not gonna be useful in this game until like for another 10 minutes or so, just from how far away she's behind. Cafe is in a bit of trouble here. I don't think he knows he's being surrounded.
Yeah, they're in an odd man fight. Kibbles is here, actually, so it is going to be a 3v3, but Fireflies really doesn't provide a lot in this situation, so Dorado Gaming just have to evacuate. Joker now looking to join, but looks like WLS have backed away. Shima answering on the bot side against SpongeBob. Feels like he has the wave clear to at least, you know, not let SpongeBob completely take over the map, but he's still going to farm up Krugs. He's going to take away a lot of resources from Dorado, and definitely will continue keeping the pressure up, even if he's not able to actually pressure the tower itself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's probably going to base, and I'm pretty sure this is a second item here, but the ward does reveal Shima potentially looking for a play there, so does end up just getting away scot-free, not having to burn his ghost or anything like that, or Shima also not using the Spirit Rush. But Dragon is spawning up in about a minute's time, and yep, there it is. There's the second item of the game here. The Ravenous Hydra being picked up here at the 18-minute marker. And he's just going to go to the top side of the map, and basically WLS is going to make Dorado make a decision. Are you going to send multiple members to the top lane to deal with this Fiora, Or are you going to fight for the dragon? And if you fight for the dragon, you're just going to lose out on the top side of the map if you fight a 4 versus 4. So, Dorado, you're going to have to make a choice. And whichever choice you make, it just feels like a lost loss.
SpongeBob looking to chase down Fireflans. Ghost popped on both top laners. SpongeBob going to find him. Meanwhile, mid lane, Toy has found a big engage, but he actually has to evacuate back to top lane. SpongeBob is going to find the chase down. Fireflans, nowhere is safe, my friend. SpongeBob is going to find yet another solo kill. Dragon spawning in 25 seconds. Still both teams jockeying over position here. Toy going forward. Demonic Ascension as well. This is the team fight for WLS. The big
they're gone
out though. Cafe is going to get rid of 2 members, and the flash away from Shima will keep him alive. Jinx Rocket is going to find some damage. Cafe might be the sacrificial lamb. Soulbert will find the trade kill here. Zap has to be flashed away from Joker as well. Again, it's the eviction from Cafe that makes them win the team fight, but it's still only a 1-for-1.
Yeah, big Poppy ultimate there, like you said, because obviously Swain, when he procs his ultimate, he has to be ticking near somebody to constantly gain that ultimate to continue the duration, I guess to say, as TP does come in, and they don't have any ultis here. Toy, Random Capitals, they don't have any access here. So Shima teleporting in because they want to stop this soul point. So just like SpongeBob is potentially basing, he could also look for a TP of his own to get into a fight, even though Fiora is not necessarily known as being this team fighting champion. She could look for, if she is, she's TPing the bottom half of the map. It's going to be a potential 5 versus 4, but Gwen also has TP. Here she comes.
Yeah, SpongeBob has been spotted out. TP again in from Random Capitals. He's got the Rylai's in inventory as well. Pretty big power spike there. Actually,
yes, his ulti back up.
Off cooldown. This could be the dragon, but WLS, they're going to try and take the fight afterwards. Kibbles is in, finds a knockup, but actually just gets eviscerated in the fight. Now Random Capitals, he's coming forward with the Demonic Ascension. Cafe is still on the dragon. He will claim it, but he's going to have to flash out of the pit. Joker on the run, going to get taken out as SpongeBob just going crazy in this fight. He does get charmed up. Shima on the run, has a couple charges of his Spirit Rush, but Birdo, the Cataclysm, the EQ, they find 4 members. Dorado Gaming, sure, they stopped the dragon stacking, but at what cost? This is going to be a big herald into the mid lane. Cafe is going to get it on out of there. That'll buy a little bit of time for the squad, but 20-second death timers on Shima. Oh, Cafe doesn't really have the damage here to take out SpongeBob. It would be a lot of shutdown gold, but the Fiora is going to be okay.
Yeah, Fiora just has too much healing there. Cafe just doesn't really have any damage in the tank. Yeah, we do see a bit of a replay coming through here as we see the initial engage, right? Kibbles tries to get onto the backline here, but he's just so low. He just gets bursted almost immediately. And once he's gone, Random Capitals and SpongeBob just have so much healing in these team fights, able to just drain tank all the way through. And once they're gone, Sulfur and Joker, they're trying to do an auto attack based fight, but Jinx at this stage of the game is going to win out on those trades because of the gold that they have produced. And Birdo, a nice little display of mechanics with the Cataclysm into the flag and drag to pick up that kill onto Shima in the back half of that fight. So yeah, they do end up picking up the dragon there. Zeta, they do stall out on the soul point, but the big thing was they were able to win that fight, further ballooning their gold lead up to close to 9,000 here for WLS. And Baron, obviously, it's past 20 minutes. Baron is active and on the map, and you still have to answer SpongeBob in the bottom half of the map. And if you send 2 members down there, Baron is just going to be for free.
Absolutely true. SpongeBob just such a point of power for Chazz up this entire game long. Shima, again, tasked with the task of trying to wave clear, trying to handle this Fiora, and unfortunately going to miss the cannon there. But yeah, like you say, the rest of WLS hovering around this Baron area. They've got the Jinx damage. They can really melt this one pretty dang fast. Kibbles, Cafe, and Joker in the area trying to get what little vision control they can, as Shima in the bot side actually does find a nice little charm there. And that'll actually push SpongeBob off momentarily. The rest of the team, though, still threatening this Baron.
Yeah, but it pushes him off momentarily, but he has Ravenous Hydra, Divine Sunder. He's just going to end up basically healing back up off his HP. Most is off this mini wave alone. He does end up getting back to half a little bit, but slowly but surely, SpongeBob will be able to kind of get back up that HP, and they're just going to go right over towards this Baron, right? They're starting it up, and they're basically saying, Dorado, hey, you're going to have to come into us, and you're going to have to fight us eventually, and with the amount of gold that you're behind, I'm willing to bet 95% that we're going to win this team fight. And so, obviously, Dorado, like, you're going to have to be able to find a way to find some picks, find some type of plays, maybe let the Sivir scale. She is 2.5 items. She's getting a little bit closer, and we've seen these Sivers, like, pop off in these team fights, provide so much damage as the bottom tier 2 does end up falling here. And if SpongeBob is just going to keep doing this, he's going to keep applying so much pressure to your team. And, like, I'm not sure if Shima's going to be able to just kind of stop him alone. But he is backing off for now. This is like Joker is kind of posturing over towards the red buff, and so far, other than that last dragon fight, nothing really else kind of happened.
Yeah, just Chazz it up, grabbing a couple towers, continuing to take control of the Baron area. They are now recalling back to base, grabbing up a couple items. It is the Hull Breaker in for SpongeBob, making this split lane threat even more formidable. 5, 2, and 3, 3 items on the Fiora. He is definitely ready to continue taking these towers. If it was scary having this Fiora push before, now it is even more terrifying. And Dragon is on the map in a minute, so it does look like that's going to be the priority here for the side of WLS.
Yeah, and this Hull Breaker purchase, like, you know, SpongeBob is just going to continuously, once again, time and time again, supply so much pressure. And the fact that he's up basically an item, like almost 2 items over Fireflies, it's just like, you know, there's something Fireflies can really do down here. He does have TP as an option. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Fireflies just kind of walks somewhere else other than the Fiora, because he knows that he just can't match. Yep, here he is. He's walking. He's basically already walking towards the dragon. He knows he is not going to be able to stop this Fiora. So I wonder if Dorado's option is going to be, hey, we're going to try to take a 5v4 before SpongeBob shows up and look for a fight, because it's really the only option they kind of have, because SpongeBob is going to push, he's going to make a play, but Dorado needs to fight now.
Here they go. They've blocked the EQ as Birdo tries to evacuate. Teleport is going to be channeled here from SpongeBob into the middle of it all. Random Capitals buying a bunch of time here with the Zonias, and now the Fiora is into the fray. They're going to find one. The Recon falls. Fireflans will be next. Joker.
Oh, Joker.
So much damage. Oh my god. The Sivir. He's turned it around. It's a triple kill. Shima dashes away as Solbert has a sliver of HP, but this could be a potential win condition for Dorado Gaming. Joker going crazy in the fight. Yes, he dies, but now he's got the Infinity Edge, and Dragon is still on the map.
It's still on the map, but neither team can take it. We talked about, right? The TP coming down. Fiora not quite able to join yet, but nice cancel here. But here comes the TP channeling right now. We see Cafe channels the ultimate, but whiffs. Huge miss there. SpongeBob would have got basically evacuated out of the fight. This fight would have gone so much smoother, but look how clumped up they are. The Sivir bounce is doing so much work here from Joker. Unfortunately, does end up falling to Soper at the end there, but TP coming in. We're going right back to live. Like you said, Dragon active on the map, but they can't get in. Cafe so close. Not quite able to make it in time, and that is sole point here for WLS. That last dragon take by Dorado was huge, because it denies the soul point having it, and that gives you 5 extra minutes here for Joker to, they can just keep scaling and keep potentially team fighting.
Exactly that. There is 5 more minutes for this Sivir to potentially get another item and potentially be the hero of this game. There's a glimmer of hope for the Dorado Gaming faithful here in this game at number 4. There's a little bit of a bug here. It does say it is Cloud Soul in this game. Obviously, you can tell looking at the dragon count that it is, in fact, Hextech Soul. So that one's going to be spawning in 4 more minutes. But for now, Baron will be the focus of these 2 teams.
Yeah, and it's just like Dorado's going to be basically the same thing they did last time. They're going to start it up, and they're going to want to try to force SpongeBob to make a choice. Are you going to keep pushing, or are you going to come for the fight?
He's going mid. There's potentially an inhib that he can take. Toy is still here. Birdo maybe looking to go for the steal. There's no vision on the outside of the pit. The Poppy ultimate is going to go wide. Random Capitals now goes into the Demonic Ascension, and Birdo's into the pit. They're going to look for the 50-50. It's claimed by Cafe. Now Solbert free firing in the fight. This could be enough. Joker's still alive, but Solbert, he's got the power. He's got the range, and SpongeBob is in the face. Shima on the run. He can't do nothing. Lands the charm. He'll keep himself alive for now. Birdo gonna try and chase him down, but I don't think they'll find it. SpongeBob is on to the Nexus Towers. The Ahri does go down. That's the clean ace. They don't get the Baron, but they wipe the floor with Dorado Gaming, and they are gonna take us to a game number 5.
Yep, exactly that. Game number 5 is on the table for this series. We talked about how Dorado, they made WLS make a choice. Okay, are you going to come fight us, or are you going to just push for the Nexus? And well, they pushed for Nexus, and they traded Baron for Nexus. And ultimately, it was the correct decision there for SpongeBob because, yeah, the team fight didn't necessarily go all that great for them, but with the gold lead that the members had in the area, they were able to stall enough time and basically outright win the team fight with the Swain AoE and the Soulbert just free firing in the backline. They're able to pick up the kills towards the back end and send us right into the game for number 5.
Orion, we got, I think, 0 best of 3s in the regular season that went to 3 games. We now have had 2 games in the playoffs that have gone all 5 games. We have been repaid. Thank you, League of Legends gods. We're going to get some silver scrapes. We're going to get one more game here tonight. WLS, they've got the momentum heading into game number 5. That red side counter pick for SpongeBob being the difference maker here in game number 4. I'm sure the teams are getting ready for game number 5, so we're going to end this out here, but we're going to come right back with the 5th and final game of the CCS Grand Finals. We'll see you there. We are back for game number 5, everybody, of the CCS Diamond Grand Finals. Orion, what a series we have been treated to here tonight. We've got the silver scrapes, and, you know, our series might even go longer than the LCS one today. They've been going since 12:30 though, so I guess they win.
Yeah, I was about to say that series been going for about 9 hours or so. That's got to be like a new record or something. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a pretty big banger. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people, you know, I personally expected this series to be pretty close. I did expect the Zeta obviously to kind of pull out the win. But still, back and forth, you know, definitely very, very contested. And it's been, you know, one game after the other. It wasn't a 2-0. It's not been a reverse sweep. It's been game after game, picking up different team, picking up a different team. But if that pattern were to stay the same, then it would be Zeta picking up the Game 5 victory here. Yep. So, curious to see kind of like what ends up changing, right? Obviously, a big change. Dorado back on the red side here. So it is a bit of an adaptation here, but so far bans staying relatively the same. They are going back to the Azir ban, the Wukong, and the Yuumi for the blue side. Red side, we see the Seraphine, the Gnar, and the Ahri as well being the ban. So SpongeBob potentially hovering over that Jarvan pick here. Dorado definitely had a very solid game on that pick, and it's locked in B1.
Yeah, not a ton of value out of the blue side first pick there for Chazz it up, so we'll see how the rest of this draft does shake out. But yeah, Dorado Gaming obviously selecting red side here, their comfort side for game number 5. We'll see what they want to answer with. Trundle, currently being hovered, is going to be locked in. Potential flex pick for Dorado Gaming Zeta. Both their jungler and their mid laner could potentially, or sorry, jungler and top laner could potentially play it. And it is 5 Recon games in a row here for Kibbles. He just loves that champ, I guess.
Yeah, I was about to say, this man just must enjoy playing Recon. And, you know, if this was solo queue, I definitely would not play 5 games in a row. But for a comp game, you know, I understand. It's like he wants to play, like, his best champion, and he feels like it is Recon for this game. And, like, you know, is Sulper, are you going to go back to the Jinx? Yep. He answered my question very quickly. I figured that's what it was going to be. I mean, Kog'Maw obviously had a solid one game, but the other game, it's been a bit inconsistent here in this series, but the games that he's played, the Jinx simply had some pretty pop-off moments. And Toy going right back to the Amumu. It looks like WLS looking to run back their composition that they've literally just won in the last game.
Yeah, they just don't have counterpick this time for the top side, which was a huge difference maker in game number 4 there. So we'll see how they do shake things up here. I don't think it's going to be the exact same draft from them. Dorado Gaming currently hovering the Sylas, some pretty good ultimates to steal over on the side of Chazz it up. It will be the first time that we see Shima on this pick in this series, and it looks like that is going to be what they go for.
Yeah, Sylas and Mumu ulti is definitely a very powerful ultimate to steal. Not only does Mumu's ultimate scale with the AP, but it also applies just the raw, huge AoE, like basically like minefields where like you can't actually move. The only thing you can do is auto attack. I believe, actually, no, the only thing you can do is cast spells there. You can't even auto attack during Mumu's ultimate. So definitely a very powerful ultimate to steal away there. And yep, there is the Fiora ban here being taken away. They definitely don't want SpongeBob to 1v9 the game once again on that specific champion.
Yeah, I don't know if they would necessarily go for the blind pick Fiora, but who knows? Maybe Dorado Gaming want to save counter pick. Well, I was going to say for their AD carry, but we already see the whole bot lane from Chazz it up. So yeah, maybe an Ornn ban here then, not wanting to see some frontline and some more of that late game scaling from Chazz it up. On the other side though, Philios getting banned away. Probably we'll see the Xayah ban here, maybe the Sivir ban, depending on what they want to go for. And Kennen, again, Dorado Gaming not wanting to see the Kennen like we did see in game number 1 from SpongeBob.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not an Ornn ban there.
Yeah.
Just because like about how the Kennen just wasn't that like that optimally and played in that game one. Definitely, they didn't really look for flanks. They just kind of walked at people, and it just wasn't all that good there. So, but it does look like this could potentially be. Yep, there was the Silver Band Joker hovering to Zuri. It is nerfed on this patch. So it does look like they potentially go for a different AD carry, but you could just go back to it. We've seen Zeri's like just kind of take over games, and this is a nerfed champion instead. Ooh. Wants to go for the Zaya instead. Does not want to put game 5 on the line with Zeri being locked in. And I would be very surprised if SpongeBob does not just pick up the Ornn here. Or if he wants to go something like, I guess, along those lines. I feel like it would just kind of fit their competency. Like they front to back team fighting. Like it'd be like just a really good like frontline engage, like soaking up so much like tanky options. So, and yep, there's the hover. And I'd be very surprised if it wasn't this champion, but he could once again look for a skill expressive matchup. The last one he played, he dumpstered Fireflies, so we will have to wait and see if he does kind of go for that option. We got 5 seconds. We will kind of wait and see. He's kind of testing it a little bit here. Actually, wants to go for the Aatrox instead.
Wow. Very interesting. Something Chazz It Up have banned throughout this entire series in the second rotation of bans. And counter pick now for Fireflies. What does he want into the Aatrox matchup? Camille is the hover. Have seen him play that before, have seen him have some very good games on the Camille. Can provide a lot of split push presence and a lot of side lane threats. Looks like that is going to be their final lock-in. So both teams have their team compositions here for game number 5. We're finally going to get to see the Lovers duo out of the bot lane of Dorado Gaming Zeta. Chazz It Up just with a tried and true scaling team fight composition here. Jinx, Victor with some engage and frontline alongside it.
Yep, you said it really well, honestly. I think for WLS, obviously, you know, the front line is not obviously as good with Aatrox if you would have had an Ornn. But you have a little bit more laning presence in the top lane, and you also have like the ability to soak up a lot of damage with the Aatrox up there in the top side with the ability to kind of soak through and have the healing come through with the Gorge Drinker and the World Ender, obviously. So you know he is a pseudo frontline champion, kind of, not really, but pseudo is where that word comes in. But yeah, I did think the Camille answer is very interesting because Aatrox obviously really beats up the Camille early on in the laning phase. But as the game progresses, Camille starts to win it very, very hard, mostly because Aatrox is built around his Q1, Q2, and Q3 damage, right? And as Camille, not only are you very mobile, but you have the ability to dodge the Q3 with your Hextech Ultimatum, canceling a lot of Aatrox's damage, and you also have your burst with your Q2 coming through. So I'm curious to see if Fireflies is kind of able to weather the storm early of the Aatrox kind of like pressure and power, and then kind of translate it into like the later stages of the game where you get the Divine Sunderer, you get the levels under your belt with your Q, and that's when you can really start punishing this Aatrox.
With that in mind, do you think we'll see some more jungle attention towards the top half of the map early on in this one?
Well, being as there's been like hardly any exchanges down on the bot side of the map this entire series, I would not be surprised if that trend kind of continues, because Aatrox especially is this kind of champion that like once he starts getting ahead, he really kind of has to just like stay ahead, continue going through, because we've seen him like in some of these team fights where like, you know, sometimes like it's hard to actually land those Qs onto like a Zaya, like who's just gonna outrange you. Like obviously Silas is going into you. You know, the other champions are obviously going into you as well, but it's gonna be really hard to really consistently land those Qs. This is why like Aatrox as a champion sometimes like it just kind of falters in a lot of games. So I'm curious to see kind of how this Aatrox is gonna end up playing out if he falls behind.
Yeah, there's a ton of mobility for Zeta. Rakan, obviously, super mobile. Silas has the dash. Zaya has the Feather Storm available to try and avoid not only that, but some of the engage from the Amumu or the Jarvan and things like that. And of course, the Camille, which you already talked about. So yeah, I can definitely see how this Aatrox might struggle a little bit, especially if this Camille can weather that early game storm, can get maybe a Divine Sunder, a couple items under her belt, and then kind of be more of the difference maker than the Aatrox can be. This top lane counterpick again, Orion. Fireflies has been the man for Dorado Gaming throughout the entire split here in game number 5 when it matters the most. What can he do? Can he put the team on his back? Can his counter matchup do what it needs to do to crown themselves champions? We're going to have to find out. We've got a couple more minutes here on the draft. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of just, it's a beautiful microcosm, I think, of how this series has gone. Chazz It Up have slowly gravitated more and more towards this team fighting composition. They now have the Jarvan, the Jinx, and the Amumu with the Victor as kind of their core, and then that top lane bruiser champion. And Dorado Gaming Zeta, I think, are on comfort here again. We saw Joker in their previous series have a fantastic Xayah. I think that was even in Game 5 of the semifinals, so back again on that comfort pick. It just feels so appropriate here for both sides here in game number 5.
Yeah, and it's the final game of the night. Regardless of how this entire series has went, it is now a best of 1. Which team can show that they are the better team for this game? That's all that matters from here on out. And really, I think both these teams have a lot of potential for, once again, a lot of very scrappy and just a lot of fights that's going to continuously happen again. And really, I think obviously early on in the game, like we talked about this Aatrox, he's going to push in the Camille. He's going to have the advantages. But once Fireflans gets a little bit more levels under his belt, SpongeBob's going to have to be very, very careful. But last game, SpongeBob just completely ran over the map. And I would assume that Fireflans is looking to exact some revenge in this game.
Yeah, exactly that. Fireflans is pretty used to stopping the top lane matchups. He's done it all year. Here against SpongeBob has finally found, an enemy player who can kind of meet him in that 1v1, match him toe-to-toe, and it's been very exciting to see that. Fireflans, like you say, looking for some revenge after a rough game 4. We're going to see if he can do it. Game number 5 coming right up here. Teams loaded onto the Rift. We're going to be right back. Game number 5, everybody. I hope you're ready. I know I am. The teams have loaded onto the Rift for their final game of the season. Both of them looking to crown themselves CCS champions. Orion, the LCS just ended, so this is now the most important series of the day. Glad everyone's here to experience it with us.
Yep, it's gonna be a Game 5 banger here for both these teams, and honestly, like, you know, like we talked about, right? Like, this series has been honestly really exciting to watch, back and forth. Both teams, like, there has not been 2 wins back to back by either team in this series, and really, it's going to come down to this one final game, right? And it's ultimately like it's no longer a best of 5. It's only a best of 1. Your decisions, like your mistakes, like all of it comes down to this singular game. And it looks like Dorado, they're trying to get going a little bit early here, trying to sweep a little bit. Cafe not revealing anything necessarily, but it does kind of reveal a little bit, kind of like, you know, I guess like walking around, seeing if they're gonna get any action going. It does look like both junglers are gonna start on their red buff, potentially pathing away from each other. I'm curious to see if Birdo is gonna get active early on this Jarvan. I believe it was the game before, yeah, this last game, he went for that play in the middle lane, and he tried to get a play early onto the Ahri. It ended up working just barely. Unfortunately did not quite get punished there because Cafe missed the tackle like by like an inch of the wall, right? I feel like if that hits and then Charm lands, like that game is like completely different.
It's Cafe into the mid lane here first, though. He's gonna early flash. The chain's gonna land from Shima. Pillar is down for some slow. Flash for flash trade. Cafe will be able to return to this lane.
Yeah, that's not a bad attempt. You know, he tried to pull a bit of a Centaurine there a little bit from Team Liquids, where it just gets red buff level 2, just runs right up into the mid lane. But fortunately for Random Capitals, he was just far enough back in the lane that he was able to survive that exchange. But yeah, like you said, he's level 2. He's going to end up potentially falling prey to a gank. Actually, Toy goes back in. I feel like this is not going to work out too good for him. But besides that, just some small damages. Yeah, SpongeBob is going to win out on some trades early on, but as Fireflies gets more levels, gets lower CDs, he will start winning out on some of these bigger trades, especially the fact that he's able to dodge out on some of these abilities.
Yeah, exactly that. Birdo is getting some counter jungling done, obviously knowing that Cafe went red buff into a mid gank, into the bot side. He can go for this, and now actually nice stun on Tashima. Birdo is here, but not going to be here in time be able to capitalize on that trade pattern, but he's going to get himself a nice little camp steal there. Cafe looking to do the same in the bot side, but there's not really too much for him to steal currently. Raptor's not available, and with the Rift Herald, rather, the Rift Scuttler coming up here shortly. Actually, looking bot side, flash away from Toy. Kills can't quite find the grand entrance.
Yeah, nice little flash there by Toy, making sure you get a bit away. But once again, Cafe is already making plays on the map. He's wanting to make sure that he can leave an impact on this game because, you know, like we talked about like multiple times, where like, yeah, like some of the junglers early, like, yeah, they've made some plays early, but it's been very much like typically like how these games have gone, right? Like a team gets a couple kills early and all of a sudden it just balloons, right? The game becomes ultimately like just way too like out of control for either of these teams to handle. And we've seen Cafe, he's made 2 attempts already. Birdo tried to make an attempt, but unfortunately was not quite able to really get in range. As Fireflies, yeah, nice little trade back after taking you know, that initial damage from Aatrox there, but he is in a bit of danger here. Birdo is in the area, but the wave is pushing away from him. He might have to be a little bit careful, but the wave is just barely enough to where he doesn't have to actually walk too far up into the lane to actually farm these minions, so he should be okay for now. But as these minions go away or further into him, it's going to get harder and harder.
Cafe is making his way towards the top side, doesn't know that his top side camps have been stolen, and will actually walk across a ward here that Birdo placed on his way out, so SpongeBob will know that there's a potential gank angle here for Cafe. Gonna try and shove this wave in, and then back himself away to safety. Checking in on the mid lane matchup here. Shima actually getting the better of this matchup after the flash is blown on random capitals. Being able to build himself up a nice little CS lead so far. And otherwise, the rest of the map fairly even so far. SpongeBob, as expected, able to dictate the pace of the top lane matchup so far.
Yeah, and really, once again, not a lot of bot lane action besides maybe some ganks. And then everyone else has mostly been kind of focused on like what's been happening everywhere else. Birdo has snuck his way in. Flag of Dragon's available. Deciding not to go for it just yet. Being a little bit patient here. Cafe is on the way. We talked about these early ganks. Here they are.
With Fireflans, but now he's got to flash away from the flag and drag. Cafe is here. No combo available for Birdo. And so it is just going to be the one flash from Fireflans, forced to get away from that Jarvan engage on Birdo. Nice try there from Cafe, but unfortunately just a little bit late to the punch. Birdo and SpongeBob going to get the better of that one, blowing the summoner spell.
Yeah, I mean, good overall decision there by Cafe to recognize that he was going basically into a 1v2. Backing off there, making sure he wasn't going to take too much damage on the return in, but still, they get the flash out of Fireflan. So, honestly, just a really well done there by Birdo to sneak into the bush to get a free summoner spell there. But still, there's been summoner spells like basically exchanged all over the map. Nothing has come of it just yet. So this game might be the slowest paced game we've seen basically the entire series so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, both teams playing a much more measured style here in a must-win game. Makes some sense, right? You don't want your mistake to be the one that causes your team to lose Game 5 in the finals.
Boy's flashless.
Boy is top side, so is Kibbles looking for the 2v2 here. Fireflans has to run for the hills. The bandage toss, the second charge of it at least, does go wide, so Kibbles will be able to escape there. A little bit close for a second, but Kibbles calm, cool, and collected. Doesn't blow flash or anything else. Able to escape with his life.
Yeah, they are potentially trying to get a push out here, most likely, I would assume. As SpongeBob is going to be a bit hard to kill, but Toy's in the area, yeah.
SpongeBob low, exhaust is down. Kibbles does have to burn that one. Firefly's going back. He's got the stun. Does he have the damage here? The ultimate follows the flash, but oh my goodness, the Amumu is here. It's first blood. It's 2 kills. SpongeBob and Toy turn it around. The world ender is the difference maker in the fight. Meanwhile, they're even going to get the first dragon of the game. Chazz it up. A fantastic start here for them 7 minutes in.
And we talked about how these early game kills can start ballooning the gold lead. And we see right here, Fireflans, he hits level 6. So he's talking to Kibbles saying, hey, I think we can look for something. But Kibbles was a little bit too early. So super in sync. But Toy comes up the river. And Fireflans not quite able to kill SpongeBob here with the Hextech Ultimatum and the Q2 proc. And the extra healing from the world ender there is able to make the difference in that trade. So good job there by SpongeBob and by Toy to pick up those kills there. Kibbles in a bit of trouble here. Does not have flash. Does have W though.
The Q2 from Toy though is gonna find its mark. Surely they'll find this chase down. Ooh, Shima able to join in time, but now Random Capital's over the wall. Chaos Storm and a couple autos will claim the kill. Kibbles will go down. Jinx Rocket does come flying through a little bit late. Would have maybe claimed the kill if it hadn't already been taken down. Things going from bad to worse here for Dorado Gaming. Down 1,500 gold already just through the early stages.
Yeah, it's gonna be up to Dorado to basically just kind of slow down the game. Make sure they don't go too crazy. Once again, we talked about how these early kills have ballooned this series out of control for both teams across the board. It's gonna be about making sure that nothing crazy happens from here on out. Slow and steady pace of the game, because they still have some options, right? They still have the Camille into the Aatrox, to where obviously the more ahead the Aatrox gets, the worse that lane ends up being for the Camille. As long as the Camille can somewhat stay even, she will eventually start out trading this Camille with that Q2 proc. But without it, though, SpongeBob's going to start winning out on these trades.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Fireflan's just having to use that hook shot defensively. There's no chance for him to trade optimistically in that lane, and so SpongeBob will continue trying to push the envelope, continue trying to grow his lead, and so far it's a 20 CS lead. Yeah, there's a wave that Fireflands can pick up here, but SpongeBob doing a lot of the same as what he did in the previous game, putting Fireflands on the back foot and forcing him to try and weather this early game storm. Eventually, like you say, Fireflands should get the better of this matchup, but SpongeBob trying to make it so that that doesn't happen for at least quite a while here. Potentially even a dive angle on the top side as Birdo making his way up. He's going to be here before Cafe. Has the ultimate, has the Rift Herald as well. Fireflands has to respect it and back on away. Cafe now here. Gonna defend.
Yeah, but still, even with Cafe here, it's not like they can really do much of this fight, right? Because Fireflands goes in, he's just dead. And it does look like, you know, Routine Truck is also here, but it's only gonna barely miss Cafe there in that top side. But yeah, it's just the game is just slowly but surely in the hands here of WLS, and really Cafe is just here, so he's not allowed to place the Rift Herald. That's the only thing he wants to prevent. He wants to prevent. Fireflands
goes forward, finds the stun with the hook shot, but SpongeBob with a nice little knock-up on the other side is going to prevent any sort of follow-up. And yeah, I mean, it's just constant jockeying back and forth here. Cafe actually burned the subjugate in that exchange just now, so that ultimate won't be available. And it looks like they have at least defended the Rift Herald, but Birdo still in the area. He's not really done here just yet. Firefly's a nice stun. SpongeBob going to eat a tower shot, and the wave is cleared away.
Yeah, like we said, they know that this matchup obviously gets a little bit better for Camille as this game kind of goes on. So they want to make sure the lead for Aatrox is just as accelerated as it possibly can be, and it really is, right? He's up 30 CS on the Camille. They're definitely doing a really good job here. Cafe's potentially wrapping around here, but here it is. Fireflies, just be careful.
Ooh, is going to use the hook shot away, comes back with the stun, flashes away, and leaves the kill for Cafe, so they do manage to find a return kill in the top side. That'll stop the bleeding momentarily. Cafe going to help Fireflands get this wave under tower as well. And so that's going to be feeling pretty good for the Dorado Gaming top laner. Going to be able to get a reset here finally after being pinned under his tower for oh so long. And we'll see what he can purchase up.
Yeah, it definitely helps a little bit. It obviously doesn't solve the situation per se, but it does end up helping him a little bit, especially with the reset and the ability to kind of purchase some items here a little bit. So definitely nicely done there by Cafe and Fireflies there to actually pick up that kill there. So really well done there. But still, the Goldie is still definitely in the hands here. Random Capital actually, yep. Ooh, that Q lands. I'm pretty sure Shima might just die there. The two ultimates from Amumu and Victor to actually pick up that kill there. But yeah, game is still in the hands of WLS, mostly in the hands of this Aatrox here. Definitely the one leading the way in terms of the gold category here. And you know, Cole is almost done here for Soulbird. Does not quite have that one ready. Toy just really wrapping around here onto Joker, but Dragon is being started up here by Zeta. It does look like, you know, Birdo is walking around here in this area. It is the second Dragon of the game, so it's not super tanky just yet, but multiple members are wrapping down here. Silas is in the area as well. If he can grab the Amumu ulti, it is a huge ultimate for him to grab. He has to be able to see the Amumu first. They're potentially... Oh,
a little early. Birdo into the pit, has the flag and drag to get away. And yeah, just looking for the steal there because Random Capitals, he values the mid lane wave just a little bit more, wants to continue stacking up that Victor passive and try to stop Shima from picking up the wave. And they were almost able to get in for the steal. There was an opportunity, but Birdo doesn't get in the pit quick enough to quite get the smite down.
He was almost at the threat of getting that flag and drag actually just straight up canceled there.
Yeah.
So pretty unfortunate for him, but Toy getting caught out. Does have the ulti.
Will get picked up by the Gale Force there of Joker. Meanwhile, though, in the mid lane, it is going to be a nice Herald charge to get a couple more plates on to Random Capitals on this Victor. With the kill he already has under his belt, going to be feeling pretty good, and those plates are going to make a pretty big difference considering he is down about a wave or so against Shima.
Fireflies, though.
Yeah, Fireflies under threat once again. Birdo in the area, has been spotted out now, but can he get this recall off? It's going to get canceled by the standard. Goes for the stun, trying to just fight his way through the Jarvan now. Actually has to go back to his tower, going to use the Cataclysm and the Camille ult on top of each other. Doesn't really do too much for the Camille. And Shima's TP will at least pick him up the wave here, but not going to help Fireflans in the slightest.
Yeah, I think the idea there for Fireflans was to try to potentially immune the Cataclysm's damage with his Hextech ultimatum, but could not quite predict that ability to come through in time there. So, but he has now purchased Divine Sunderer at the same time that the Eclipse does come through, just because that's deviated his build a little bit by building the plated steel caps there early. So Mythics do come in basically at the same time here for both top laners, and typically the Divine Sunderer is when the Camille can actually start winning out on some of these trades, at least a little bit better than what she kind of has been doing so far. But in terms of kind of how this game is looking, it is going to end up being a Ocean Rift once again, and a potential Ocean Soul as well along the way. So definitely continue to look for SpongeBob to kind of just continue to use the Q1 range, except for what he's going to be able to use to try to really just keep the Camille at the distance. But if the Camille is able to kind of start landing these Q2s onto the Aatrox, so definitely start packing a little bit more of a punch.
Yeah, Fireflans is basically an XP parity, is behind maybe half a level or so, but should be hitting level 11 shortly here. SpongeBob, with the massive wave clear he has on this Aatrox, just constantly able to push this out under tower. You do see Kibbles in the area, but look at this. Toy and Birdo here as well to protect SpongeBob from any sort of threat. And he's going to feel very safe clearing out some of the vision that Kibbles did just manage to get down.
Yeah, there is still a ward there, so they do kind of still see SpongeBob there. But a lot of pressure being put down here to the bottom side of the map here by Zeta, by Joker and Cafe. Solbert is down here by himself, and Trundle is really good at taking towers objectives. Like his Q definitely works on those objectives very well. And that was a TP being canceled there.
Yeah, Solbert has to flash away, but they're both going to flash on top of him. Joker's going to find the kill. 2-0 on this Xayah now. Joker's actually level 11, the same level as solo laners. So Dorado Gaming, they say, yeah, look, our top lane is suffering, but Fireflans, eventually he'll be strong enough to fight this Aatrox, and we've got a really fed Xayah down here on the bot side, up 40 CS, 2 kills to 0, working on her second item already.
Yeah, and Toy, he's still looking up here, but Kibbles is just basically being right behind him, making sure Fireflans doesn't die, but still, he's in a very difficult position.
Curse of the Sad Mummy coming through. Birdo now over the top. Really big charm, though. Kibbles is going to provide so much. Toy will be the first kill. Birdo might be next. The flash will actually keep him alive. Here comes the Aatrox. SpongeBob going to blow a couple of flashes.
No.
Rocket does not find its mark. Solbert not able to find the snipe this time. So 1 for 0 in the trade effort. And meanwhile, mid lane, Joker and Cafe, they're getting another tower.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado is, Joker and Cafe are just a turret destroyed machines. Like, they're basically not interacting whatsoever to what WLS is doing, and that play went pretty awry there for WLS because a bit of miscommunication happens here, right? Because we see Toy, he dives forward a little bit too forward. Honestly, initially they weren't quite able to chain CC Birdo and the Amumu Q to land in. See, nice little damage here, but see, Aatrox has to back away because he's taking the tower, and then Amumu, the tower's already ramped up here. 3-man knockup into a 3-man Hextech ultimatum, and they try to go a little bit too deep here, and SpongeBob says, hey, I'm still the one in charge here. Like, I'm the one running the show in the top lane, so almost, Kibbles, he's,
Yeah, gonna get stunned up. Some teleports are coming down here, but Fireflans... Oh, it's actually Fireflans and Shima, the double teleport.
Amumu
ultimate. They're just gonna blow up the Jinx, and now Kibbles will be the sacrificial lamb. Cafe could potentially be on this flank. Birdo looking to continue going forward. Shima's gonna find the stun, though, and SpongeBob now in the middle of 4. There's no way he lives this. Dorado Gaming are back in this game. Random Capitals will fall as well. Joker goes into the Featherstorm, not gonna get taken down. They're gonna grab 4 kills. They're gonna grab the Dragon here as well, and Dorado Gaming have equalized this game 5.
Yep, and that's a huge team fight there for Dorado Gaming Zeta. It puts them right back into the gold lead, as well as pick up that 3rd Drake. And we see Kibbles a little bit initially. It's like, oh, this guy's kind of trolling a little bit here. But he starts the team fight off a 3-man Amumu ultimate there from the Silas. And initially it's, okay, we cut it out. We wait for Cafe, and we're able to kind of continue the push here. As we see Fireflans and Shimuwu just continuously chasing, and the rest of the members, they're just not able to be here because Toy, that entire fight, his ultimate was on cooldown from the initial fight in the top lane. So a big win there for Zeta, putting them right back into the gold lead.
Up 1,000 gold, 8 kills to 5 now as we approach the 20-minute mark. Fireflans now has some plated steel caps, building up some armor for himself. Maybe making this matchup a little bit more manageable for him as we see Birdo trying to pick up this Scuttle Crab on the top side. Will be able to do so, no problem. Take a look at the gold on Joker, though. He is up 1,300 gold off of the next member here. Random Capitals on the top side, though. He's going to get focused down. Joker not going to be able to follow the flash. Random Capitals will burn the Summoner spell and be all right.
Yeah, Crown of the Shattered Queen definitely coming in very nicely there for Random Capitals. Basically able to tank up all that damage. And, you know, this top lane, Fireflies, he's still getting pushed in. And it's still going to keep on happening. But, you know, I kind of want to see Fireflies, like, see what happens when he initially just kind of fights back. Here he goes.
Here he goes,
There it is.
There's
right? And he needs, like, maybe 2 more of those. And it's basically a kill there for the Camille. So Aatrox is going to have to be a little bit more safer in that side lane, because that right there can happen basically any time. And also, at the same time, like, if Aatrox goes for a Q3 and he misses, Camille can definitely start winning out on those trades with the Hextech Ultimatum to kind of come down. So this point of the game right here is where Fireflies wants to be. Yeah, he's down a lot of CS. He's very far behind in terms of the actual gold value that Aatrox is going to provide, but the team fight value that Camille provides over the Aatrox can definitely start supplementing a little bit of the value, because we kind of saw last fight, right? Aatrox, he's really big, he's really massive, but he can't exactly hit the mobility of the Xayah, of the Silas, and the Camille in these team fights. He can't hit all of them at once.
Unless he got subjugated. Like, he's just going to get Trundle ulted every single fight. He's just going to make his life really hard. Random Capitals has no flash. Crown of the Shattered Queen will tank a little bit of damage here. Joker actually tanking up the tower. Going to tank 2 shots, but now we'll be okay. Birdo going to fly on through.
Toy has ulti.
Be careful here. Oh, the shutdown is going to go onto Toy. Cafe has to flash out of that Cataclysm. And now Birdo's still on the run. Kibbles here has the grand entrance, has the dash as well, but Toy still on the run.
Oh, Toy!
Flash has the Q. Kibbles will be the target.
Oh,
Soulbird, he's found the resets. He's going to find Cafe here. And can they chase down Shima as well?
Ghost too.
The Jinx goes crazy. The movement speed is here, but Shima will find solace in his tier 2 tower. WLS, though, finding some life here again, taking the gold lead right back. And it's 21 minutes. Baron could be on the menu. 20-second death timers on Cafe.
Yeah, this is dangerous, though. You're attempting a Silas with an Amumu ultimate here, and you're going into a pit. This is where Silas wants to be. He's seen on a control ward. He does not know that control ward is in that area, and he's going to get zoned here by the Victor. Asking for Aatrox also coming in. Fireflies is here. Can the solo laners do it?
Flashes forward, finds the ultimate. Fireflies is here. They want to make the hero play, but Shima has been eviscerated. They do take out Jarvan.
Toy!
That's Toy dying to the Baron as well. Double kill for the Jinx, but they trade 2 for 2 with the jungler dead. That means there's no Baron available. Kibbles looking to continue this fight. Joker is here. Not going to find anything with the feather pullback, though. Dorado Gaming solo laners, they managed to save the Baron. They managed to buy some more time, but they pay for it with their lives.
Yes, they do end up saving some time. Dragon is also up in a minute's time as well. So we're going to see another fight right back up in a minute. And it does look like, you know, a couple members are respawning here for WLS, as well as Dorado Gaming Zeta. I would imagine a lot of the point of pressure is going to be down towards that map, right? But we do see a replay here. Shima spotted the entire time on this controller. He recognizes it now. He's like, oh crap, I kind of have to go for something. I'm being pincered by Aatrox. And he gets a 2-man, but he's not quite able to really get enough, because Toy also able to land that Q to really stop the Silas in his tracks. So unfortunately, they weren't quite able to kind of chain together both Fireflans and Shima going in at the exact same time. So unfortunately, it does end up kind of not going well for them, but they are going to team fight once again. And if Dorado picks this up, that's soul point for them. It's not quite soul yet, but it's soul point if they're to pick this dragon up and available. Shima has access to the Cataclysm. Not the best ultimates to grab us. Oh, he's trapped!
Toys found Fireflans. Hookshot, though, will keep him safe before the Chompers
can
Shima. Any sort of CC. Shima looking for a flank.
Oh, Kibbles.
Kibbles has the ultimate, but he's going to miss the grand entrance. That's not going to be looking too good for Dorado. That's their main source of engage. Now completely not available. Joker having to kite this one out. Shima uses the blast cone, but has now been spotted out.
Wait, Toy. He's dead.
Fight him. Toy is in, but he just goes down. Supports are going to be traded back and forth. Solbert is fighting Silas on the other side, and that's not where you want your Jinx to be. The shutdown comes through. Random Capitals taken out as well, and now it's all up to SpongeBob. Doesn't have the World Ender. Doesn't have a hope. He will take out Joker, but now will go down. Berto will shortly follow, and Dorado Gaming, the dragon, is where they take their stand, and they are again able to win the team fight. They're going to put themselves on Ocean Soul Point, and they get the clean ace.
Yeah, Dorado with once again another huge fight at the dragon area. Obviously, Kibbles
nothing.
Kibbles had a pretty botched engage there, and Toy also gets chunked out. He does get his ultimate off, but a huge flank from Shima, basically 1v1ing the AD carry there in the back half of the fight. Solbert does absolutely nothing here. Shima accomplishes so much. Yeah, they are able to kill Joker on the back half of the fight, but they're able to wipe WLS off the map there, and that, like you said, Soul Point is now available for Dorado Gaming Zeta. Yes, it is still only a 500 gold. It did skill anybody's game. Team fights have been going back and forth. Both teams wanting this series so badly in this game.
Both teams playing for the championship, and you can feel the tension here. This is the closest game we've had in this series so far, and what a treat to see these teams go toe-to-toe in a 5th game. Baron is the only objective currently on the map. We can take a look at the gold here. Joker, such a menace in this game, up 2,000 gold now over SpongeBob, easily the gold leader in this game, and they have control over the Baron pit here. Does Dorado. There is this Scuttle Crab, though, providing some vision to the side of WLS.
Yeah, it's providing a little bit, obviously, but at the end of the day, it's not going to provide too whole much in terms of like what's actually looking to accomplish. But it looks like the name of the game here for Dorado's. Like, they're not really looking to press too whole lots, but they're still looking for Fireflies here. Fireflies not wanting to take that 1v1 just yet. He is down basically a full item at this point, so definitely not looking too great for him in that side lane still. But like we've kind of seen like this Aatrox in team fights, right? He's just not been able to accomplish as much as his lead would be able to show for it, right? Joker is 2,500 gold over Solbert in this game. A complete he's 3 items already purchased up here on this Saya, and he's been carrying team fights like fight after fight, just pumping out so much damage. Yeah, Solbert, he has the ability to do damage, but not if he's 1v1ing a Silas in the backline, right? It's just not physically possible for him, and we've seen some pretty botched engages from both sides, right? Like Kibbles, he basically missed his quickness into grand entrance engage, and Toy basically did absolutely nothing because he's just such a squishy champion at this state of the game. So it's going to come down to execution, which it has been this entire series. It's been execution after execution. Both teams have been fairly confident with the compositions that they've drafted for themselves each and every game. Now it's up to both of these teams to prove why they actually deserve to really be in the grand finals and who wants it more.
Exactly that. Both teams toe-to-toe here. It's only 300 or 400 gold separating them at this moment. Looking back to the semifinals for Dorado Gaming, it was Joker's Zaya in game number 5. 9, 2, and 10 on the champion. And here again, looking to do the same. Farming at more than 10 CS per minute on this Zaya in game number 5, doing everything in his power to be the carry that Dorado needs here to finish this series. SpongeBob might be getting caught here. Featherstorm is used.
Joker!
Oh my goodness, Gale Force plus the free charge, or the rip back of the feathers, finding the solo kill. Joker.
Yeah, actually a really nice display of mechanics there by Joker, able to get the pullback into the Gale Force to reposition the feathers even more to pick up the kill into Aatrox, and now the fattest member of WLS is standing no longer on the rift for 20 seconds. Yeah, he has TP, but they're just gonna look to melt this Baron. They have Camille, they have Zaya. This Baron's just gone.
The pick off will net them a massive objective. Jinx Rocket Little too late to the party. Joker will tick over to level 16, the highest level in the game here for the Dorado Gaming AD carry. Joker in game 5, man, it's just a little bit different. But Dragon, on the map here in 20 seconds, WLS do have position on it currently.
Yeah, they do have position, and once again, this is a huge objective here as we do get a bit of a client pause here, I believe. Oh, not quite. We are right back into it. It does look like, obviously posturing for position here for both these teams. SpongeBob is in a pretty good position. He's looking to see if anyone wants to come into him. Toy almost lands that Q. He needs to get backline access. He gets on the cafe here.
Ooh, insta flash out from the Trundle. Now the pillar looking for Toy, but Gibbles has a flank here. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to find a knock up onto 2. Cafe in the front lines. Here comes Shima. Where's Joker? He's in the backside. He's got 2 messes on him, but he's still alive. No, he gets taken out. Birdo into the stopwatch for a second. Both 80 carries are dead. Random Capitals could be the carry, but no, Shima and Fireflan will shut him down. SpongeBob still alive. He's got the plan. He's got the cues. He's going to find some damage, but now he's in a 1v3. Nice Zonias will dodge a stun.
No.
There's just too much. Shima, he's got the quadra kill. 8-1 on this Silas, and Ocean Soul will go to Dorado Gaming Zeta.
Yeah, fights on both sides there for both teams, because we see the initial engagement from Kibbles. The fight just gets split up. Capitals is having to deal with both the Shima and Fireflans there, so Solbert, the backline carries if WLS never get to participate in that team fight, but SpongeBob takes over on the backside of the fight for Dorado Gaming Zeta, and all of a sudden it comes down to a fight between the solo laners here, and it ends up being a victory for Shima, pick up the quadra kill at the end of it.
Absolutely massive fight for the Zeta mid laner. 8-1-3 now, 10 pages in his book. He is ready to go. They are now wearing an Ocean Soul and the Baron, at least for just another 40 seconds or so. What can they get on the map here? Still a lot of towers standing on the side of WLS, but Dorado Gaming have finally taken a substantial lead in this game. 4,000 gold plus the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, this game is not quite over yet, but it definitely is looking dire for WLS. We've seen these fights happen time and time again. The second that Silas and Camille get on top of the backline of Victor and Jinx, there's just no one there to ever protect them from stopping any of the damage to come through, because Jarvan, Aatrox, and Amumu are just diving the backline of Dorado Gaming Zeta. And Zeta have a Xayah that has her own self-peel and reliability to actually get out from these team fights. So she is perfectly fine of just saying, hey, you guys go do your thing. I will deal with the Aatrox. Even if I die, I will survive a longer amount of time than the backline of WLS is able to do in these team fights. As SpongeBob is sitting very far up in this lane. Kibbles is looking to wrap around. It's a 1v3, but they are coming up here, though.
He thinks he has reinforcements, but they might not be here in time. He's just going to get absolutely exploded. Joker cuts through his health bar as he's subjugated. Now the Featherstorm will come through. Tay has to buy some time, Toy rather, into the Zonias, but look at them go. Dorado's into the backside, Shima's into the Zonias, but they've gone too deep, and it's going to be turned around. Random Capitals and Solbert are going to grab a couple kills, but no, Joker's still alive. He'll find the chase down. 5 in the death chamber. Dorado Gaming, can they end this now?
I mean, it's 25-second death timers. I mean, the next person to spawn is the Amumu and the Aatrox, and I believe they can do it. They have the Trundle. They have the Xayah. They're looking to do it. They have, let's say, 10 seconds on Amumu. They're going to have to do it now. They have 1 tower's gone, 2 towers already being looked at. Cafe with the stopwatch. He's going to end up surviving, and this is going to be game over here for Dorado Gaming Zeta. They are your Diamond CCS champions.
The carries for Dorado Gaming stand tall in the team fight that means the most. They claim the team fight, they wipe them all, and they crown themselves CCS Diamond champs in our inaugural Diamond season here.
Woo.
You have to give it to WLS, putting on a fantastic show this series, specifically SpongeBob in the top side, being maybe the only top laner in the league who can actually beat Fireflans in the 1v1, but ultimately the team fighting from Dorado is what made the difference today. Joker Xayah showing up big time in game number 5 alongside Shima, performing throughout the series. And they are your CCS champions here for the summer split.
Yeah, honestly, like just huge win for Zeta. You know, top because we talked about this entire series, right? First couple of early kills just ballooned the entire game out of control, right? What happens? They get 2 kills. SpongeBob, huge outplay in the top lane, surviving with very little HP, able to kind of continue the lead that he's able to kind of grow into the Fireflies matchup, but that did not phase Dorado in game 5. They clutched up when it matters most. They proved that just because you fall behind early does not mean that the game is over at that state of the game. They had very solid team fighting. They knew if they were able to get on top of the backline of both the Victor and the Jinx, the Aatrox is just not that great of a team fighting champion. It's just that's not what it's built to do. So yeah, heck of a performance from SpongeBob in the top lane. It just was not enough in this one.
Fireflies knew that he had the scaling advantage. He knew that he had his team behind him. And he stays calm, cool, and collected, does not tilt, shows strong mental, and for all of Dorado Gaming, that comeback victory in game number 5. After having games snowballed against them earlier in the series, showing so much resilience, showing that they can come together as a team and win it when it counts most. What a series from them, Orion. I think we're going to get an interview here. I'm not sure if we're going to be lucky enough to get to the entire Dorado Gaming squad. But let's take a minute here. We're going to take a step back. We're going to see how many of them we can get here for our post game. Congratulations to them once again, and we'll be back with an interview with the victorious Dorado Gaming.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their
Welcome back, everybody. We are currently joined by the victorious Cafe, Joker, and Kibbles after that epic best of 5 series. More to come on this series, but first, Cafe got a special word for his team and for the viewers here at the CCS.
Thank you, Lindor. First, I just want to say thank you to Lindor, Orion, and Exernian for the great cast. So this past week on Monday, I found out my dad is pretty sick and might have cancer in his liver. So I just wanted to play really well for him today, and I'm glad we won. Thank you.
Definitely emotional. I'm really sorry to hear that, Cafe. I'm sure you feel pretty proud of how you played this series. Obviously, it was a tough-fought battle, back and forth. It was super fun to watch, and I'm sure you feel fantastic getting the victory here tonight.
Feels great, guys.
Awesome. I want to go to Joker first, because Joker, we got the pleasure of casting your semifinals game, and in Game 5, you whipped out the Zaya once again. You were flickering in between Zeri and Zaya in the champ select there. What was going through your head, and what eventually led you to lock in the Zaya there for Game 5?
I mean, I think I wanted to play Zeri, but because people were saying it was alright, but I still think it was like kind of shit. But if I went into 1v9, it was either like a hyper carry, right? Because they banned what? Sivir, they banned Aphelios from me, so I was like, it's probably Zeri, but like, I wanted to, you know, just like kind of be safe because they had Amumu and all those champions that go on me. So we're just like, I was just like last moment was like, just give me Zaya.
Awesome. Yeah, well, it definitely worked out. Hell of a performance there from your Zaya. Specifically, loved that little Gale Force outplay on SpongeBob, which kind of got you guys the Baron and then eventually led to winning the game. So fantastic performance. Orion.
Yeah, I was actually gonna shoot this question at Kibbles because obviously 5-game series, 5 games of Rakan. We've kind of talked about your Rakan obviously, but Rakan was a bit hit or miss a couple of times. Like you had some engages that were like crazy, like multi-man knockups. You also had some games where Rakan definitely was not like the gauges were just not quite hitting like the correct members a lot of times. So talk to me a little bit about how like that the confidence like not wavering on the pick and making sure that you're gonna like continue like the progression and making sure like you wanted to keep playing this champion even after some of the games that just didn't go quite that well.
Oh, for some of the misses, game 2 when I tried to flash predict Kog'Maw, kind of trolled the entire game from that point on. But that didn't go so well. But I mean, I've played tons of Rakan. I've played tons of finals games 5s before. So just keep sending the Rakan. Rakan is what we came in planning to play as long as it wasn't banned. And I mean, Rakan's like been a champion I played for like years, pretty much ever since he was released. And I love playing the champion. So you're gonna have some really bad takes, like in looks with Rakan. You're gonna have some really good moments with him too. You just gotta flip the coin, hope it lands on heads.
Yeah,
Absolutely had some hype plays for sure. Kibbles, you were, I don't know if you were aware of this, you had a 100% win rate on the Rakan up to this series. So definitely can see where the confidence comes from with the team there for sure. I want to go back to Cafe here. Cafe, obviously, very emotional after the series. How does it feel to come together as a team, win such an intense Game 5 series with, the squad that you guys have been together with for so long?
I mean, it feels great. I knew we were going to win. I thought it would be easier than it was, but
Yeah.
the enemy team is really fucking good. I, I don't know, I'm happy to know these guys, and like I was going to quit competitive before I joined Zeta, and I joined Zeta like on a whim, kind of just for fun, because I had nothing else to do after leaving my old Akuma team. And yeah, I mean, we've climbed the mountain, right? We've done everything, so it feels really good.
Awesome.
Yeah, and obviously, kind of like talking about WLS a little bit. Obviously, credit has to be given where credit is due. SpongeBob had a heck of a series in the top lane there. Definitely, kind of like putting Fireflans in a position where like he hasn't really been really put before. Like 2 games in a row, maybe even like a couple of games where like he just got ultimately put further and further behind. So like, obviously, you said WLS is a really good team. Like, what do you think was like accredited to like how WLS like performed in this series? And ultimately, anybody can answer this one.
No, I think they had very good pressure against subjective plays. I think mostly it wasn't our part. I think we griefed a lot of early game fights and trolled like Coffee really hard in some situations, like where we could have won, and it just went into their favor, and they kind of use it, to their advantages and played for everything early. Like I think majority of the games we had to give like every dragon, had to give every rift, and they played for it, and then they got ahead with it. So yeah.
Were you expecting SpongeBob to cause so much troubles for Fireflies? Because obviously, through this split and through the season, he's basically just ran over every other top lane. So was it kind of interesting for you guys to have maybe not such a huge advantage in the top side all the time? Was that something that you were expecting going into the series?
Yeah, I mean, I think the only top laners we thought were any good were like we talked about it before, like before the season started. We thought SpongeBob was really good, and I personally thought that the Squid Champions top laner was pretty good, Boreal.
Okay.
But yeah, I thought those were personally the only two ones who could ever match Franco. I don't know about the rest, but that was me and Franco talked about it a lot.
Nice. Yeah, you guys definitely came together, the rest of the team, to carry even when he was, up against a laner who could actually
That
handle
guy was
him.
griefing. Actually, let's call a spade a spade. Franco had the worst series of his life.
Okay, maybe a little, but still, I respect it. Orion, do you have anything else here?
I mean, I was going to talk about, obviously, you said you guys talked about how, like, you climbed the mountain, right? Like, you won Amateur Worlds for Platinum, you've won CCS Diamond. Like, does the road stop here for Zeta, or are you guys going to continue kind of like playing together and seeing how far this team can go?
We are taking a break, unfortunately. I think some players are still gonna stick around, but I definitely think it was, tough. It's for a lot of people, like our top laner, he's like busy and stuff, so he wants to take a break, and I think it goes for a lot of people. But I think some of us will still be in the league scene, like we'll be playing, because
All
I
right.
know half of us still want to play. But I don't know if we're gonna be on the same team, maybe not, but I mean, we'll see. Like when the time comes, you'll see our names
All
winning
right.
chips again.
Sounds good.
Happy to hear it. Good for you guys to go out on such a high note here, winning the inaugural season of the CCS. Congratulations once again. Before we do end things out here for the night and for the season here at CCS Diamond, is there anything any of you want to shout out here as we cap off the night?
I got this,
Yeah,
guys. I got this.
I
So
still want to
for
say
one,
something after him.
oh yeah, go for it. You can after. Shout out to Manny's mom, obviously. Shout out to all of my teammates. I mean, these guys are like my brothers. Like, I don't know, the best people I've ever played with. Shout out to like Dorado, obviously, Hoshi, Zol, Efron. Shout out to Zeta Chan, aka Meki, my girlfriend, for being number one, even though I'm a piece of shit most of the time. And shout out to Orion, because I'm taking your lunch money in VRS, brother.
Hey, that's like with support. He's elite. It's okay, I got your back, man.
Thank you.
Did
Thank
we
you,
have
thank
one
you.
last comment here?
Yeah, I just really want to shout out the owners. They do a lot. Like people like downgrade this org a lot, like saying it's shit and stuff, but it's really not. These motherfuckers work their ass off and they do a lot for the teams. They help them build them up and like make them really good. So I just want to thank, Zoe, Hoshi, and Erfram for doing all these things. Like and all the coaches that find, and I also just really want to thank my team. Like it's the most season or the most fun I had in the series, and just thank you, like all of Dorado, man. And thank that motherfucker King Mike. That motherfucker so dog. He be talking shit, talking crazy. All my haters, you guys can keep hating. I'm still gonna win fucking dubs.
I've just got a
All
quick
right.
shout out I want to give too.
Yeah, of course, Gibbles, go for it.
Yeah, I the only reason I started playing comp in the first place was because of Rogue. You see him in the chat sometimes, but I just want to shout him out too. He's a big reason why I'm even playing right now. So shout out to him. He always supports me, even when we're not on the team on a team anymore.
Awesome. Good to hear. Well, thank you all for joining us here for this
Wait,
interview. Oh,
one
one more?
second. Sorry. I forgot. I really have to think this motherfucker. This motherfucker tells me every time you're gonna reverse sweep, you're gonna win. Every time, like he'll tell everyone. Like I don't know if people know him, but I wanna thank Sev especially. That motherfucker is crazy and I respect him a lot. He's like Zeta's biggest fan. But
Always
thank you.
feels good to have support from the fans. Awesome to hear that. All right. Well, that is going to do it for us here today. Capping off the CCS Diamond split with another easy win for Dorado Gaming. Thank you guys again for the interview. Shout out to our awesome producer here tonight, Exernian, for the fantastic production, smurfing it as usual. Orion, It's been a pleasure this split, and for all of you out there who joined us this summer for the awesome inaugural split of CCS Diamond, we hope to see you around soon. Don't forget to tune in to the CCS Platinum, which will still be going on for another couple weeks on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And until next time, we will see you then. Have a good weekend, everybody. Have a good night.